All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on into Moose War Snowfall, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm casting with Flaming MBL, and we have a fantastic double event for you guys tonight. But first off, Flaming, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
Dude, I am feeling great, still feeling that Christmas high, that all the holly jolliness of this week. And now, coming to a close, but we have so much Brawlhalla esports coming, it doesn't even matter. I'm so incredibly excited for today's tournament and for tomorrow's, which I believe registration is still open for EU doubles.
Yeah, man. And actually, when it comes down to this event, NA singles are still open right now for Moose War Snowfall, right? So we have anyone that it's in North America that does want to play in this event, they can still register by 10 a.m. tomorrow and play tomorrow. So we have a lot of people signing up now. We've already had over 800 people in Snowfall this weekend, and I'm sure we'll probably shoot up to 900 by tomorrow. So definitely, if you guys want to be a part of that, go to moosewars.com/snowfall. With that being said, though, we do have our first matchup ready on stream, and we got Experience and Hideaway going against Marckiemoo and Hexo. So this is going to be cool. I'm glad to kind of see these guys back at it against each other here. But it's interesting, though, because we haven't had Marckiemoo team with Hexo from what ProStats says. The Experience and Hideaway, I know, is a new team because we're used to seeing Experience with Zen and Hideaway with Balloon Boy.
This is true. I mean, I believe Balloon was teaming with Mowgli earlier, which we haven't seen much of them. But, I think... And I don't know. I don't know how to feel about the Hideaway and Experience team. I think obviously they're probably gonna be running that double gauntlets, but what characters? Because I believe Experience and Hideaway both play that Onyx. Or does Hideaway play Onyx, or is he on the shop?
So
Onyx, right?
Hideaway, I believe, is on. I think he's Onyx. Yeah, it depends though. I feel with Hideaway's playstyle though, it's a situation of he's more of like following up different combos. That's what Balloon Boy was kind of being the aggressor in that team with Hideaway. So with Experience teaming with Hideaway here, and with how Experience he tends to be the aggressor in Brawlhalla whenever he faces in players and doubles, that's kind of how I feel about it. So I think it matches it up. I think it is going to be interesting to see how Marckiemoo and Hexo do. Because at the moment, I'm looking at I'm trying to pull up stats for him, but I think because of how Marckiemoo has his name as Big Booty Brandon now on Star GG, it's like missing things up. It's like, no, why is it doing this?
Yeah.
Why are players doing this?
Marckiemoo has a couple top 8s, I believe. Mm-hmm. So I believe a couple were with truck stop, I think. I'd have to double check on that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so both of those were with truck stop earlier this year in winter doubles and spring doubles. And you know what, AJ? I'm realizing now we're almost at year, I believe, number 10, I think, right? For Brawlhalla.
Yeah, we are.
Isn't that crazy?
It's nuts to think about, man. We're almost at year 10 for Brawlhalla esports. It's a cool thing to see, And I think going, we're on the off season, right? Because we're in year 9. We're now finished up the World Championship. We have players that want to play. That's why we're hosting Snowfall during December. But then when we go into January, we start year 10. Which is where Brawlhalla is going to be announcing their esports year late January. And then we have a ton of events that they usually do for majors and also community events going through next year as well. So it's going to be very cool to see how that turns out. I think next year is going to be the biggest year for Brawlhalla esports. And I can't wait to kind of see how that turns out as well. But I believe right now, for this matchup, we're just waiting on one player. I think we are missing... let me see. Yeah, we're just missing Hideaway, so Hideaway will hop in. I was in the lobby by mistake, so he's probably just hopping in now. But as soon as he's in here, we'll go in and have that matchup. But we have experience locking in Thor so far. Now that might change. We'll see. And then we have... on the other hand, indeed.
We have Hexo locking in a Reno and Marckiemoo on the Queen Nai. Now, I don't know if you've seen Marckiemoo recently playing, but a lot of those community tournaments, he's been running this Queen Nai, and he's been playing phenomenally with it. I believe I've seen 2 tournaments the past week he's taken with it. One over Rutsme, and then one over, who was it? It was someone else. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the Queen Nai has been immaculate. And then pairing it with Blasters, I think, is one of the better choices. However, I feel like that Orbs kind of struggles a little bit with the Katars and the Spear. But that's just personal experience from me. But I'm really excited to see that comp go out.
It's gonna be interesting because when it comes down to Guijibu, you know, he's an online demon. He's got the Nai. He's got a lot of defense. He's actually running speed stance, which was funny because when I was doing a commentators or pros casting commentators thing, the pros are like, "Why are you running speed stance on Nai or Azuri?" You know? So I'm like, okay. So I want to see kind of how when we go in this matchup, how he really takes that speed. I mean, with I guess Nai that makes sense because it's 3 speed. You know, but I know that experience. What's that?
I don't know. Like, why would you not go speed stance? You need the speed to return to stage, especially.
I guess it's true.
Where you're just kind of pulled off stage most of the time. So I don't know, but that's just how it works.
But I do want to see what Hexo's Reno looks like. We don't usually see Reno in tournaments. A lot of the times, I've only seen Reno from, you know, a couple players, and I only know one player that really plays a consistency Sly, or consistently, which is Sly BH, who's been known for playing it. And I want to see what Hexo could do. Also, Sam, invite Hideaway. You got room control.
Goodness.
But
this man.
But yeah, so they're gonna go ahead and hop in. There we are. They're ready to go.
All right. There we go. We got a matchup finally. Let's go.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be cool. I can't wait to see what these guys do, though. You know, we got experience on or there we go. You got the actual Reno. I mean, we can say Lilith too. Lilith is a Borderlands crossover for Brawlhalla crossover option there. So, all right, we're going to map selection. Oh my gosh, I'm stuttering today. Good grief.
Hey, you know what? It happens. Sometimes you just gotta talk a little bit and then it happens. But we got the Sidra coming out from Hideaway. What kind of mismatch have we got on this field, man? We got Reno, Sidra, Thor, and Queen Nai.
Well, and I was watching a little bit of gameplay from Experience in Hideaway previously from the previous sets when Experience was going live on Twitch. And I saw the Sidra from Hideaway a lot. And I can see kind of why, because he did that really nice combo there onto Guijibu. Now you're seeing Hexo kind of getting comboed around a little bit.
You know, weapon throws are going to be a big problem, I think. I mean, so far we've already seen a couple big combos. Guijibu putting Hexo into a nice neutral right there from Hideaway. That's going to secure the first knockout on the field. Guijibu trying to stay in the air and get around these neutrals. Barely avoiding the Sarah, but getting punished by another one. Sidelight Sarah, neutral Sig. That's not going to be the KO. Thor a little bit too high a defense. Trying to commit for an exhausted recovery. Not going to go find it, though.
Oh, no. And Hexo.
No, Hexo!
He got saved by the neutral signature, but then the ground pound is a double knockout coming in. What? The Nai's able to come back, but the ground pound comes in and clutch it again. Dude, the off-edge gameplay is just crazy.
Unfortunate to say the least, but you know what? We're just gonna have to try and get back into this. 3 stocks to 5 stocks to 4 stocks to 3.
And then you just see Hexo come in with a double knockout and also using that blaster downlight in a recovery. Using that very, very effectively. Now you're seeing the red team take this neutral control from the blue team. But as I say that, they come in with a fantastic team combo as soon as they take that back. And then you're seeing Guijibu pop up on guitars. And you're seeing Hexo come in and try to mix things up. But what is going on? So much gameplay. Stop in the side air. Now Guijibu's dealing with a 2v1. And he's got the Nai defense, but it's not going to be enough because we already have Guijibu going down to that final stock.
Yeah, Hexo got taken out very, very early and unfortunately had a bad death on that second stock. And I think Guijibu's just going to go next here. Able to get back, though. Guijibu avoiding a bunch of these attacks. Resetting the platform, picking up the spear. Struggling to get anything going. Experience D-Light ground pound. D-Light down Sig interrupts his teammate. Oh, goodness. Neutral Sig goes out.
Oh, my gosh.
What a play by Hideaway going for a ground pound. Can Guijibu clutches out avoiding the side Sig? Putting tiny bits of damage, but maybe a little too late here. I think the blue team's just kind of trolling.
Dude, there you go. Very nice team combo coming in from Experience in Hideaway, getting that first game knockout. But when it comes down to seeing Experience play, like during the 2v1, he just sat there and Guichibu missed. And he just didn't move. He just sat there and got the stomp cider, which led to that exchange off the ledge for that second stock. So when you're talking about the blue team, they definitely, I feel like experience mentally is a step ahead at the moment. There we go, neutral air into a neutral light, side light, and the side air from experience. And experience on the Thor is throwing me off. I'm so used to having like an Onyx pick.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're also used to having gauntlets, and there is 0 right now on the field, which, you know, I'm all for, but, you know, it's different, you know? It's not normally what we're used to seeing, but, you know, it's fun. I think the orb worked very, very well for experience. The hammer gameplay was immaculate, catching multiple gravity cancel side D-light side airs, and just being able to convert off those sword down airs and stairs, just well played by him. And I think it's gonna be questionable to get back into this, especially for this red team. I mean, Hexo had a rough first stock and then a rough second stock. Last stock didn't last very long either, so he's just gonna have to make a comeback, try and play a little bit more slower, especially into either sword, cannon, and, you know, etc.
So my thought going into this is, okay, we weren't seeing a whole lot of team combos from Guichibu and Hexo, right? So Hexo was trying to follow up to Guichibu's guitar blast, like guitar combos, you know, the half pipe, dare, side light, down light, and he was having a rough time following up. So I think if we see Hexo kind of full and Guichibu kind of do those team combos a little bit more and take that neutral control away from experience in Hideaway, that's huge, because that's where they're getting a lot of damage build up now, and that's how they got the lead. So we'll definitely have to see, but we're going to game number 2. And let's see where we go here. They already straightened maps, but we're going over to Demon Island, which might benefit Guichibu a little bit. We'll see, though.
You know what? Yeah, we will see, in fact. Back on the Lilith, what will Hexo do here? Are they going to do a little bit of downer, trying to play a little bit more in this neutral? Had an opportunity there. They're not going to be able to convert anything. Well, another weapon throw going out by Guichibu. He does not like the spear, but a beautiful side stick, trying to commit hard out for the side. Beautiful ground pound, looking for the D-Light ground pound once again. Hideaway might be going down here. Weapon throw, the ground pound!
There we go, coming out of the red team, the double knockout off the ledge of Demon Island, and this map is definitely benefiting the red team right now. And it comes down to also, you know, when experience went down and the punish that came out from the red team was phenomenal, but now we're seeing the blue team get this neutral control. You're seeing Hideaway try to face Hexo while Guichibu is facing experience, but now Hexo barely able to come back, and nice weapon throw from Guichibu, but there's just so much chaos.
So much is going on. Neutral light, trying to catch the neutral light. Neutral sig, recovery, finally getting one to connect there. Another neutral there, putting out by Hideaway, trying to get rid of the stock off of Guichibu down here. Now on the Katars once again. Hexo trying to relieve a little bit more pressure, but a nice combo by the blue team.
Guichibu with the weapon throw, saving Hexo from being able to get knocked out. Then you see, you know, we see Hexo trying to come in with that orb a little bit, gets that side air option. You're seeing the red team trying to do these team combos, but they're missing a couple different attacks. Now you're seeing blue team really get that neutral control again, even with experience with no weapon. Oh, but there we go. One stock knockout of each team. And now you're seeing kind of Guichibu also still his first stock, as I say that, gets knocked out. But red team's got still their lead a little bit. They're keeping it up. There we go.
That stock off of experience. Though Hexo has to play a little bit more back. He's taking a lot of big hits, already being put into orange, and slowly but surely entering into that red zone. Guichibu putting some more damage onto his own teammate. Has to land, able to get the touch on the neutral light. Gravity cancel, neutral sig, questionable input, but maybe maybe it was tech. It's tech. That's all it is. It's just tech.
Well,
now
and
Guichibu opportunity.
Well, now we're seeing Guichibu kind of be that forefronter of the team there. But as I say that, you're seeing blue team kind of realize where Hexo's currently at. They get the knockout there onto Hexo, and now Guichibu has to deal with a 2v1 from the blue team. But he might have a big enough lead to go and still pull this off.
That was a good neutral sig there by Hideaway, getting that side sig punish. Now, is it possible? Probably, but I don't know, man. I mean, they got two really good combo starters with neutral light, and I believe that D-Light.
Stop cider, GC down light cider into stop into neutral signature. Guichibu down into the red, and Sweat Beads still is able to touch Experience missed that follow-up, but now Gucci Guitars gets a 3-piece, but gets GC downlane decided into a neutral signature, and blue team takes another point to their name.
Almost 700 damage there for Hideaway. Incredible job, man. Just playing so incredibly well. I mean, it's not like it's back and forth, but I mean, they had a really... Red team had a really great lead that game, and blue team's like, okay, let's figure this out. Let's slow it down a little bit, and let's play some twos. You know, they got some really good follow-ups, converted very, very well, and those combos at the end, it's like neutralite, stomp, Sair, gravity cancel, D-light, dare, neutralite, neutral six, something like that. But regardless, it's great. I mean, seeing that 2v2s, that's what you want. That's what you want. You want some high damage. You want some relatively low effort combos that can build damage where you can get those KOs.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going into game number 3. We got Hexo going back on to Lilith, the crossover, the Borderlands crossover. And, you know, when it comes down to Hexo, I think if he's able to keep his stocks a little bit longer, that's going to allow for their team to win. They had a 1 stock advantage, but as soon as blue team does a 2v1, Gucci was having a rough time in his 2v1 situations due to the blue team's synergy and team combos. So now we're going to kind of see things be a little bit more even at the beginning of the game. But I think it really comes down to Hexo, realistically. Oh, but as I say that...
Hexo, that stock is gone. Stomps. What a catch!
Fantastic combo coming in from the blue team, involving the signature kit of Sidra as well. And that's GC down signature, and the recovery coming in also from Hexo to get the double team knockout on the blue team. But now it's even. It's 2 stocks all. I like how they rebutted very well too.
You know, no messing around, just right to the point, getting those kills, and that's what you need to do. You know, you might be in a little bit of a deficit right at the beginning, but as long as you get those, no, you're well on your way. But once again, Hexo taking so much damage, getting a nice neutral sig, putting his teammate into that side sig, unfortunately avoiding that recovery. Uichibu has to wait a second because he didn't want to hit his teammate. Beautiful side signature, and try to get an interrupt, but Experience said no. Opportunity, not going to find the neutral sig, unfortunate, but definitely a good mood change here for the red team, however.
As we see that Hideaway coming in with a Sidra signature to go and knock out Uichibu's second stock, but we're kind of seeing like the red team hesitate a little bit in different options, and that allowed for that lead from the blue team to come out. And now you're kind of seeing the neutral control from the red team. Nice down signature, lands it nicely. Can they get the knockout though on Hideaway? Uichibu,
oh my god!
Combo, downlink into neutral recovery, into GC side signature lands. And now it's a 2v1 for the red team, but can the red team bring this back and get this team synergy combo onto Experience?
It's certainly possible. I mean, Experience is definitely one of those people that you want to be able to do this. Oh no!
He missed it
a little too early. So unfortunate. Not gonna get the second chance just yet. Downer's gonna set Experience off the side. Does catch the with the dodge with the weapon throw.
Nice.
Another downer that should be the stock. Weapon throw down. Hexo fiending for this KO.
Nice.
Jump, dash, side air. Still not enough.
Oh, that was close. Nice dare. There we go. That's it. That's gonna be it. Oh, it's not.
What?
Now it's it. Now it's it. Dude,
my goodness.
Experience with his, like, he really knows his options coming back to that platform. Like, we thought he was dead 3 times, but he was just able to hit one more jump to really come back onto that platform. But dude, I mean, very nice job coming out of the red team, taking a game over Experience and Hideaway. But as we go into game number 4, they had to be very careful. There was a lot of team damage, and they were also relying a lot on Queen Eye's signatures to land when Experience was dodging out. Like that neutral signature, there's so many frames in between that we saw. You have to be very careful with that. But as we go into game number 4, we're back on Demon Island with the blue team already starting off strong.
Yeah, I mean, they did really good. I mean, they have an explosive start and then slowly. Oh my goodness!
Oh!
Okay, hold on.
Never mind.
Red team.
Red team is popping off there, knocking off the ceiling of Demon Island's kind of crazy.
Well, it was yeah.
It was blasters, but still, it's the height of Demon Island. It's kind of crazy.
Blasters, anyway.
But at the moment, there we go. Silent and the neutral light inside it, and it's a signature from the blue team, knocking out Guichibu, and then Hexo trying to come back. but he gets knocked out there by experience as well. And now Guichibu is having to deal with a 2v1 until Hexo comes back. Hexo comes in clutch, but gets team combo just a tad bit. Oh, they do this little two-piece. They were expecting Guichibu to come back and really rebuttal that, but they didn't really get it. That neutral stick just barely misses. Not a lot of control from the red team.
Experience is playing very, very well already. Still staying on that first stock. Sidelight Saturn, look at the KO. But Hideaway able to make it back. No contestation there on the chase dodge in. Neutral layer trying to go for a little bit more damage, trying to get rid of the stock. If they can get rid of Hideaway, that would be huge. Lifting on the D-Light there, Guichibu trying to find an opening. Able to avoid some more damage. Another Sider coming out from Experience. Neutral layer being thrown out. Another neutral, so you gotta be careful with those, and a beautiful interrupt by Experience.
And as we say that, there we go. We have Hideaway getting knocked out there of the second stock. Experience comes back with that orb, gets that neutral control again, which allows for the blue team to rebuttal with that sidelight and the signature from Experience, and then a knockout option probably on the Guichibu while he's off that ledge. But as I say that, Guichibu comes back strong, comes back with Hexo. Experience didn't punish it enough there, and now the red team has been able to kind of keep even a little bit. Nice sider coming in from Hexo. Experience got a little bit too risky. He might get punished for it. Doesn't get punished though.
Now back on the hammer. Another side C going out from Hexo. D-Light neutral. Guichibu still trying to pepper the opposition, unable to get it. Now Experience had a chance there to convert. Oh no, Hexo!
No, Hexo!
Experience! What a D-Light! Oh no, Guichibu!
Oh my gosh! There you have it. Blue team taking the set 3-1 against Hexo and Gooey. But it came down to Hexo trying to go ahead and go off the ledge, miscalculated his jumps, then Guichibu going off the ledge to try to save him, and then you saw the blue team really, really punish that. And that could have been that would have been really, really close, man. But it just came down to that final instance.
Man,
Good
so
grief.
Unfortunate, but my goodness, was that a good set? You know, not a 3-0. Not a game 5, so right in the middle, it was still great. But my goodness, dude, Experience and Hideaway played that so well. I love those hammer and sword combos. You know, using those D-Lights, the neutral lights, and especially those side sigs coming out from Hideaway. Just great job overall. Down 6 were phenomenal. Both players on both teams were just absolutely incredible to set.
They were crazy, and I think when it comes down to Gooey and Hexo, I feel like they could have beaten them. I think it just comes down to the team synergy, but also the reliance on Queen Eye signatures that don't throw the hitbox out right away. Because we saw 2 sets where they could have probably came back if the neutral signature landed for the Queen Eye, but unfortunately it just didn't hit. And then you saw the blue team really rebuttal on that and do really, really well. But I mean, Experience and Hideaway are a crazy team. I think a lot better than I was going to kind of expect, especially with it being a newer team. They're fantastic players, but when you have that team, like a new team, like synergy style system, we haven't seen it realistically. So definitely glad to see them advance there, but we got to go and get ready for our next matchup, which is Raydish and Meg D versus Hybrid and Fakey.
Now, I always love Raydish and Meg D as a team. Both the players by themselves in ones. Arguably very strong players. Meg D has been a little bit on a slump, but I know he's coming back this year. I just know it. Raydish, multi-time NA champion. What else do I got to say about that? But as a team, unfortunately, they have not seen a gold medal just yet. But like I said, the comeback is now. This is the year they do it. They had 17th at BCX, so there's a lot of history going in with this team, a lot of synergy. And I'm really excited to see what they do. But who are they up against?
So Raydish and Meg D are going against Fakey and Hybrid. So when it comes down to Fakey and Hybrid, this is a new team. And the main reason for it is usually it's Fakey and Java, but Java has some family issues come up. So he has to go ahead and attend to those. So Fakey was just trying to find a new twos teammate to mess around with. Hybrid was kind of looking for a new teammate for doubles as well. And Fakey was like, let's try a little bit and see how it goes. And they've been doing pretty sticking well so far. And I want to see the new balance. I think we're going to kind of see Hybrid play a little bit more of the aggressor side, while Fakey is kind of sitting back. But I've also seen Fakey swap that role quite a bit too. So it's really going to come down to what Hybrid's playing and how Fakey's going to really adapt to it. But Fakey can kind of fill in where he needs to. But they're powerful players. Fakey's PR3, Hybrid's PR25. When it comes down to Raydish and McD, they're PR10 and 11. Right, so if we're adding those PRs and dividing them by 2, these guys are pretty close, right? But it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be definitely an interesting matchup with 3 level 100s and a level 94 Tezca from Raydish. Tezca.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Tezca was the original Raydish pick before Raptor came out. This is my favorite comp in the entire game. Tezca Wushang. I know it's double gauntlets, but I don't know why, but the signatures just work so well together. They're so flashy, and I don't know, I just love it,
It's gonna be interesting because I like the style the Battle Boots brings in the doubles, and I think with Meg D he can follow up very well with that Wushang as well, the Chung Li crossover. But when it comes to the Fakey in Hybrid's very well known for playing Algrim. That's what he's known for playing. And then Fakey's also known for playing Kaya, but I don't know how those are gonna really do as a team, like character-wise. I don't know if the range of the lands is gonna mess with Fakey's bow and spear, but we're gonna go into game number 1 and kind of see how that goes out. But it's gonna be cool though. Okay, I like the scene though.
We have seen a little bit of Algrim Kai, I believe, most notoriously Acno Blaze in 23, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
so that was certainly a thing, but now maybe the torch has been passed on. I don't know what.
We just haven't seen it in doubles though. I don't think we really haven't seen it. At least when it comes down to NA, we haven't seen it in North America. No. We've seen it in different regions.
Actually, I think Truck Stop and Seabass got 3rd place with it, if I remember correctly. Beautiful combo!
Team coming in with a 4-piece combo. Fakey is able to touch, but Hybrid gets punished for it. But he's willing to take the hit so that his teammate doesn't get knocked down the first stock right away. Neutral hit from Hybrid coming in. The red team synergy is really showing, and they're taking that neutral control away from Fakey. And that bow takes so much damage buildup while being on the map. And now you're seeing Raydish come in and getting that knockout onto Fakey. Hybrid's coming in trying to rebuttal, gets punished, and possibly gets knocked out by Raydish here, where the signature lands it, but the ceiling of Demon Island doesn't land. The spear recovery also doesn't knock out.
Cider still not gonna get the KO. My goodness. Oh, beautiful evasion there by Megdi. Still has not touched, but Fakey's gonna put him up a little bit more. Finally getting rid of that stock. And now Raydish and Hybrid, last people on those first stocks. But Hybrid severely damaged Fakey with a nice gravity cancel side signature. Now putting some more damage onto Megdi. What a comp! Oh my gosh!
Fakey and Hybrid with that fantastic bow and axe combo off the ceiling of Demon Island. Then we have Hybrid coming back, knocking out Raydish's first stock. But what a way to go ahead and take that lead over the red team by doing that fantastic combo off that ceiling.
That was incredible. Oh my goodness. They might be back in this game. I mean, that was huge. They needed that stock so well. Megdi trying to get the confirm while they're catching the neutral air. Raydish going down, trying to find a neutral air for themselves. Sidestick getting ripped. Ira was not close enough to get the save, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought you landed the side air, but the momentum where Raydish was in that attack was just too far. And it just led for that knockout option. But now we're seeing Fakey launching, Raydish into the air, trying to get Hybrid and then knocking him out on the ceiling again for the red team. But now we're seeing, we're kind of seeing like a lost synergy from the blue team, which is expected to kind of see from a newly formed team. But when they land these combos like that works. That definitely works for these guys. Dude.
Raydish, he's gonna find something right now. He is the healthiest technically on the field. What a side sig there by Meg D though. Fakey and Hybrid looking good. Neutralite's not gonna find the KO. If they can get rid of Fakey here, that would be huge. Not gonna get the D-Light there onto Hybrid. Cider's gonna connect, trying to find another follow-up one. Not gonna connect though. Trying to get the punish in the recovery. Clash there, gotta love it. Both blue
nice side air.
Playing very, very well. Hybrid's kind of staying in the front, trying to protect his friend there. Sidelight, neutral is gonna whiff. They can get rid of
he's
Fakey, that would be huge,
Oh,
but a side air! Oh no!
Coming in with the GC downlink backward side air into a side air knockout there on the Meg D. Now we have Raydish getting knocked out by Fakey Spear, and blue team taking game number 1 over Raydish and Meg D. And one thing I really have to say is, with the amount of games Hybrid's played this season, the accuracy of his attacks has really benefited from those games, right? He has over 3,000 games this season, and we're seeing stuff like that land, and it works. It really, really works, and that shows the effort that he's put in. But we're going to game 2.
Practice makes perfect, bro, I guess.
I mean, it might be a little bit excessive. I think he's even said it's a little bit excessive, but I mean, you're kind of seeing the outcome of his work really showing against Meg D and Raydish. That was crazy.
And I don't even know if it's like completely telegraphed. I think it was really just a spur of the moment thing, and they just pulled it off so well. But you know, that's game 1. There's a lot to learn from it, and here we go.
Yeah, now we're going to game 2, and you know, when it comes down to red team, we have to keep the synergy. But as I say that, Raydish throws Hybrid off the ledge. Fakey tries saving Hybrid, but Hybrid, unfortunately, in the sweat beads, going down the second stock, allowing for the red team to do that fantastic team combo on the Fakey, but Fakey's still alive. Oh, miscalculates their jumps, and now is dead of their first stock, and blue team taking advantage of these 2v1 situations very, very nicely.
Trying to keep this blue team split a little bit more. Hybrid with a nice combo, or a nice follow-up, I should say. Fakey now back on the spear. This is going to be a deadly comp, but, you know, red team's really good at, you know, kind of splitting up the blue team and then getting them into the center where they need them to be for those combos. Hybrid able to make it back. Sider's going to connect. Neutral sig thrown out, barely avoiding the side sig. Another punish in the gravity cancel, but Fakey was there to offer a little bit of his punish himself. Down sig, only gets rid of Raydish.
What did Hybrid just? Oh, I thought he just knocked himself out. I like how I said in the beginning, I'm like, hey, he's laying a lot of these attacks, but now we're seeing these side airs and these signatures he's throwing out kind of being like these pre-fires, and they're not working out in his favor. And now you're kind of seeing the red team really maximize on that with that dare side air knockout on the Fakey, but then Hybrid gets too aggressive, now being thrown off the ledge until Fakey comes back. But red team's up 2 entire stocks. Okay.
This is true. This is in fact true. But if I mean, realistically, any 2v2 game is over in 3 team combos if you get both. You know. But,
that's true. I mean, with the combos we've seen,
it's unlikely. But just saying, you know, it ain't over till it's over. But a ton of damage being put under Raydish already. Looking for this KO. Ground pound's gonna go out there. Not gonna catch anything. Neutral right there by Raydish on the corner. Beautiful down sig by Meg D. Trying to go for the snipe. Looking for the ground pound onto Fakey, but a nice return there with the recovery. Hybrid trying to put some more pressure onto Raydish, trying to get the weapon start. Unfortunately, not able to do that. Another down sig going out for Meg D. Both players playing on those corners. Nice neutral coming out for both teams. D-Light, Sair for Fakey, Sider for Hybrid. Looking for these KOs. They need these stocks gone as soon as possible.
Indeed, in that Battle Boots recovery knocks out Hybrid, leaving Fakey in a 2v1. Gets the dare knockout on the Raydish, but Meg D comes in. Oh, gets weapon thrown, recovered into a bow recovery. Very nice job. Fakey now having a 1v1 until Meg D comes back. Only gets 2 neutral airs in with a recovery. But now Meg D's in with a spear. You're gonna allow for a couple different options, team combo wise. Sidelight, downlight, side air. Oh, sidelight, downlight into recovery instead. And the red team is gonna take that point. And Meg D actually was the one popping off that game with almost 600 damage with 5 knockouts.
And I think you talked about after those first 2 stocks off the blue team, you were saying that Meg D and Raydish really capitalized in those 2v1 situations, and they do. That was primarily the reason why they had such a big lead right at the beginning. They got rid of 1 stock, and then with the delayed with the power play, they were able to get rid of another one, and with that delayed team wipe, they were able to catch Fakey as he was or they were able to catch the person as they were respawning, and then get another 2v1 off of that.
Yeah, and when it comes down to Fakey Hybrid, I think as long as they're not as surprised going into the beginning of this game, or they're not like kind of mixed up a little bit by the red team, they'll be able to hold their ground a little bit better. But they were kind of surprised by a lot of the different attacks the red team was really throwing out, and they were having a hard time adapting to it. Oh, there we go. But now you're seeing Hybrid come in, gets that 3-piece with the lance. He's also he's using a lot of his options in the air. like almost like pre-fires to get away, but they're options he can really use to punish if he wants to. But as we say that, 3-piece combo from blue team on the Raydish. Oh, and Hybrid missed that down light. Oh, leads into that. Oh!
Ooh! What a good weapon throw, catching that side light there off that downer, catching both blue team members. Hybrid running out of options, able to reset the stage. Side air return. Okay, putting some more damage, but Meg D looks very, very healthy. Raydish is going to go down. Fakey, not just yet. Meg D is running around these players, looking for probably a down sig or a signature recovery. Still not enough to knock out Fakey. That's the third recovery he's lived. Looking for the fourth. Can we get it? Hybrid's playing this Lance very well, though. I'm liking it.
He is, but he's throwing these side airs to kind of get these like overall platform control, but it's not working out a whole lot because you know the blue team's going to expect him to do a side air right there option, and you're kind of seeing him have a like throwing these side airs out, and the recovery frames are just brutally smacking him around a little bit too.
Ooh, almost got the recovery, but a nice interrupt by Neutralite. It is severely equal right now.
It is, but as we say that, we see Raydish with the Battle Boots recovery, knockout on the Hybrid. Fakey now dealing with a 2v1 until Hybrid picks that axe back up. This interaction is going to really determine who's going to kind of have this lead going forward. It's all based off of how a Hybrid kind of adapts with him being on second stock. Because now we're in a situation of, okay, red team has neutral control. You're seeing Hybrid trying to be playing floaty. You're seeing Fakey trying to adapt to it, but you're giving the neutral control to the red team, where these Battle Boots and Spear do a lot of damage build up. But as I say that, Hybrid comes with a down light recovery, knocks out Meg D at that first stock, but we still see Hybrid and Fakey in a low orange, so red team has a half stock lead.
They're playing very, very well. They're not throwing out too many risky options. Fakey, though, with a huge opportunity here, whiffing on the sider to possibly get the Ricado onto Raydish. Silent recovery almost takes Hybrid on above the screen. Not going to find anything. Raydish still living, possibly try to confirm something there, but opted not to. But both blue team members starting to take a big hit. Raydish gets his recovery stuffed out, barely able to touch. Now Hybrid with a beautiful side stick, get the KO. Nice retort there for the blue team, but Meg D almost getting another flashy KO, gets disarmed by the neutral sig. Blue team starting to bring this back a little bit.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing Hybrid. I mean, he's doing a little bit of pre-fires, but in the moments he's getting the knockout options, he's not attacking so quickly. I mean, they're working when they land, but at the same time, he's better off just kind of slowing down and kind of picking up what's actually going on and making sure that attack lands. Because, oh, that would have been close, but it was a movement thing. A down signature lands, but does not knock out. Allowing for blue team to focus on the Raydish a little bit. Then you have a knockout opportunity on the Hybrid. Meg D's still out.
Oh, no.
Ground pound, and the ground pound knocks out. But doesn't knock out.
He didn't touch. Wait, no, he didn't.
Trying to save his teammate. There we go. Saves him. Picks up Lance, gets the silent signature on the Raydish, misses the neutral air, allowing for Meg D to take advantage of the sweat beats of Hybrid, but Fakey's still alive off of that? Oh my God.
Fakey or Meg D do not want to lose this stock, but unfortunately, Fakey's going to drop here. Hybrid now in the 2v1. Getting rid of Meg D's second stock is a good start, though. And Lance is that crowd control weapon that you want to be able to do this. However, Neutralite into
Neutralite, down light recovery. Okay. Oh, they almost landed that though, but now Hybrid trying to figure out what he can do while he's unarmed, picks up Lance instead, but a silent recovery read based off of Hybrid picking up that weapon allowed the red team to take that win.
634 from Meg D.
Meg D popping off, man. It really
like I said, this is the year. This is the year, AJ.
Well, and this is cool. I'm glad to see, you know, I'm not used to seeing Meg D do all this damage. Usually it's a Raydish thing with the Red Raptor, but now we're seeing him come in and do really, really well in these interactions. And we're seeing him kind of go off. So as we get in this next game, when it comes down to Fakey and Hybrid, it just comes down to, you know, the synergy. You're seeing Fakey adapt as much as he can, but I think it comes down to what Hybrid's really doing, because these recovery frames, Meg D and Raydish bait for all the time, and that's what they're getting their advantages from. Okay, Fakey with the spear combo. Hybrid with trying to do some combos there. Neutral light and neutral light.
All right, I believe this is game 4, so if Raydish Megd take this next game, that is going to be it for the set. However, Fakey and Hybrid do have 1 count in this, so there is a possibility for a game 5. AJ, what are you thinking so far?
I'm thinking we're seeing a lot of signatures that are cool, but are not fast enough to follow up with Fakey. Because you're seeing Megd and Raydish dodge out of these combos. And now you're seeing Hybrid kind of taking neutral control. Doesn't want to really give that up. You're seeing Fakey really approach. Oh, but as I say that, now Megd comes with Spear Signature, gets a Silent, but Fakey's able to come back, pick up that bow. Raydish goes off ledge, weapons are late. He's down.
Oh no!
That misses, and Raydish is still alive.
And that was literally a series of unfortunate events. But Megd with a team KO and tries to go for the save. I think Fakey saved him.
He did, but the helicopter ground pound did knock out Raydish, but allowed for Megd to come in with the gauntlet neutral air to get that knockout. But oh my gosh, red team now having a little bit of lead with Megd still on his first stock. Okay.
Nice small little combo there for the blue team, and they're not going to be able to convert too much on it, but a couple good hits here on the Raydish. And once again, Megd surviving for quite a bit, not even in red just yet on this first stock. Sider's going to put him into dark orange, but still, Raydish is taking a butt of the damage, and he's got to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, you're seeing blue team trying to maximize on team combos, and they're having a rough time really follow through with them. We're seeing like one of the combos, Hybrid, this recovery was a little bit too far off and it hit Fakey. But now we're seeing Hybrid with the axe get that Cider knockout on the Megd. Having that range of axe trying to knock out Raydish here might work out, but Megd stepping in right before anything happens, and Fakey goes down to their final stock. Hybrid's off the ledge against the red team, but Fakey's trying to come back to follow up a little bit. Nice.
D-Light, not gonna be enough. Thank God, Demon Island.
Thank gosh, Demon Island indeed. It's gonna be a totally different game if the ceiling wasn't as high as it was. We've seen so many things almost knock. Nice side air. I'm surprised that went through. And knocks Raydish?
These Spears are broken. Trust.
Cider comes in. Nice spear recovery. Fakey's now off that ledge though. Hybrid's trying to do these like team combo build-ups, but Fakey's being thrown in the air too much to the point where he can't really follow up. Oh, nice neutral there from Megd. Gets the bait on the Fakey, but then Hybrid saves Fakey, but gets punished for it. He's down to his final stock. You're seeing Hybrid, you know, on their final stock as well, but really the double knockout from Hybrid, realizing the pressure that Fakey was going to have on his final stock, and takes full advantage of it, and kind of stepping in to kind of allow for these jump ground pound, these dare options, which leads to this 2v1 situation, and Hybrid's just going off in this 1v1. Look at this go.
The snipe too. Fakey looking for the KO. Megd able to return. Weapon throw's gonna hit him. Neutral light.
Nice
job. Down sig. Game number 5.
And it came down to like I was expecting Hybrid to really take advantage of, like he took full advantage of Fakey being on his final stock and red team being full focused on that, because he came in with these punishes that I would never have thought of doing or seeing in general, which usually wouldn't work in most cases, but because of how focused the red team was on knocking out Fakey, it just worked out. And props to blue team, because we're going to game flipping number 5, and this is only winners quarters. This is an amazing matchup.
This is for top 8 winners side.
This feels like it should be a finals matchup. Like with how
this really should be. I mean, the way they're playing is just absolutely incredible, and it's really back and forth right now. But, you know, let's see if that momentum's going to carry over from game number 4. Raydish and Megd have been playing very, very well, but right at the end there, Raydish just kind of, you know, fell a little bit flat. So he's got to survive a little bit longer. Fakey already going out for a ground pound, not going to find it. Hybrid putting the hurt onto Raydish already into red. Cider's not going to find the KO. Committing for a ground pound there already. Raydish is running for his life. Megd has to put some, relieve some pressure from him.
He does, but now we're kind of seeing Hybrid trying to Get these neutral lights in. The Cider lands. Nice Cider coming in from Magd though. You're seeing Raydish kind of trying to bait him off ledge. Okay. Neutral light lands. Spear recovery and axe recovery. Nice job. Weapon throw. It's going to lead into a possible dare option. Leading to helicopter ground pound. Misses Insider option, but is still able to come back. This Insider though, Fakey doing very well of juggling between back and forth of both the players. You're seeing Fakey trying to save Hybrid. Wasn't really able to save Hybrid, but still got that knockout.
Yeah, now Fakey's the only one on that first stock, still holding it very, very well. Put some more damage there on him. Magd tried going up off the top, but it's going to reset. Try and play a little bit more with the team of Hybrid. Try to get a combo going there and a nice follow-up off that side light neutral air.
Okay. Nice Cider coming in from Hybrid. Now we're seeing Fakey trying to do that signature. Is a little bit risky, but doesn't get punished for it. Now you're seeing the new dash mechanics in Brawlhalla kind of kicking in play there. Now you're seeing the red team being like, okay, I know straight through that. Takes neutral control, but
oh my gosh!
Air control with that recovery, and now Fakey with the weapon.
Oh my gosh!
Into axe recovery. Red team is down to their final stocks. This is game 5.
What a play by Hybrid, dude. That air support is crazy. Getting the KO. That is huge. They get rid of Fakey here. That would be amazing. Neutral light. That is it. Now, Hybrid and Fakey, they have 3 stocks to 2, but slight power play. Magd is a little high, able to reset though. But that was a huge turnaround from the 5 stocks to 2 they just had. Oh my gosh.
It was, but Hybrid comes in. They go ahead and get in the way of the red team comboing Fakey. If you're Hybrid, you can't really rush. You gotta let Fakey have that stock, take that advantage. Picks up Axa, that recovery comes in clutch. We're gonna see a knockout option in 3, 2, oh, maybe not. Oh, he tried going for it, but it just wasn't in the right place, right time.
Someone was up there, just don't know who.
The ghost of Valhalla. But that Axe recovery the second time lands on both of them. He was just practicing for that one shot.
Another ground pound. Hybrid is throwing out these recoveries, and now the beautiful edge guard there, down sig to cover low options. But Fakey might be going down here. Hybrid almost getting taken on off the top, trying to catch off the Cider. Raydish and Magd, they have a chance, but Hybrid says no. Side sig by Magd, not gonna get the KO onto Fakey. Unfortunate, gets the pogo though. 1v1 situation for game 5. Magd, can he clutch it?
And this is what the blue team wanted. They wanted to get that into a 1v1 situation because Fakey had that final stock. He's clean with it. And do a down light neutral light. He's clean with it. And the blue team takes game number 5 against Magd and Raydish. And going to show they adapt very, very well together as a team when they go against these different sets. It's very, very good. Very fantastic coming out of these guys. And they're advancing into the winner semis for a reason.
Absolutely incredible by that team. My goodness, Hybrid and Fakey, dude. That's not a team you're like, oh yeah, that's the up and coming team. No, that's just a random team that was like thrown together like piece of OSB. Like, my goodness.
Well, and I have to say this as well. I mean, Hybrid did very, very well at adapting to with his axe. His axe gameplay was fantastic. We saw that really show. And I think going forward, the team of Fakey and Hybrid against at least Raydish and Magd in the future is going to come down to Hybrid using that axe gameplay. Because that Lance had so much recovery frames, he had a hard time punishing. I mean, he was going in for sidelights, into neutral lights, into dare options as well, but just got really punished for it. So I think he kind of realized that. Magd and Raydish were phenomenal. I think it just came down to the final game when Magd wasn't able to maximize, I believe, onto Hybrid, if I recall, in the air. That allowed for the team combo, but didn't allow for the follow-ups that they really needed to go ahead and win that. So very nice job by Magd and Raydish there. And props to both teams, man. That's probably one of my favorite doubles matchups I have seen in a very, very long time. I'm very glad to see it here on the Moose War stream here. But with that being said, though,
it's a fun time.
Indeed. But with that being said, though, what we are gonna do is, for your sake in the Twitch chat, for your sake for YouTube, guys, frogs there, we want to make sure that you guys don't have ads during the live stream. So for Twitch, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad, and we're gonna go on break. When we come back, we're gonna have our next matchup, which is gonna be what, Mr. Flaming?
So we got a little bit of a mismatch once again. We have Snowy and Zen going up against Bunny and Raid. So, lots of acts. Lots of acts going on this.
We're going to see a lot of acts. And just like Flaming said, we're going to be seeing a lot of really cool gameplay. And I love the offseason so much because we see teams like this just pop off and things that we never expected to see in Brawlhalla or in Brawlhalla based off their combos. So don't go away. We will be right back after this break with Snowy then versus Bunny and Raid. Don't go away. I'll be right back.
You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I'm feeling, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time. I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name. The feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody. The sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa, I'm reading every sign. I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose War Snowfall, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm casting with Flaming, and we have had some really good matches on stream so far. And Flaming, how have you felt about everything so far?
Dude, it's so much better than I imagined. You know, normally I'm not a fan of NA2s, but my goodness, today has just been amazing. You've seen some incredible teams, some incredible combos, and I cannot wait for more. Speaking of which, who we got next, AJ?
We got some really good players. We got players that we don't usually see together, though. We have Snowy and Zen going against Bunny and Raid. They've been waiting for a minute. They've been waiting to play. But we had Snowy teaming with Zen, which usually it's experience in Zen. So that kind of threw me off a little bit. But now we have Snowy teaming with them. Snowy originally teaming with a couple other players, notably Sandstorm. We've also seen Boomy in the past as well. We've seen, I think, maybe Made, if I recall. But Snowy's been kind of looking around for another twos teammate, and Zen has been the pick for this event. We'll kind of see how that goes out. But we also got Bunny and Raid, which usually we see Bunny with Truck Stop, but now we're seeing Bunny with Raid, and I don't know how Raid's going to really do.
You know, Raid has been one of those people that's just, you know, slowly on the come up, not really playing in too many tournaments, and if he does, he doesn't really place too high, always losing to some players like Bunny, like Marckiemoo, like Moneyhalla, some of those grinders. But you know, Raid is a solid player. I mean, they have a great axe, they have a great Ulgrim, and you know, maybe they'll live up to the legacy that Hybrid just left us from the last set.
Yeah, that last set was crazy, but as we get into this set, we're seeing a lot more gauntlets going into this matchup. Snowy and Zen kind of going with the old reliable gauntlet matchup. But as we're going into this offseason, we're seeing a lot of risky stuff, such as Bunny going with an axe dare into backward neutral. Like both players in Sweat Beach are able to come back. We're punished, but that dare side air lands on the Zen, but they're able to come back and get the neutral layer recovery. And now you're just seeing a bunch of players flying around like nothing else.
Dude, we got the double Rayman going on too. So that's got neither of them got KO'd there. That is crazy. But Raid and Bunny going in with the street sweeper, getting rid of those first two stocks off of the red team.
Yeah, blue team having a little bit of a lead here. That's what they really want to have. But as we see that Zen, the world champion, comes in with a sider on Bunny, which allows for Snowy to really focus on the Raid and get that knockout. And now we're kind of seeing Bunny still flying around a little bit. You're seeing Zen trying to get the follow-up and gets that recovery and does make it two stocks all. But now we see a fantastic red team combo, but then Snowy struck one of the options, which will let it into a further combo, but still got a decent amount of damage on the Raid.
And that's super important, especially since Snowy's already nearing the dark orange percentage. Another sider's gonna put him almost into the red. Bunny looking for a KO, but Snowy catches the neutral air, able to reset to the corner with a nice side light from Raid going on. I think it's, I don't know, just didn't follow up off of anything. But a nice sider from Raid, getting himself taken out though by Zen sider. Sidelight recovery for Bunny, looking for exhausted, not going to find it, running out of options. Snowy now with the axe.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're kind of seeing a situation of it comes down to Snowy and Raid of who kind of gets knocked out first too. It also comes down to the synergy of these guys. And now we're kind of seeing Raid come in with a side air. Red team with that fantastic team combo. Then almost get a knockout on the Raid. Raid's off the lid. GC misses. Zen's recovery misses. And Raid's still alive. But GC sidelight into recovery lands, leaving Bunny in this 2v1 situation.
What a
Zen with the
my
control.
gosh.
Snowy with the punish. The neutral air. Misses because of the Snowy's recovery. Weapon throw. GC neutral light. GC downlight recovery lands.
Oh, you know what I'm realizing now?
What's that? Oh,
Snowy and Zen are both world champions. I just remember that.
That is true. They are both world champions.
I completely forgot. I'm sorry, Snowy. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
But as we get further into it, now you're seeing Bunny kind of doing well against a 2v1 situation, but we're seeing the red team punish very nicely as well. Bunny tries to do the Hail Mary signature, gets punished by Zen, and game one goes to Zen and Snowy. But you are right, though, Flaming. They are both world champions. Snowy with Boomy, and Zen with Godly. Zen and Godly were the most recent one. We had Boomy, Snowy, I believe, in 22, if I recall.
Yeah, Boomy, Snowy, 22. Then it was Godly, Zen, 23, and then 24 was Laura's and Kaina.
Yeah, so when it comes down to North America, these guys are some of the best here, but we have Bunny and Raid doing pretty decently well against them. I think it came down to Bunny was doing well in a 2v1 situation, but there was a little bit more damage done. They might have been able to do it. So going into this game, we're going to see Raid early bird kind of having to just make sure he stays a little bit more alive going into these rounds as well, and making sure to take advantage of the stock that Bunny does have. Because if they have if it's a proper 2v2, these guys could have probably have won that. But as I say that, now we got double gauntlet. PTSD of gauntlet, dare, and neutral air. What we kind of know the weapon for, but now we're seeing them really show off. Because look at Raid!
Oh,
and then
no.
Bunny does that to his teammate, leads into a follow-up knockout on the Zen!
Oh my gosh. This is why double gauntlets need to go. I'm sorry, but this is they need to be done with. It's been like 3 years, please.
3 years.
But
that is true.
Goodness.
But now we're kind of seeing blue team rebuttal a little bit. You're seeing Bunny go off ledge. While Bunny is fantastic off ledge, in doubles, you kind of have to make sure you have the neutral control away from those teams, just because that's where they get their damage buildup. So now we're kind of seeing Bunny try to take that back. Raid's kind of being pushed because of how low his stock is, which I don't really blame the red team for doing. If they get an early knockout on the Raid's huge. But as we say, that blue team does knock out Zed, and Snowy comes in with a GC downlight recovery, but doesn't knock out because it's Apocalypse.
Yeah, Bunny's still sticking on that first stock, so if they can try and outlive Snowy here, that is very, very well needed, but unable to do so. Raid still trying to kick it with this second stock, sitting in red, but Snowy, almost in that barbecue sauce color, he's living. Uh-oh.
Raid just saved him. Unintentionally, I don't think he had an option of not saving him, but Bunny does get the knockout on Snowy. Raid was able to distract Zen just enough to be able to have this advantage opportunity, but as I say that, Snowy comes in clutch with the axe signature and knocks out Raid's second stock. Nice options. Nice side air, there we go. And now we have Zen getting knocked out. Blue team having an opportunity of knocking out Snowy. Team combo doesn't really form properly though, allowing for Snowy to stay alive a little bit longer. But as I say that, Zen's trying to come in. Got that Bunny doing very well, throwing Snowy to the side, allowing for a 2v1 against Zen. And that's what the blue team's trying to do. They're trying to keep Zen away while they're able to do team combos against Snowy. But as I say that, look at this. Silite. Recovery from Snowy doesn't knock out.
That one does though.
Knocks out there. And both red team members get knockouts on both blue team members, leading to Bunny having to deal with another 2v1.
And double gauntlets, it reminds me of that one clip. I don't remember when it was. It was a long time ago. It was when DI wasn't a huge thing. But it was like constant Lance D like. It was hilarious.
As we see that though, we had like a 4-piece combo come out of the red team. You got a very nice punish with that down signature. That was very quick. Bunny got the knockout, but now is dealing with this 2v1 off the ledge. You have red team with full control. Snowy missing that GC down signature, but it was a very nice bait for Zen to come and follow up. And the red team takes another game to their name, but blue team has to figure out something with the synergy because we're not seeing Raid really putting in the work for Bunny, and Bunny's kind of being left in a 2v1. It's gonna be difficult.
It might just be the double axe, or just a relatively new team. And what is that?
That is a Hattori flaming.
That is a level 23 Hattori.
Well, I think what we're gonna kind of see is, except going with Lance, trying a spear. So maybe spear range, maybe sword, with it being consistent with follow-up or combos. Spear and sword are one of the easier weapons to do team combos with. So I think maybe that might be the option to kind of take advantage of the situation. Because they did have neutral control a couple different times, but they weren't able to do these team combos that would have gotten them a decent lead.
No, you can really never go wrong with Hattori. I mean, one of the strongest 2v2 characters, weapon-wise, I should say. And, you know, you have the quick speed to go try and find conversions. You have the really strong neutral lights. You have the D lights. You have the Sarah. I mean, just overall a very, very well-rounded character for twos. However, when being put in situations like this, Bunny tried to go down. Ground pound hits his own teammate. And now Snowy's gone, but gets the KO on him anyway. That's so unfortunate. Beautifully played, though.
He knocked his teammate out. I don't think he's expecting his teammate to go for that option, but as soon as they come back, we see Ray get knocked out, and Spear recovery from Zen knocking out Bunny as well.
What just happened?
A very unique exchange. You're seeing these guys go back and forth. You know, you're seeing them try to go for team combos, taking advantage of that neutral control. It's all based around the neutral control when it comes down to Gauntlet and Sword too, because of the damage build-up too. So now we're seeing Bunny and Raid have that neutral control, but then Raid tries to do the Sword combo, which allows for, you know, the red team to want to knock themselves out. But still, he look at the side air. But both team members are so low, with Zen being so clean on his second stock. Technically, red team has that advantage.
Oh no,
Raid unable to come back. And Bunny coming in with his gauntlets, trying to use the weapon thrower method to be able to get more neutral or control off the ledge. But as we see that, now we're seeing Raid getting really focused because the red team knows if they knock Raid out, they're able to deal with this 2v1 against Bunny based off the previous games.
Side sig gets ripped by Snowy, getting rid of that second stock off of Bunny. And you know, you're right, if they can get rid of Raid now, that would be huge. But if they can get rid of Snowy, that would be even better. However, Raid might be going down here. Neutral air for Bunny with the save just wasn't enough. But Zen SDs and Snowy's gone. We have a 1v1.
Between Zen and Bunny, who is going to be the better 1v1 player of this team matchup? It's going to come down to this. Bunny, more known for doing very well in ones, but also Zen being very formidable in the 1v1 scene as well. But Bunny tends to play a lot of Axe. And I think Zen's taking advantage of the Gauntlet v Gauntlet. They know Gauntlets very well from doubles. So we're going to see Bunny really getting punished for these neutral lights that are not landing. Nice weapon throw, goes back over to the Axe, gets the neutral light. This is what Zen didn't want to see. And now you're seeing weapon throws. You're seeing Zen being a little bit more risky against Bunny because they know the situation. Bunny actually weapon starves Zen instead, willing to give up that risk and gets the GC side light. Oh, Zen and sweat beats Bunny with the side air. Oh, but is able to touch it. Down where he lands. It might be Zen's game. Oh, but the side air weapon throw off the ledge. Bunny turning it back for themselves to take that game into their name, down to the wire in a 1v1 matchup, in a doubles match.
Absolutely incredible job there by Bunny.
Grief.
What a play by them. I think it was I think Zen SD'd that second stock. I think they thought it was game over after Bunny had lost that second one. So I think I don't even remember what happened, or maybe they just didn't have enough options to return. But regardless, an amazing job there by Bunny to get rid of both Snowy and Zen in that 2v1. But now here's the question: did the Hattori work, or was it just dumb luck?
I think it was definitely a very good case of luck to a degree. I do think Ray did a little bit better than the Algrim. They did get that knockout on the right side of the map this previous round, but it's going to come down to the follow-up options that they really do. Because we're seeing these team combos come in, but it's not enough against Snowy and Zen, and they have to find a way to kind of separate them a little bit. Because I think Bunny is also a fantastic 1v1 player, but when Raid's dealing with a 2v1, he just can't deal with it with both these players. Okay, there we go. Side light comes in. Nice side air.
It's just a couple of light hits here and there. Nothing too big going on right now. Big opportunity there.
Neutral might be big though. It almost was. The neutral from Zen comes in. Raid going to the other side of the map to make sure that they can come back. Very smart move, which allows for Bunny to really maximize on the red team while they're distracted by Raid coming back on the other side of the map.
Their side seat gets ripped there by Bunny.
He missed the downlight recovery.
But that doesn't matter. Side's gonna take out that stock off of Zen. Now this red team in a bad situation, down 6 stocks to 4 already. Can they bring it back? It is certainly possible. Raid trying to go out there for a double Sair. D-Light recovery. Snowy didn't want to come in for a ground pound, especially that without any options there. Bunny taking a couple hits here. Raid committing for a nice ground
Nice.
pound. They're doing a lot better this game. Neutral Sig catches the dodge away off of Snowy, and now they look pretty hurt. However, Raid's finally going to go down. Neutral Light won't get the KO, so Zen's going to go for this corner guard here, trying to put some more pressure. Bunny's able to make it back. Recovery, still not enough. Gotta love APOC.
Yeah, APOC being one of those maps that has a higher ceiling, but we still see Zen go ahead knocking out Bunny of that first stock. Red team's down almost 2 stocks, so they're going to be going a little bit more risky for things. So you're seeing Snowy off that ledge while they still have that second stock there and trying to bring a player off ledge because both these guys have gauntlets. But as I said, that Bunny with the double dare, Zen coming to the ledge, saving their teammate because Raid kind of threw them closer, which allows for Red team to survive a little bit longer than usual, allowing for more damage buildup. Nice weapon throw from Snowy. Picks it back up in a very stylish fashion too. But we're seeing a lot of these attacks being thrown out. They're having a lot of recovery frames. Blue team's able to maximize on them afterwards. We see Ray with a knockout on Snowy, and then we're probably going to see Bunny with a knockout on Zen right there. Very nice job, which allows for a 2v1.
Only temporary though. Zen does manage to come back, and now Bunny being put into the red. They have got to get rid of these stocks off the blue team as soon as possible if they want to try and bring it back. And Snowy already dipping down low. Side Sig not going to get any KOs just yet. Side Sig stuffed out by Raid's down air. Arguably best move in the game now. Nice side Sig once again. Bunny able to get an interrupt, but a little too late there. Snowy already entering the orange. And the Raid finally respawning on this fresh last stock here. This is their bracket stock, but still, they're in a very good position to stand.
Yeah, when you're talking about the red team, they knew how low Bunny was. They kept Bunny away, which allowed for the red team to get damage build up onto Raid. Now we're seeing Snowy off ledge. Bunny's getting risky. This might give the red team an opportunity to go ahead and win this game. They're able to come back, get that neutral control again. But then Bunny comes with a side air. Raid's having a rough time knocking out. Bunny follows up, gets knocked out. Snowy leads this 2v1. The dare from Raid. She's a late recovery, misses. But the dare, weapon throw into their teammate. Maybe a knockout option here.
Just did not get the read. Neutral Light gets the disarm. Pretty sure another Neutral Light will be the end of that stock. Weapon throw does reduce the momentum. Recovery still not enough. Neutral air. D-Light Bunny.
Bunny doing very, very well in the air and controlled Zen from being able to approach back and got the neutral air into GC Downlight to go ahead and get that game to their name. Very nice job for Bunny and Raid. That spear from Raid, though, is showing its worth. It really is. It has to be. I mean, we've been looking at this so much, Flaming, and we're seeing Raid come in with these spear side airs, you know, going in for a lot of these different options. It was a great pick, but for it being a level 23, I didn't expect that.
You know, and it's sometimes it's like, you know, you have the weapon coming over or carrying over from a different thing. You know, most times people play Val for 2s. Sometimes they play Wushang. So maybe you have, you know, that comfort in that other weapon coming from a different character. And that I would assume it's coming from this, for this Hattori. I mean, it is just doing so well. I mean, Raid has just been doing so much with it. And we're actually not going to go back to APOC. We're going to go to a different map this time, either Small Fortress or Miami Dome. Do you think that's going to matter at all? Yes,
platforms. It's going to add a new level of gameplay to the field because a lot of players hate APOC. When I was talking to the EU guys, they don't like APOC because of the knockout options on the ceiling, the walls, and the floor. When it comes to the Miami Dome, you have a whole new perspective to worry about because you do have that little platform where you can step on and get your jumps again. So players that do very well in the air, maybe such as Bunny, can do a lot more combos and knocking off that high of a ceiling on Miami Dome. But we're going in this game. You're seeing a lot of control from Bunny against the red team so far. You're seeing red team focusing a little bit more on the raid, and Bunny's been adapting to that very well.
I mean, Snowy already being put into orange. I mean, it seems like they have a target. So, I mean, blue team, they have a lot of momentum coming back from 2-0, and now it's game 5. Winner takes all here, and, you know, this could be a reverse 3-0, AJ. Could
Just
be.
definitely could. But you know Blue Team's going to aim for it. The world champions are going to try to prevent that from happening in this game 5.
Ooh.
Side up for Bunny, though, does come in clutch, knocks out Zen, leaving Snowy in a 2v1 situation, which allows for that two-piece combo, and Bunny getting a possible knockout opportunity. Snowy preventing that from happening. But we're just seeing a lot of floatiness now. Just because of both players are on the field, they don't want to be too rushed. Zen accidentally hitting their teammate, which allows for Bunny to get some damage on the Zen a little bit. Oh, but now we're kind of seeing missed synergy from Zen and Snowy.
Nice side sig there. Bunny's
Nice.
going to go in with the punish, though. Zen still looking for this KO, unable to rip a side sig in time. But Bunny is living. The way Raid is doing, though, he's doing very, very well, avoiding a lot of KO options and, you know, finding a ton of good openings. But as I said, that big ground pound there, hitting Bunny, able to make it back with Exhausted, trying to reduce the amount of time, or trying to increase the amount of time before touching corner to avoid the down sig. But Zen is taking so many hits right now. Look at Raid's spear. My goodness.
Indeed, but Zen Spirit comes in clutch with that recovery, launching Bunny out of that first stock. But at the moment, Zen comes in with his own Spirit, gets a signature knockout there on the Raid. Raid is down to his final stock, which allows for the red team to do these team combos against them. But going back to the first games, Raid has to be very careful with approaching, because that was what he got knocked out on for the previous 2 games. Now he's sitting back. He's allowing Bunny to kind of approach a little bit, which allows the blue team to keep that lead, and which is kind of fighting that bluff the red team's trying to throw out at them at the moment. Nice.
This is coming down to the wire. Raid getting caught by Endlight. Neutral sig, barely not gonna KO. My good, I think a little bit lower health, and that stock would have been gone.
Sidelight neutral air lands on Snowy. Bunny doesn't get the knockout option, backing up their teammate, realizing Raid's so low. Gets that spear recovery, allowing for Bunny to really approach Zen. Zen's gonna really approach Raid. Bunny's like, oh, I'm gonna try to do something, keep them distracted, but Zen comes in with a knockout option. Raid's got this 2v1, he's in sweat beats, he's gotta be careful. He does get hit, but not knocked out. He's kind of baiting them. You're seeing the red team really push. We might see a situation like we saw from Hybrid in previous rounds, where we might see a little bit more aggression from the red team on the Raid, but they're actually pushing Bunny a little bit because it is a 2v1 situation. And now we're seeing Raid just trying to do something, trying to help out their teammate. Team combo coming in clutch. The spear is not there. The sword signature lands. And now we see a 2v1 for blue team. That sidelight recovery lands. And the blue team of Bunny and Raid beat the team of world champions in game number 5. Oh my god! Oh jeez, that was so much to take in. Congrats,
dude.
Bunny and Raid, man.
I don't know. I'm so glad we took a break, because I don't know if I could handle the I don't know if I could handle the Hybrid fakie set and then the Bunny Raid set immediately afterwards. Oh my goodness, bro.
Oh my gosh. That was
a set.
huge. That was such a huge set. Oh my gosh. I'm thrown off. I think everyone in chat, including us two, need a breather after that. We have to relax a little bit. And that was a lot. We were trying to figure out how Raid was alive in a couple of different situations. Red team so focused on Bunny flaming.
Man, I'm gonna be honest.
And what's your thoughts on that?
I saw someone in chat say, Raid is throwing by picking Hattori. Yeah.
Who was that?
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
I want to see who that was. But I want your thoughts on the off-edge gameplay from Raid, though, towards the end, and how Bunny was really taking that matchup. How did you feel about that?
You know, I mean, Raid, he kind of reverted to those earlier matches where he was kind of committing very, very hard, and you know, not letting Bunny, kind of control the pace a little bit. Then in game 3, the swap over kind of reduced that momentum a little bit. I think game 3, it was either game 3 or 4 that was like really, really slowed down. I think both teams were really just trying to adapt there. Might have been game 4. And then right in there in that game 5, Raid went back to that, hyper aggressive, not letting Bunny, go do Bunny things, and then noticed, all right, well, I'm low HP. I'm gonna back up a little bit, and Bunny's gonna take the lead. And it was able just to bait the red team into doing so many whiffed options, and Bunny was just able to capitalize on them. And overall, just an incredible job there by Raid playing that spear and that sword.
Yeah, and that matchup, it fit perfectly. Because we have Bunny, who's very known for playing aggressive, and we're seeing Raid with the spear be a lot more of a supportive player. Now, it looks like they do play that Algrim based off of how we saw in the beginning, a little bit more aggressive. But with where Bunny's at, Raid, I think, just found a character that is level 23 that I'm sure is going to go up a ton of levels going forward. Because that was nuts. But with that being said, though, we got to get into this next matchup. We have the king, Marckiemoo, playing with Future Bubble, going against Rise and Soul. So this is gonna be interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, on one hand we have top 3 BCX finalists, finalists, I should say. My apologies, Future Bubble. And on the other side, we have Rise and Soul. Now, do you know anything about Rise and Soul? Because I know a couple.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. So Rise and Soul, I know them for playing. They usually play together, from what I'm aware of. Or usually, they've been playing recently together. So they played the Hot Pocket Doubles event that we had and got 13th. They went ahead and got into Sacred Uprising. They got 17th, but realistically, they have a lot of synergy together playing that much. Now, these guys are very well adapted to their weapons, but from what I'm seeing, we're seeing the old comp of Onyx and Aang, which is double gauntlet, cannon, and spear. So while Flaming saying, "Oh no," it's because we've seen it so much. But now we're seeing Marckiemoo on Onyx and playing with Future Bubble's Kaya, which is a little bit more adapted for this meta. I think we're kind of see that meta kind of shift a little bit to the Kaya a lot more range compared to what we were used to seeing with Gauntlets in EU and Axe in EU as well. But these guys are powerhouses. Marckiemoo is the king for a reason, because he's done very, very well in majors. He got top 3 at BCX ones and got top 3, I believe, in doubles with Marky.
Yes.
Or with
they got
with,
third
Future
place.
Bubble.
Yeah, I don't. I think they went in from winners. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, hold up. We gotta stop talking about the accomplishments, because now we're seeing the red team really showing their work as a doubles team. Okay.
I believe Rise is on the Wushang, and then Soul is on the I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The Onyx. I believe. I'm not entirely
Soul's on
certain.
the Onyx. Yep. Both representing Rosaline here, which is an organization / clan there. And we're kind of seeing the red team get a double knockout on Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, and kind of throwing them in a mix a little bit. Because we're so used to seeing, like, these guys went off at land. We see Future Bubble does get that knockout.
But look at Soul. Oh my, he's still going.
Soul's nuts.
Dude.
Well, Soul's crazy in ones, let alone twos, but we're really seeing it in twos aspect, because in doubles, it's doubles, but if you make it 1v1s, it's less mental focus 1v1s, because you have to worry about other things. And now you're seeing Soul come in, launching, or getting knocked out of that first stock. But that was his first stock, Flaming.
This is true, but it takes a second for Marckiemoo to warm up, so we'll have to see how that goes. But I don't know. Double gauntlets. Oh my!
What?
Neither get KO'd.
It doesn't knock out, but that team combo was fantastic. Red team does knock out Marckiemoo, and then does get a follow-up on the Future Bubble. But the red team synergy that we're seeing is fantastic. It has been working very well. I also think with Marckiemoo on Soul's main character too, is kind of giving them an advantage, because Marckiemoo doesn't usually play Onyx a whole lot. He'll do it a little bit, but Soul is just reading the Gauntlet sidelights. He's reading the opportunities that are coming out. And then we're just seeing Kaya come in clutch. for the reading from Soul, but now we're also seeing Future Bubble kind of put Marckiemoo in a couple different weird instances. We're not seeing the team synergy that we're used to seeing from the blue team.
Not at all. I mean, they're just, it's so rough for them. They're finding very, very few combo starters, and you know, it's kind of just Marckiemoo going off. And there's nice neutral right there by Soul, and now Rise putting some pressure, still on that last stock though. But look at Soul, relatively healthy, barely avoiding that D-Light Cider. Not gonna get the KO yet onto Marckiemoo. Down air did not get the, oh, he did get a touch. Down light recover. Oh, and a nice
flash.
And a weapon throw to, with a little bit icing on top.
Yeah, as soon as he got that clash and then the weapon throw, like the main thing was the clash, because he wouldn't have had enough jumps to come back. I don't think it would have been barely on that ledge, but that weapon throw, knowing Marckiemoo's situation was pristine, it lands, and the red team's team synergy is coming in clutch. I'm not used to seeing this level of gameplay from let alone the red team, but also Marckiemoo and Future Bubble are having a rough time against it.
You know, something that I thought was actually really interesting. Both Rise and Soul got top 8s in majors this year, but got it with two completely different people. They didn't play together at all.
Correct.
Soul got 5th place with Assassino, and Rise got 5th place with Levitating. So I mean,
okay.
It's interesting, you know. They've rarely teamed together, and yet they're doing this great in a tournament, especially against a bronze finalist at BCX.
Well, and you're kind of seeing these guys really pop off now, and like it's throwing us off a little bit. But also, I remember we didn't see this level of gameplay from Bubble online as we did offline. Like, maybe he's one of those land demons as Impala is most of the time. So maybe it's that type of situation. We know Marckiemoo is great in ones. Maybe it's an internet thing as well for that, because we're seeing Soul. We're seeing these guys just go crazy.
Man,
They're taking neutral control a lot. They're just taking neutral control a lot, Flaming, and it's doing so much damage.
Nice KO there on to Soul, though. Finally starting to get a little bit of steam going. They need this KO. You're on to Rise, though. D-Light down here. Marckiemoo triple neutral air there onto Soul. Now they're down to there's a lot of aerial attacks going out from Marckiemoo, and I think that might be the reason why, you know, blue team's unable to find any combo starts, because he's always in the air. But a nice ground pound down air. Marckiemoo.
Marky, bro, and that's his ones gameplay coming out. Like, he's really good at bringing players off ledge and kind of focusing them there. I think Future Bubble's kind of distracting them a little bit. I think he's trying to get Marckiemoo to bring someone off ledge, kind of play the 1v1 route, because the doubles route for the red team has been doing very well. And that would make the most sense too. You don't want to go into a 2v2 and not have a rough time with doubles team combos. You might want to focus on the ones, because both these guys are crazy ones. But as we say that, the double, the triple dare coming in from the red team, knocking out both blue team members off that ledge. But now we have Future Bubble off the ledge, and now you're seeing red team 2v1 Marckiemoo.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I mean, they're putting so much pressure, especially on that corner. Another neutral air. Neutral air once again here for Rise. Huge opportunity. Didn't go for a ground pound there. Marckiemoo able to make it back, using weapon throw to relieve some pressure. Nice neutral. Gets the dodge read, though. Goes for neutral. It's sig, but Marckiemoo interrupts. But hold on.
Nice.
Hold on, AJ.
Oh, the weapon throw
Stocks.
dodge.
Look at these stocks.
Hold up. Blue team having to lead a little bit. Nice option there for Bubble, but doesn't land. Lands it again. The Marckiemoo lands that recovery?
Yeah,
I've never seen a recovery. Well, I'm just not used to seeing that recovery right off of that fast of attack off that spear. But now we're kind of seeing this situation of, okay, we got a 2v1 situation. We have Soul over here trying to deal with a 2v1. They can do this. I mean, realistically, he's going to want the blue team to stay together. Okay. There we go. Side light, neutral light,
frog combos.
That's down light, side air, and the signature. Ooh. Very nice job. There's that team synergy again. All right.
This is certainly winnable here for Rise going up there. Not gonna find anything. Side signature gets thrown out. side light. Down Sig gets held. That was a big opportunity there. Side Sig goes out. 1v1. Side air sends Marckiemoo off the side of stage. Looking for
He
the
doesn't have
KO.
options, though. He doesn't have options. He does now, though, and that was the demise of Soul. Unless he gets something crazy with that spear. Marckiemoo is low enough to get knocked out with a spear side air, recovery, or signature option. Not a weapon throw, but something close. Side air comes in clutch, doesn't knock out because it was across the map, but Marckiemoo, picks up the weapon, is able to come back, gets the CC downlight in its side light, doesn't punish. That would have been a demise of him, but Soul floating in the air, having an opportunity, throws the weapon in the air, mixing the momentum up.
Recover. Oh my goodness!
Soul 1v1ing Marckiemoo and gets that spear recovery knockout, taking full advantage of their stock. Because if they were the same color on their final stock, it might have been different because we saw Marckiemoo really push in down to the level. But he clutched that. Very, very nice job coming out of Soul. And when it comes down to their teammate as well, when it comes down to Rise, we're going to have to see them stay alive a little bit longer. But here's a change from the blue team.
Now,
Rayman.
I'm not sure how much I like this, you know. Obviously,
Well, I
Marckiemoo's
don't know
gauntlets
either.
are incredible, but, you know, we don't really see Marckiemoo play, you know, those heavy-hitting weapons and early reads on the scythe. Or, you know, I guess the cannon. I don't know if cannon would be considered a heavy-hitting weapon. I kind of feel like it's more of a string weapon. But, I don't know, that's just me. But regardless, I mean, we don't see him on axe very often, or at least I don't. So, maybe it's a good pick, maybe it's a questionable pick, I don't know. But let's see how it works here.
Yeah, and we're going into this game, and now we're seeing. I mean, now we're seeing gauntlets from Marckiemoo. They do play the Mordex, and I think maybe going off ledge, it works out in clutch. Very nice job. Does get that knockout on the Soul. But now we're seeing Rise with that cannon. We're known for him being aggressive with it. I think the blue team's expecting that. Marckiemoo expected that and got the punish with the axe. I'm not just seeing Markiemoo's axe, though. I don't know how that's going to be. We do see Soul punish that, though, allowing for a 2v1 against Future Bubble. Doesn't lead to a knockout just yet because of how Future Bubble's moving. Now Markiemoo's going on arm to aggress, and that may not be the best move because it may not allow for as much damage buildup, but it does lead into a stock knockout both on the Rise and the Future Bubble. And dude, Soul's popping off pretty stinking well in this doubles matchup. I mean, we're seeing Rise being aggressive now, but Soul's starting to clutch in there for the red team. Cider does come in clutch. Downlight Cider does help Future Bubble a little bit, but does get team combo. Markiemoo's not really saving him because of how low his stock is. And that might be an issue here.
You know, I think it's good to mention that Marckiemoo and Future Bubble are also down 2-0 in the set, and now Marckiemoo is on his winner's bracket stock. If he loses this that could be it. I mean, Rise and Soul are just doing absolutely incredible. This cannon coming out from Rise, punishing the side, the down sig. But my goodness, we have relatively even stocks. But I mean, this is honestly, it's not looking good for Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, which is something that's kind of crazy to say.
Well, and when it comes down to Rise and Soul, they have a lot of experience online together. When it comes to the Marckiemoo in Future Bubble, I mean, they were top 8ing online, if I recall, previously.
Yes.
Right? So I think the online perspective of being at LAN a lot is kind of mixed things up. And now they're having a rough time with this online style. It could be the setups I don't know that they're playing on. But at the moment, we're kind of seeing Marckiemoo with the gauntlet side air. Future Bubble's trying to get these follow-up options, tries to get the recovery.
Oh no!
Oh.
Markie's gone!
Marky is gone. He wasn't able to deal with a 2v1 of the red team. Future Bubble's now having to deal with this combo. Cider comes in. Oh, the GC neutral light does land. Bubble, able to come back. And that's a ground pound knockout in favor of Rise. And there you have it. Rise and Soul showing that they deserve top 8 by beating Future Bubble and Marckiemoo, the BCX finalists, the guys that represented NA and doubles at the World Championship. That's huge for these guys.
Bro, my goodness, dude.
Jesus Christ.
What do I even say about that? That was just absolutely incredible. I mean, dude,
That was a
the
lot.
king has been dethroned. What can I say?
He's been dethroned in the elimination side for this doubles event. But one thing I will say though is that Rise and Soul, their team synergy, while they only have a couple events together, is crazy. Like I would have not. We see them get top 7, we've seen them get 9th and 13th, etc. in other events, but we haven't seen this level of synergy work for these guys. I mean, they went back to old meta and it worked, but I think Marckiemoo and Future Bubble just didn't have the synergy. Well, they have the synergy. They just had a rough time following up after each other. So I guess they didn't have the synergy technically. But
I really think it's due to Marckiemoo playing more in the air.
Yeah.
And like you said, it could be the difference between online and offline setups. But personally, unfortunately, I have never seen Future Bubble in Marckiemoo, pop off. I think the only set I ever watched of theirs at LAN was the one I believe against who was it? It was the ones again. It was for it was winners finals and losers final I saw from them, and I really didn't see anything there, and it sucks because I know they're an incredible team, but I've never been able to experience it. But you know what? Regardless of that, AJ, we might be done here.
We are done for this block. What we are going to go ahead and do is we are going to transition to a break. When we come back, though, we are going to start going into top 8 of this event. And we just had 4 amazing sets. Flaming, Yumi probably casted some of the best 2v2 gameplay that we've seen in Brawlhalla doubles history. I mean, that's what I feel, right? But going into this next matchups,
we'll see.
I don't know, man. We saw some crazy upsets from these guys, and now they're going into winners semifinals facing each other. We have Experience, Hideaway, Hybrid, Fakey going against each other. So Experience and Hideaway, Hybrid and Fakey. Then we have Bunny and Raid going against Rise and Soul. And I already have Rise in my DMs asking for the Moose Wars avatar. Which I'll give it to him just so you can rep it today. But that was crazy. We had really good matches. Is there anything you want to say though, Fleming, before we come back from break here?
Not really anything, but I just want to say thank you to Moose Wars and thank you to Brawlhalla for having this wonderful tournament go on. And great job to all our players so far. And I'm really excited. I think I'll probably sit back, watch a couple more of these sets, and I'm just really excited to keep watching this tournament.
Yeah, man. And with that being said, I was an honor working with you again there, Flaming. When we come back, we have some 2 pretty good casters there as well coming in. Very, very happy to have them come in. We have, if I recall, well, Clown and Jerry coming in for second block. And then we'll have winner semis in elimination top 8 on stream. And elimination top 8's being decided, but we do have Guijibu and Hexo and Raydish and Meg D back. With that being said, though, do not go away. We'll be right back with some amazing doubles gameplay with Moose Wars Snowfall right after this break. Don't go away. I'll be back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Moose Wall's Snowfall. My name is That Jerry Boy. Alongside me, I have Clown. Clown, it's a pleasure to be with you once again. How are you doing this evening, my friend?
Doing great. This is a great way to close out the year. We got a little 2v2 action going on. Our first Moose Wars of the season, but last one of the year. I'm excited. We had some interesting matches. I don't know if you saw. We saw Fakey, and I'm already blanking right now because I have the memory of a goldfish.
Yeah, we have
Hybrid
our
Fakey
first match.
took out Raydish Megdi. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
It's all good. Our first match for this block will be Experience and Hideaway up against Hybrid and Fakey. Experience and Hideaway being a formidable team and have been for North America this season, as well as Fakey being a really strong 2v2 player, but they've usually been playing with Java. So I'm not sure how they'll do with Hideaway, but not with Hideaway, with Hybrid. They're very similar names. We're gonna get straight into the action here. Our first match in top 8. Let's get it underway.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I mean, we saw them earlier on stream. They beat out Megdi Raydish very decisively. It was a close match towards the end. It went to the last game 5, but the first game and that last game was pretty strong coming from Hybrid and Fakey. So let's see what they're going to do against Experience and Hideaway today. Alright.
Fakey on that Kaya that we know and love them for. Hybrid on the Olgrim, which is quite a formidable 2v2 pick, especially in Europe, but ooh, the ground pound coming out from Hideaway on the Sidra. Sidra and Thor, both two characters that honestly you don't see a lot of in the competitive 2v2 scene, but it seems to be working out well as that hammer recovery is going to get that first KO of the set.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like great synergy coming from Experience and Hideaway right now. I mean, what's even stranger is the person on cannon right now isn't even Experience, it's Hideaway. So, throwing for a loop here.
That's
But
good.
they're
Oh,
already
Fakey
giving
with
out
the
the
double
stock
KO
very
there.
quickly.
Yeah, the spear doing excellent work there for Fakey. So, it is very early doors. Barely a minute has passed in the game. So,
Yeah.
oh no, Fakey
Oh, no, that's a
ground
bad
pounding his
ground
own
pound.
teammate, but Hybrid does make it back. The recovery does get the chase dodge from hitting his own teammate. Trying to get the team combo there. Hang on. Nice damage there onto Hybrid. Even though it's a small team combo, but it's enough to just get that damage through. Look at the damage though from both players. Everyone's just kind of in that orangey red. It's so close already. Yeah. Oh, Experience. What are you doing, man?
Ooh, trying to go for the improvised Mafia there. Didn't really work out. The damages are really spread out, very even on the red team, but Experience is looking a lot healthier than Hideaway right now. Oh. Really dangerous on the edge right here. That dare almost kills from the bottom. Nice little breakdance. Uh-oh. Can we get an exchange here? Experience is keeping the second stock.
Team combo
That's looking
coming
really
up.
bad.
Oh,
Nice
the
team combo.
DI. Oh my
Whoa!
goodness gracious me.
Oh!
That's an early KO. The Citra sword down sig. That has the spiking of a professional volleyball player. And now it's a 2v1 for Hybrid, who's already in the orange. Team combo coming up. Oh, picks up the orb, but tries to go for the end sig, and it doesn't connect. Nice side signature there from Hideaway, and that's going to be the first game of this set, 1-0 to Experience and Hideaway.
Yeah, that was a pretty intense first game right there. No player was really trying to slow anything down, and yeah, that was like a flash.
Yeah, that was a very, very... it started out very, very even, but then all of a sudden, Fakey on his last stock, the damage that was on him just started to carry away from everyone else, leading to an early KO. That team combo had done a lot of that damage to begin with, even with that directional input happening.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. Yeah, and it looks like Experience and Hideaway are very good at getting these improvised team combos. They're not getting kills with the team combos every time. They're just building a ton of damage, but they're doing it repetitively, and it's not good for the red team.
At the moment, it is Fakey and Hybrid that do have the damage lead. At the moment, pardon me.
What time is it over there right now?
It's 10 a.m., but considering I woke up 5 minutes ago, we don't talk about that, okay?
All
We
right.
do not talk about that. Oh, nice axe side air there from Hybrid. Fakey getting the KO on Experience off the top,
Not enough
and
to come back.
looks like Hideaway ended up getting KO'd from that axe side air, actually. Such a strong move when it connects.
Whoa.
Hybrid!
Going in deep for a double KO, that
Oh
was
my
amazing.
goodness gracious me! It's now a 5-2 stock lead here. Well, okay, it's a 4-2. This is
Yeah. 2 stocks up for the red team. Looking beautiful. Fakey.
Look, it is a
lot of
2-stock
damage.
lead, but this is 2v2. Anything can happen.
Oh,
And
no.
already look at Fakey trying to make his way back, but he can't because of the beautiful offstage play there from
Hybrid trying to make
Hideaway.
it worth it.
Oh, my
Oh, no.
goodness gracious me! Oh, but he's gone
Oh.
already. Experience tried to save his teammate, but he didn't have the movement to be able to make it back. And now it's a 1v2. The team combo coming out. Oh, they try to get the read there
Covering
off
so
that
much.
sideline there, and Experience is gone. Yep, okay, I've had enough. We can make it 1-1.
Yep, they just exit stage left, and I don't blame them. That was a beautiful gambit from the red team. They threw away 2 stocks for that 1 stock, but turned that into a 2v1 against Experience, and he couldn't do anything at that point. Oh, beautiful, beautiful from the red team. Hybrid just going crazy off stage.
Yeah, you could see just on that replay that just passed, Experience had the opportunity to try and save his teammate, but it just didn't quite work out for him. And then he's just decided, all right, let's get that mental reset here. It's 1-1. We're on Apocalypse now, so it's a different map. Oh,
Anything can still happen. Oh, double neutralite.
team
Oh, there's
combos
another
to
one.
try and start it out already.
Yeah,
So
wonderful neutralite.
this will be an interesting match. Once it gets going. Oh,
Nice
Oh
recovery!
my goodness! I told you it's interesting.
You're not lying.
Beautiful
Oh.
team combo there, finished off by Hybrid. Gets the axe side air onto Experience, missing the opportunity. Tries to go for the orb side air, does Experience. He gets knocked off stage instead, and
Ooh.
nice down tick from Fakey.
Yeah, beautiful scoop up right into Experience, slid right into that. Ooh, Hybrid's gonna go out, but Fakey's gonna come out healthy on this orange stock.
Alright, it's for blue team, it's about managing if they can get that KO off Fakey right now. He is the most damaged, but when they get it, it will leave them some time with Hybrid to try and see if they can pull off a combo. Although with Lance, his movement is kind of extra varied. Although in saying that, Hybrid already has a decent amount of damage on him. Fakey getting the KO
Okay.
onto Hideaway, and Hybrid getting the
Beautiful
KO onto
cleanup.
Experience. So it is again a 2-stock lead here for blue team. That turns into a 1-stock
Uh-oh.
lead.
Okay, I can handle that. Fakey is just beautiful at bobbing and weaving between all these attacks, by the way. The entire time we were talking, Fakey got hit about 3 times.
Yeah,
Impressive
Hybrid
movement.
just playing a little bit on that defensive. He doesn't want to get KO'd. He's just letting Fakey do all the work. And beautiful team
Nice.
combo again. And yep, the Experience has
Another
just had
exit stage.
enough. It's 2-1 now to Hybrid and Fakey. That game went so quick, Clown.
They're just flashing before our eyes. You cannot blink or you're gonna miss these matches. These players are not hesitating for the kill. I love it. Honestly, I feel like they just can't sleep on Fakey. He's just so intense with the pressure. He's not getting touched very often, and he's hitting them with really strong moves. You saw him hit with a double ground pound at the end to take that stock. Bow kills very early off stage like that. And yeah, I feel like Experience and Hideaway here are just trying to keep up.
All right, so it looks like at the moment Experience and Hideaway just on that Legend Select at the moment. Experience going with that Thor still, but it'll be a matter of if Hideaway swaps off that Sidra. I thought it was working out well so far. He's deciding to stay on it, so this will be interesting to see their adjustments. Clown, what adjustments do you think they need in order to try and pull off this comeback here, get it to a game 5, and then win the set?
Well, I think they just need to hit Fakey more. He's just getting away with too much. He was on that first stock the longest right there, and it just looked like they couldn't really confirm any kills onto Fakey, which is really bad because that's just letting a lot of damage slide onto their team. So hopefully they're able to play a little better here.
Yeah. Ooh, nice interrupt there from Hybrid. It's usually Fakey when he has been playing with Java that's played that more supportive role. But at the moment, that's been Hybrid this whole set. Oh, tries to go. Oh no, Fakey doesn't make it. The down tick on that Sidra sword managed to just clear Fakey at the end there. Another sword down tick. Hybrid trying to make his way back. He does. Fakey. Both of Red Team are unarmed here. Fakey does pick up the spear. Hybrid on the axe goes for that neutralite. Oh, Experience trying to get the KO with something flashy there. Didn't even go for the true combo because he knew he would be interrupted there. Fakey with a nice weapon throw picks it up. The sword side air gonna get that KO there. Experience heavily damaged, and he's going to take out Hybrid, but Fakey pulls out that GC neutral signature, and now it's even Stevens here. You said they needed to be damaging Fakey a lot more, and look at it already. He's in the orange, but everyone else is pretty clean.
Yeah, everybody else is pretty clean, but this is good for them. This is a significant damage lead. Fakey's already in the red. They hit him with some hard-hitting moves. Like that recovery there almost took the stock off the top of the stage right now.
And that really bad dwindled away from an excellent team combo from Fakey and Hybrid. That was insane.
Oh, that was beautiful.
They do finally get that KO onto Fakey.
A little late.
They're trying to get it onto Hybrid to make it all even here. Nice team combo again, but that doesn't KO. Maybe a side signature would have done that.
Possibly, but they have to be very careful here. Experience is afraid to even finish his D-like combos, so...
Yeah.
Oh,
look at the damage on Hideaway here. He's in the orange. And basically in the red. He gets recovered by his own teammate. Both the blue team here now need to play extra cautious here because this is tournament stock. If they get KO'd here, Hybrid's Lance is doing excellent work. So now you just see them a little bit on that defensive, trying not to do one too many swings, throw out one too many punches. Nice neutral air there by Fakey. Oh, what an interrupt by Experience. That bow recovery surely would have KO'd. Can that keep them in the match? Experience with that neutral air makes his way back, but Hideaway is gone. It's now 1v2 between Experience and Hybrid and Fakey. The neutral signature on the orb barely doesn't KO. Oh my goodness, he went for the orb sidelight. Oh, that's gonna be it. Hybrid and Fakey 3-1 against Experience and Hideaway. What an incredible match we just witnessed. 667 damage from Experience, but that wasn't enough to see them through.
Hybrid and Fakey really just took this whole show. They are taking down teams that are top flooring, teams that have been on that podium at BCX right now. And this is a team that just showed up today. Like, this is not who Fakey was to be partnering with today. But it doesn't matter because their synergy is off the charts right now. And now they're guaranteed top 3 of today's Moose Wars.
Excellent work from Hybrid and Fakey. They're into winners final. Experience and Hideaway, we will be seeing them later on, but they have just gone down into the losers bracket instead. So now we have our next match in the winners semi-final. It is Bunny and Raid up against Rise and Soul. Clown, give me a little bit of a rundown. How did their previous matches go? Because they did win their matches to be able to get here. So what can we expect from these two teams?
Full transparency, I was doing chores while those previous matches were going on, so I didn't get to see them, but this is not the first time we've seen Bunny here at Moose Wars. They've done very well in the past. I think you and I were commentating over Bunny last time we were commentating together, just earlier last month. So I expect them to play very well today. While Rise and Soul are not names I recognize at all, I know Rise has been doing well as of recently, so for me, this is pretty brand new.
All right, we will see. It doesn't look like they are actually PR'd in... Well, okay, so I lied. Soul is PR 22 in North America for 2v2s. He's gotten a top 8 in the Spring Doubles Championship.
Oh.
So that's a lot to get off with.
Yes.
Rise being PR 44 in North America. Both of these two teams have played 3 times together. The last time was in that's not June. That is in May with Moose Wars Sacred Uprising.
That's quite a bit of time to not be playing in a tournament. Okay. Well, I'm glad they're here today. It looks like they're locking in with Wushong and Onyx, a kind of meta pick that used to be a little more popular. I think that was a lot of people's picks these past BCX. And while we have another Ogre coming onto the stage with Raid and Bunny playing the classic Rayman, we see a lot of Rayman come out from Bunny. So double gauntlets versus double axe. I feel that this should be just as fast as the last set.
Alright, so Wushong and Onyx, definitely a lot more of a meta pick. We see 3 gauntlet characters on screen, the outlier being Raid's Olga. So this will be interesting to see how these two teams play it out, especially with oh, nice. Double gauntlet down air. That's not something you see every day. Bunny trying to make their way back. It is very much even. It'll be about who gets that first KO to try and set the tone for the match. Nice side air there from... it's really hard to tell who is who. From Soul, that one. Nice. It was a good side air with Raid
off stage.
Not having that many recovery options. Raid, though, is on his second stock now. Ooh, beautiful follow-up there from Rise to be able to get that KO, but Raid makes it even with a recovery, so...
Yeah, there's no real lead right now.
Yeah, this is really even right now. It's just going to be a matter of who can take control of the tides.
Yeah, these players are very intense, just not shying away from just running at each other full force right now. A very more aerial game compared to the last game, I would say. Ooh, nice follow-up.
Oh, nice follow-up there from Raid.
Chunky hits coming from that axe right now.
Yeah, that axe doing a lot of damage for Raid, at least in this segment. So, but then he ends up getting KO'd himself, so it's really even right now. The only real difference is Bunny is only in the yellow, whereas Soul is creeping into that KO territory.
Ooh, he's got knocked out by their own partner right now.
Oh, and
there goes Soul.
That side air is actually going to do it. Bunny tried to get the follow-up on that GC side light now on Raid's axe, but it didn't quite work out. So it looks like Rise has to try here to just kind of play it a little bit more safe. He is starting to creep into that orange. It only takes a team KO or two, or a team combo, or 3, or 2. However many you really want in this day and age. Bunny trying to go for some offstage shenanigans up at the top. Can Raid make his way back? He can't, not with that. Oh my goodness.
There goes
Okay.
Rise.
So now it's a 1v1. That all happened in a flash. Raid's last stock went, and then Bunny managing to catch Rise. And now all of a sudden it's a 1v1. The one thing that you don't want to do is try and match Bunny off stage with the gauntlets. They've been known in the 1v1 space to be off stage demons. But at the moment, Soul is trying to
just keep them off
trying
stage.
to go
it's
one
okay.
for one here. Both of them on those gauntlets. Bunny swapping over to the axe. Can she try and get the KO here? She does have Soul deep in that red. So
she does.
Oh, that's gonna do it.
But the axe is way too
down air, just popping Soul up, and then he just tried to fall back down, try to get that stage control before eating a meaty axe side air. And that's going to be 1-1 for Bunny and Raid.
Yeah. Honestly, pretty close game there. It's just Bunny really didn't get hit too much till the end there, and it was a little too late. A little unfortunate for Soul in that 1v1. But this really could go either way for the set. I don't know. What are you thinking, Jerry?
It was a relatively even game. It was quite chaotic there at that ending, where all of a sudden Raid and Rise just got sent flying and losing their last stocks, and it turning into a 1v1. So perhaps especially for Rise and Raid to, if they're playing that supportive role, it's okay to get hit, but you only have a certain number of damage before you end up getting KO'd. So, Raid already getting taken off stage by Rise. Nice save by Bunny there with that unarmed recovery, just interrupting the momentum there.
She almost took that stock very early.
Here we go.
A lot of damage coming out from these gauntlets right now.
Side air, no DI though. That must not have been true. Oh! The side signature from the Aang, and then down signature from Rise. That's gonna get that KO. That leaves some time alone with Raid, who's already off stage. He tries to make his way back on the axe.
Rise and Sword getting a lot more damage, a lot more team combos off right now. Doing a lot better job covering each other here.
Yeah, that's what... Oh, no, Bunny tried to go for the extravaganza. That's going to be another team combo and another KO. So now it is 6 stocks to 2. Red team have not lost a stock. Okay, they've lost both of their stocks.
There goes both.
I forget I said anything.
Perfect time. Okay.
So now, with both red team having a huge lead in terms of stocks, how do you, as Bunny and Raid,
good damage here.
Okay.
Just nair after nair. These players are just sending each other lower and lower into the pits. And in the end, I believe Rise loses their stock.
That was looking very dangerous there for Raid, but Bunny coming to the rescue at that end there, and Rise being the one to lose his stock. But there goes Raid, the neutral signature connecting. Bunny now has to deal with 3 stocks, which they won't, and it's gonna be 1-1.
Okay. Yep. So again, just very close match overall. Very fast paced. These players are just doing well within their own teams and adapting. It's very hard to call anything at this point.
Yeah, it was that game was a little bit more favored for Rise and Soul. Those team combos that you just saw on screen was really helping them out. They just managed to pick one player apart, and then all of a sudden they have a 2v1 opportunity against the other, and then they end up team comboing them into that KO.
3,
Yeah, it's pretty good. They're not afraid to rush in when they have the advantage of the extra player. Very often, these teams will sometimes slow down when that happens, but not these teams. And I love it. This is more exciting gameplay, that's for sure. Nice neutralizing
Right now, already Raid is in the orange very early on here in this game. Not the orange, he's in the red now from that side, like recovering on the gauntlets. Everyone else is starting to catch up in terms of damage, but that spear recovery is going to get the KO off the top against Raid. Bunny now trying to create some space for themselves to try and get that KO. Nice follow-up there, but gonna get interrupted. Nice weapon throw there from Raid, but now it's just... what do you do from here? Raid has to try and play a little bit more defensively, not get caught out. Just play that little bit more of a supportive role. They do get that Lance recovery KO. So now it is even. If Bunny can get the KO here for blue team, which they do right off the bat with the axe side air, they almost get KO'd themselves from that gauntlet recovery. Such a fast move, man. No wonder that gauntlets have been incredibly useful for the 2v2 space, because they've just... It's already got a lot of movement. It's fast. The team combos are a lot easier to pull off, and not only just that, but you can do them from practically anywhere. Maybe that's been a little bit of a cause for Raid, who's already in that red on their second stock. The damage from the other three players hasn't quite caught up yet.
Not at all, but just to add on that gauntlet bit, these players are very good at doing these impromptu combos where they're throwing a lot of the combos that are very DIable, not true at all. Just really good follow-up weapons here. Ooh! Stocks are super even. It's just so chaotic. It's hard to call anything at this point.
Right now, Raid trying to get that KO onto Soul with that Lance side air. He swaps over to the axe though. If both Bunny and Soul on their respective teams can stay alive here, try and avoid that 2v1 situation, which is going to be dangerous for Raid, because they are just chasing him down, trying to get the KO.
That's it.
And they do. The sideline recovery is going to do it, and now Bunny has another 1v2. Oh, nice team combo. A little bit of improvement.
That was beautiful.
Of improvisation there. Bunny now very much damaged here. They are in the orange, trying to go for that side signature. Remains unpunished from it. Oh, nice dash into that neutral signature, catching Soul there. Oh, is that dancing gun a KO? And they do in an early taunt from Rise to try and just set domination here. So now it's 2-1 to Soul and Rise.
Yeah, the great team. They're doing beautiful against Bunny and Raid right now. Cleaned up that team combo at the end for sure. That was awesome. They didn't seem like any of that was able to be dodged through right until the end right there, and all those are unique moves, so I love it. I love it. This does mean, though, that Bunny and Raid cannot lose another game in this set as we go into our fourth game.
Alright, so Rise and Soul here have an opportunity to book themselves a ticket into that winner's semi-final. Into the winner's final. My apologies.
There you go. We are at semi-final.
Now we find ourselves away from the small fortress of lions, but instead onto Apocalypse. So a different map. There is still that one floating platform, but the dimensions have just changed slightly differently in terms of those KO walls, floor, and ceiling.
Yeah.
And mind you, there is no there's no barrier down in the middle stopping players from traversing from one edge of the platform to the from one edge of the stage to the other. Right now, it is pretty even here in terms of stocks. It's just a matter of who's going to get that KO. Both Raid, who has swapped over to the Hattori. So a little bit of a change here as he almost gets KO'd. Bunny, she's getting whipped off the side there. Go, just haymakers that spear ground pound. That's going to get the KO. And it looks like already this Hattori, although Hattori being a low defense character, both sword and spear are formidable 2v2 weapons. So it'll be interesting to see how well this change works out for them. Oh, there's the DI from Bunny off of that unarmed improvised team combo.
Yeah, that was still a lot of damage. Bunny's already in the orange off that. And yeah, Hattori, known 2v2, very flexible legend for these players to pick up. To how easy these team combos can be and how quick they can be with that weapon. But it's not looking too good for the red team. As I was kind of expecting a lot more offstage gameplay here, but it looks like red team is more confident in just having that stage presence and keeping blue team offstage if they can.
Yeah. Ooh, nice side air there again from Raid.
Nice save.
Oh no, but he ends up ground pounding his own teammate Bunny, trying to make their way back, which they do, thankfully. And the GC
nice.
to get the KO there. It is a 2-stock lead, but the damage can dwindle that very quickly. See that KO there does work out for red team. So Raid on their final stock here. Bunny, it's not going to take much. They do have some time here to try and get a combo onto Raid, but it doesn't quite work out. That side, they're finally going to do it. So now Raid desperately trying to search for a weapon. They do find it. A little bit of damage popping up. Bunny coming in with that axe sidelight side air.
I was expecting
Raid
a double
is heavily
down
damaged
save.
right now. He's in the orange. Both of red team kind of just barely getting into that orange. Raid now into the red. So you see Raid hanging back just a little bit more, trying not to get caught unawares. That gauntlet recovery doing so much damage, but now they've left some time for Bunny to get team comboed. Now the damage is so even between the whole board here. Raid trying to push for that recovery, but it's going to be Bunny getting the neutral signature. Team combo coming up, and that's going to do it. Nice down air, and then the awareness from Raid to come in with that spear downlight into the side air. And now, Clown, we get a game 5, the first one of top 8.
That is not what I was expecting with these two teams. I know I said this could go either way, and it's very close, but it looked very confidently that we were going to see the red team close it out. But at the end there, Bunny and Raid really locked in and made sure this wasn't their last set of the winners' side of the bracket. That was intense. That was intense.
That was very intense. One thing that I do want to point out, Bunny having a level 100 Rayman, and with Rise and Soul having a level 62 and level 85 for their characters respectively, Raid has a level 23, which in professional play is considered quite low of a level for your character. So this is definitely a bit of a surprise pick coming out from Raid, who has the level 100 Olgrim, and oh my goodness, Bunny is already KO'd off the top.
That was a nice... Oh, there goes another side air off the top coming from Soul. It's a lot of damage and combos out of these GC side airs off the top here. Oh, there goes another stock off blue team. Looking quite good for the red team, but last game, that isn't how it ended. They need to keep it up consistently throughout this game in order to close out the set. Ooh. That defense really coming in clutch for the Onyx.
Bunny in the orange on that second stock. They're trying to get these KOs
God,
onto
they
Rise and
kill
Soul.
her off the top. There we go.
Oh, that Gauntlet side air is going to do it, but so now the stocks is even. They get a little bit of a team combo here onto Rise, so it evens the damage up onto him. Bunny still has to be quite careful. They are in the red. It's not going to take too much for them to get KO'd. As well as Raid, that sidelight recovery doing so much damage onto him already. Bunny off stage. They have some time alone with Raid, and he has not been dodging those sidelight recoveries. And neither has Bunny.
There's another one.
They're both on their last stocks for the set.
Yeah, this is their winner stock. If either of them lose a stock here, that means a 2v1 in the favor of these two Titans with 4 stocks right now. Oh, nice neutral air to keep blue team off stage. Like I said earlier, I think red team just really wants to keep this stage control. Blue team kind of shifts between Let's have some fun off stage. Let's get a little bit of stage control. Red team really just wants to keep blue team off stage, and it's working out really well.
Yeah, Ray
Ooh.
trying to go for that side air off the bottom. And even then, this is such a huge lead here for Red Team. It's almost looking like curtains. That recovery is going to put Soul on his tournament stock. But now Raid has been KO'd. And now it's a 1v2 between Bunny and Rise and Soul.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay,
Rise is
so
going a bit-
there's one KO. Can Bunny try and figure out something here using that gauntlet down air, just trying to get the advantage? They can't even afford to go onto the stage because they'll just get hit.
Yup, but wall slip. All Red team has to do right now is just wait for Bunny to come back to stage. It's just a waiting game now. Oh, Rise fishing for a signature kill right now. She almost got it. Oh, really fishing for that signature kill.
Yeah, she's been coming up onto the stage with attacks, just trying to drag one of those players off stage. That recovery isn't gonna KO. Surely one more will do
throwing
it.
a weapon
The
really
weapon
high.
toss coming up.
Forcing off stage.
GC downlight. A
What?
recovery would have KO'd there, you would think, and that's gonna
Play
do
now.
it, ladies and gentlemen. Rise and Soul are going into your winners final, guaranteed top 3, as they take out Bunny and Raid in the game 5.
Yup. Respect to both teams. That was really intense going all the way to game 5 there. It could have gone either way, but Red team really locked in at the end there. Unlike game 4 where blue team made a nice upset, they didn't have the room this time and just pummeled Bunny and Raid there. And now Rise and Soul have a guaranteed top 3. That's great. Cool. Now we're gonna go into our next matches. We're gonna go down to Guichibo, also known as Big Booty Brandon, and Drum Dummy versus Megdi and Raydish. I think we saw these players play against each other last time.
Yeah, Megdi and Raydish, a formidable 2v2 team. Definitely towards the start of this year, they were one of the promising teams for North America in order to be able to compete internationally against Europe and South America. Whereas Goichibao, otherwise known as Big Booty Brandon, he's definitely been a lot more of a formidable player in the 1v1 space. He is in the top 8 here for 2v2s, as well as his teammate Drumming, which I do not know much about, but we'll see what comes up in time, shall we?
Yeah, I do not recognize Drumming, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's another player who's decided to rebrand themselves for the season. But I'm a bit surprised both these teams are in the losers bracket this time. I'm gonna come out and say it. Megdi Raydish, I'm very biased against. I always hope they win every game. But also Guichibo also does incredibly well in both 2s and 1s. Drummy is Hexo. That makes sense. These players love their name changes.
Hexo being PR 16 when it comes to the 2v2 space here for North America. If we have a look at his recent placements, he got top 8 at the BCX this year, and then he got 4th in the Autumn Doubles Championship for North America in the 2v2 space. So a formidable player in North America to be able to get top 8 in 2v2s and top 4 in the Autumn Doubles Championship.
Yeah.
So Hexo and Goichibao, this will be interesting to see. Raydish and Megdi, however, both players that, the North American scene have known and loved, very great friends and even greater opponents. It looks like Goichibao just waiting on the pick, but I believe they've just gone to the restroom.
Yeah.
So,
they need a
look,
bathroom
don't
break.
blame
That's
you.
okay.
When you need to go, you need to go, man.
Yeah, nature
I'm not gonna
calls.
stop
You
you.
do not hang up that phone. That's a bad idea. But yeah, I'm just so surprised that these 4 teams are currently in losers bracket right now. Because on the other side of losers bracket, we have Snowy and Zen, we have Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. Marckiemoo and Future Bubble were our last chance for NA to win BCX this year. They went the highest out of all of our teams. And Snowy and Zen, both previous 2v2 champions. Like, it's insane that these guys are the ones sitting right now in losers. Real upset in today's tournament.
Yeah, mind you, now that because these guys are in the losers side of the bracket, that means if they lose this set, they're out of the tournament. They're done for the night. So, you know, you've got to try and play your heart out. And honestly, we'll see where this goes. It looks like Guichabao on that Queen Nai and Hexo is going to be playing that Lilith, which mirrors the abilities of Reno. A character that, again, you don't see a lot of.
Yeah, not a whole lot of Renos out there, but honestly, there should be more Renos. I think it's his lacking signature kit. I don't know what to do with that Orb D-Sig other than shenanigans, really. And the 2 weapons are really made very well for 2v2s. So let's see what what Hexo can do with it.
Raydish and Megdi on that comp that we've seen them on for generations at this point, with that Tezca and the Chun-Li. Oh, what a wow! The neutral signature on the Katars to follow up with the blaster recovery. And all of a sudden, Megdi and Raydish are already in the red. Megdi losing his first stock within the first 30 seconds. Orb sidelight Sire, and that's going to do it. We were talking about how good Orb can be in the 2v2 scene. We saw experience using that Orb already in the winner's side with Thor, but now we're seeing it with Reno here for Hexo.
Yeah. Kind of surprised the only player not playing Orb right now is Raydish, seeing as they came off that Petra into the Red Raptor, now into the Tezca. But it's looking out. Oh, nice! Another good stock coming out from Hexo there. Gets another ground pound onto both red players. They're ahead 4 stocks in the beginning of this first game. A minute has barely passed, Jerry.
Yeah, that Blaster's ground pound doing amazing work. Here we go, a little bit of a team combo happening, but Megdi managing to get the interrupt here. Megdi and Raydish, they just don't seem warmed up. What are they? This could be a 6 stock if they're not careful. The neutral signature on Queen Nai KOing. That's a 6 stock. It is a 6 stock to start off game 1. Guichabao and Hexo. Whoa. Whoa.
I never thought I'd see a Queen Nai have such good synergy for a 2v2 game. That is amazing work coming from Guichabao, honestly. Using these signatures that kill very well at the right spots. That neutral signature just killed off the top there. And I don't think a lot of Legends can kill like that.
No, Queen Nai.
No.
Queen Nai is my specialist character, so I'm loving seeing this character being used. We'll see this team combo here. GC sidelight Nair. That neutral signature barely caught. And a 6 stock to start off game 1. How do you respond?
Well, Raydish responds by swapping off.
Immediately getting off the Tezca and going over to the Red Raptor.
Yeah, last tournament we saw them on the Red Raptor. Today we saw them in the Tezca, and they aren't doing so hot, so I'm not surprised to see the switch. Oh, boy, it's looking quite rough there for the red team. Usually red team likes to take a slower pace compared to... actually, both these teams I feel usually like to take a slower pace when it comes to 2v2s, but I think the new meta right now, you can't really relax when it comes to how quick the movement is. Ooh, a lot of hitboxes coming out from the blue team. Looks very dangerous.
Yeah, already it is looking slightly better for red team than what it did in the last game. I mean, anything is an improvement from a 6 stock, but they are still starting to creep towards that KO territory. One of the benefits of Queen Nai, not only having high strength, but having high defense as well. They will survive a lot longer than most other characters. That neutral signature getting the KO, but not that orb one. Megdi trying to make his way back, easily does. Gets that recovery on the boots. Nice work by Raydish to even it up in the stocks, and nice team combo to be able to finish off the Guichabao.
Yeah, the experience with this team comp is a little more evident here with that nice pickup team combo. I think we saw Raydish and Megdi missing quite a few team combos earlier today. Whoa! Megdi very much damage, goes flying off that Sair there, or that recovery. It was very hard to tell. A lot closer than that first game. Good for the red team, not so good for the blue team. Hexo's already in the red on this second stock. Oh, and there it goes!
Alright, so now Megdi and Raydish, they do have a stock lead, but that could dwindle very quickly depending on how they deal with Guichibao and how Raydish manages to handle this second stock. He is quite damaged onto it. Megdi, however, quite fresh on this second stock, so he's got a little bit of freedom of movement to be able to play around with.
Hexo looks quite well with these blasters. Just all these hits.
Oh, Hexo getting the KO. Even considering that they are on their last stock of the game, they've been playing quite a free-flowing, kind of a carefree game plan almost.
Ooh, nice.
That blast and neutral signature connecting, but not doing the KO as they put Raydish on their final stock as well. Can they try and get a team combo onto Megdi, or is Guichibao just gonna
nice
run
interrupt.
past them with the Katars? Now Guichibao on their final stock, that orb side light side air, not enough to KO Hexo just yet.
Red team takes out Hexo. They do have a better chance here, but again, that's Queen Nai. Even if it's a 2v1, Guichibao still can take either of them out with a well-placed signature here.
Yeah, all it takes is a couple Katar nairs to just displace your opponent, and even though Katar's not a weapon that you see a lot in the 2v2 space, what they're really good at is just zoning your opponent out and just picking them apart. Maybe not so much for the team combos, but that hasn't stopped this team yet. As it is, it's so even right now. There goes Hexo. He gets KO'd by Raydish, and now it's just a matter of if Guichibao can try and finish off this 1v2, or if Megdi and Raydish can try and get this KO here. Orb side light side air.
Yeah.
Not gonna do it just yet.
Red team seems to be playing a little more carefully here.
Try
We
to
saw
go for the
Guichibao throwing out
haymaker,
every
but
signature.
overstepped.
But
The haymaker got overstepped just a little bit, and that side
Nice.
air is gonna do it. It's Guichibao had to do something. He tried to chase that KO with the unarmed recovery, and Megdi just simply avoiding it, getting that spear side air, and that's gonna get the KO.
Yeah,
So
the team
it's
was feeding
1-1
a little
now
too hard.
for Megdi and Raydish. It'll be a matter of if they can, stop they've stopped the bleeding of that first game, and now they've got to really try and make their way through the rest of it. It's a matter of if they can carry the momentum from that second game, even though it was really, really close.
Yeah, I think that second game was more red team's pace. It felt a lot slower compared to that first game. And I do believe these players like to take their time and really exhaust the other team compared to some of the other sets we were seeing earlier today. And I think it worked to their benefit. It worked great. Guichibao was throwing out a lot of signatures in the last 30 seconds there and was getting punished heavily for each one of those misses. We mentioned that Queen Eye can get those kills, but the whole caveat with Queen Eye is she doesn't have a lot of movement, and there's a lot of end lag on those signatures. So Guichibao has to be a little more careful when picking when to go for the kill here.
Alright, here we go. We have moved over to Demon Island for this match. So, no platform, very short walls, and no barrier underneath the stage. So, this will be interesting to see how these two teams try and play it out from here, honestly.
Yeah, no platforms, lots of stage to play around here. Oof. Both teams kind of just throwing out these hitboxes. Be very careful.
Yeah, Guichbao just trying to get the interrupts there at the moment. It is. Oh, I was gonna say
no!
it's even Stevens, but oh, Megdi, what are you doing?
The miss!
Why did that not connect? He tried to get the KO on the unarmed. Excellent interrupt by Hexo.
Where is that haymaker going? Oh, Megdi's missing
Guichbao
all
using
these
those
follow-ups.
spear signatures to effect,
There we
but
go,
he's gonna
finally
get
gets it.
KO'd regardless. And it looks like at the moment it is a 2-stock lead for Raydish and Megdi.
Yep.
It's a matter of if they can hold on to these stocks though, considering how damaged they are.
Yeah, they again to be careful. It's getting by those signatures is really
Yeah,
bad.
Nice
We see
signatures
Raydish.
are so strong, and we
Oh.
see it with the double
Twice.
KO here from Guichbao.
Yep, beautiful. We're getting double N-sig here. It really covers a lot of space. You can't spot dodge that if you aren't in the right spot for it, and it's really threatening. Ooh.
Alright, so
Red
now
team's kind of just
here-
flowing about. They don't really care much about stage control and are kind of just getting a lot of hits in here.
Ooh, nice neutral
Nice.
signature there from Raydish. And then we see a down sig on the spear on the other side. We were talking about how strong the signatures are on Queen Eye. That's just an example. Right now, it is blue team that have the lead.
Yup, but they are hurting quite a bit right now. Either one of them could get knocked out by any signature, really. Ooh, that ground pound sends Raydish low, but not low enough. Oh, the stocks are even. This is a lot closer game.
Ooh,
Very
is
cautious
that
with the
neutral light
approach
gonna
here.
do it? Not just yet.
It's okay.
Oh, that boots
Ooh,
recovery just clipping
nasty.
Hexo. He's trying to make his way back. Sidelight, side air is still not enough
Enough.
to KO on the orb.
They can't get any damage off Megdi either. He's floating like a
Oh,
beast.
what an interrupt from Guichbao. That boot side air was surely going to KO Hexo, but he just comes in, gets the side air, which it beautiful spacing to not hit his teammate. Excellent work, and now it is everyone on their last stops here.
Oh, really keeping Raydish in the air here. Lots of orb light attacks coming out, just juggling these players. So quite crisp. Uh-oh. That interrupt. I can get the boots.
Yeah, damage looking really even right now. That ground pound
Whoa.
connecting, and Megdi
That's enough.
doesn't have the movement to be able to make it back. So now it's a 1v2 for Raydish, trying to get the damage onto Hexo here. That orb side air, it's going to disarm Raydish, trying to make his way back. Nice side air
nice
on
side
the
air.
blasters, and that is gonna do it here. It's now 2-1 for Guichbao and Hexo.
Yeah. Just better better adaptation coming from the blue team there. It's still a really close game. This can go either way. We're gonna get a restart real quick from one of the players as they're having a bit of a problem with their system, but really close games here. Not as fast paced as the other ones, but they're very particular when they want to approach here. You approach at the wrong moment here, and you're eating a lot of damage, and you're possibly getting put into the tame combo. It's a very dangerous game.
That was still a very close game, much like game 2, but now it is Guichbao and Hexo with that set lead. So as Megdi and Raydish, you gotta try and just make it's just finite adjustments, really, just trying
Yeah.
to not get caught out in not so much team combo opportunities. But it's just, though, when it really matters most, they just seem to falter. It's just a matter of keeping their cool and getting through, really.
For sure. Let's see if they can do it. Ooh. Ooh, immediately throwing that spear away, which will needs those guitars. It's insane to see this guy playing 2v2s with guitars, but it's working out very well for him. It's very easy to get these follow-up attacks and punish these wild dodges these players might have to do in very weird situations.
That neutral
Whoa.
signature didn't KO. If that Blaster's recovery had caught on, that would have been an excellent team combo to get that KO onto Raydish. But what a read from Hexo. Goes for the GC downlight and then goes for the chase dodge into the ground, gets the neutral signature instead. And now it's a 2-stock lead here for blue team. Granted, that can diminish very quickly if they're not careful. But if they can try and extend their lead here against Megdi and Raydish, they could potentially knock them out of the tournament here and now.
Yep. This will be their tournament set. Ooh, but Raydish gets Hexo out right now. He had to get Guichibo out next, but with those guitars, it's really hard to get close to him.
Yeah, Guichibo being arguably the best guitars player in North America, perhaps even the world right now. If not one of.
One of, for sure. Whoa, nice little flash right there, sending Guichibo off stage, but not enough to KO. Very good.
Try to
making
get
stock
the weapon
last.
interrupt with the throw. Guichibo. Oh! Whoa. Beautiful play from Megdi. Now they're getting the team combo. That's
Nice.
gonna get the KO, and all of a sudden, the stocks are even. The damage almost so as well. Raydish just needs to hold on a little bit longer onto this second stock of his.
Oh, blue team's throwing
Nice
out
chase
all
dodge
these
up
signatures.
to avoid that neutral signature though on Queen Knight's guitars, I must say.
Yeah, that was nice. Both Raydish and Megdi just weaving through a myriad of signatures right there. Oh, that neutral signature takes Raydish off the top though. And it's looking quite bad for the red team because if Megdi gets knocked out here, that'll be it.
Yeah, Megdi just trying to hang a little bit further back here. He gets caught by the
side air.
side air. Guichibo couldn't find the follow-up to get that KO. Guichibo on their second stock
Nice.
okay, commentator's curse.
Yep.
And he's now onto his final stock. It's just about a matter of if Megdi can hold on. That's all it is.
I'm sorry, but did you see
is
that
that
GC
recovery's
sidelight
gonna
through that
do it?
weapon
Hang on
throw?
a minute. Guichibo and Hexo could potentially knock Raydish and Megdi out of the tournament, but Raydish
Nice!
is gonna get the KO. It's gonna be a 1v1 here between Guichibo and Raydish. If Raydish gets
this
this
could go either
KO
way.
here, it'll be a game 5. But if
Weapon
Guichibo
starving.
gets it, that'll be it for the set, and Raydish and Megdi will be out of the tournament.
Oh, Raydish is fighting for both him and his partner right now to stay alive and well into this tournament. And it's looking quite dire. Guichibo has a bit of a damage lead here, and Raydish cannot get in. Oh, finally gets a hit in. Just the hair's edge away from touching each other right now.
So tough, isn't it?
I know these
How
players
do
at the
you
edge of
deal
their
with
seats.
this? The pressure. At
Both
the
of these
moment.
weapons are so quick too. Like they whiff and they're afraid to punish because through this. Whoa, nice neutral signature. Raydish couldn't. get out of the
Is
way
that
of
gonna be it?
Nice,
And
that's
it is. It is. That's it. Guichibo and
My
Hexo
lord.
have knocked out Raydish and Megdi.
Good job. Good job. That was an intense final game there. The red team really tried to clutch up there. I saw some crazy gravity cancels and attempts to clean it up, but it was a little too late. And here, Guichibo and Hexo move on to the rest of the bracket. We're gonna be fighting Bunny and Raid later today. Congrats! Good job. But we're gonna be moving on to our last set of the night: Snowy and Zen versus Marckiemoo and Future Bubble.
Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, considered probably, the young guns of North America, the up-and-comers. Snowy and Zen, both world champions in the 2v2 space, obviously both in different years, however. So to see two world champions team up and be in the loser's side of the bracket, I'm not sure if that's worrying enough yet. But we will find out soon enough how well Snowy and Zen can do up against Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. So what are your thoughts and predictions on this set, Clown? I'd love to hear your thoughts, man.
Yeah, I think I think we're gonna see how well Snowy and Zen have been playing these last couple years, because they haven't had a consistent twos partner like Marckiemoo and Future Bubble have, but they're both insane at twos. They just came into Brawlhalla through the two scene, while Marckiemoo has been dominating both game modes, and Future Bubble is a little more relegated to twos. I think this is gonna be really close, for sure.
We will see in due time. I honestly think that Snowy and Zen, they have a lot of experience with Brawlhalla, with, you know, high stakes matches, considering that they are both, you know, world champions in 2v2s. So how it's gonna play out, it'll be interesting. I probably expect Snowy and Zen to be both on Gauntlet Legends. Snowy having been known for the Onyx, and Zen with the Wushang, I believe, which is, again, a potent combination when it comes to North American 2v2s.
Yeah,
Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, however, obviously Marckiemoo getting third place in the 1v1s at the Brawlhalla World Championships. Future Bubble, I do know of them as a 2v2 player, so it'll be interesting to see how the synergies of the two teams will pair up. I think that is what is going to be the deciding factor here. Can two world champions, you know, create that synergy against Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, and vice versa? So that's what I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because again, Marckiemoo and Future Bubble have been teaming for a lot longer together and performed the best out of all the NA teams at BCX. But one thing to note: Experience and Zen have beat this team before. So these players have had experience against both this format, the tournament as a format, but also against each other. So can really go either way. In a bit of a trouble. Okay, we finally have all the players in the lobby, and no way we have Marckiemoo on the Onyx. Okay. It's interesting. We see a lot of
Alright, so we see Marckiemoo and Future Bubble have already selected their legends.
Yeah, Future Bubble on the Kaya.
It's gonna be Marckiemoo on the Onyx and Future Bubble on that Kaya. So again, this is what we've seen before from these players. Snowy and Zen, I'll be interested to see what they pick here, but my predictions is that Onyx and that Wushang.
Yeah, I mean, they both have quite a few picks. I know Snowy's also played Rayman and countless other picks, and Zen also has that time and that Zario. But oh, there we go. We got the Aang mirroring Wushang coming out from Zen at level 100, and now we're just waiting for Snowy to lock in. Oh, we see a Zol, so they do have a lot of experience on Zol. I mean, that is a great 2v2 pick, gets a lot of early kills with how much damage gets dished out and how strong those signatures are.
Okay, so not only is it a great 2v2 pick, it's a great Snowy pick. This is a legend that we have known Snowy to play for years. He knows the ins and outs of this Amethyst, which mirrors the abilities of Zol. So I'll be quite interested to see how this plays out with these two teams. This will be an interesting match, ladies and gentlemen. So strap yourselves in, and we're gonna get underway here in this losers top 8 match. Whoever loses this set goes home. That I have to remind you guys. So, you know, this is a match that you probably expect to see in a winner's side match. So
yeah, this being so early,
one of these teams is going out at 7.
This is their old bones. These players are getting too old already. They're getting washed. Not actually, but whoa. Okay, good start from the red team right now. Got a bit of blue team, a bit of a damage lead here.
as the damage here fairly even already to begin with. One thing that I'll be interested in is how much damage Snowy can actually do. Zol being the highest strength character, he gets the Axe Neutralite, which isn't enough to KO Future, trying to make his way back, but it's just struggling as Marckiemoo gets KO'd. Nice GC downlight recovery here from Zen, trying to get that team combo onto Marckiemoo, but the unarmed just didn't quite connect. At the moment, Red Team do have the lead, but it is quite brittle as Zen is going to get KO'd off the top. It's a matter of if Snowy can keep his stock and his cool. Never mind, beautiful team KO from Future Bubble and Marckiemoo.
Yes, they even up the stocks very quickly here. They're only in the yellow, so they can afford it, especially with how much defense are on these legends. Wushang and Zor are not as bulky, so they can survive a lot more hits here, as long as they're not being hit at the edge of the stage with these strong legends. Ooh, gets knocked out at the top there by Zen. Nice neutral light to follow up, coming from Snowy there.
Just a little bit of extra damage doesn't really hurt in this day and age. It's just a matter of if they can get that KO onto Future Bubble. Zen trying to make his way back after almost getting KO'd off the bottom there. Zen still going with the unarmed. He finally picks up a pair of gauntlets. Gets that KO onto Future Bubble. Now they have some time against Marckiemoo, who's trying to hold his own here. He barely gets not that KO off Snowy, and that's going to get the KO onto Zen. Beautiful stuff from blue team. Snowy trying to make his way back. He is deep in that red on his second stock, so he's got to be extra careful to see if he can try and hold on, as well as Zen, who's barely damaged onto his last stock. Future Bubble and Marckiemoo, it's not looking great for them. That doesn't KO. Snowy tried to get that cannon down signature, but it didn't quite connect. Future Bubble getting KO'd off the side by the spear ground pound. Marckiemoo trying to make his way back. The downlight connects. It's still not enough.
It's just beautiful from the red team. They're very good job of being in the right place and the right time here, and just following up very precisely on where the players are going to be. Not always just following up with each other, but also the shenanigans that happens in the middle of this game, because blue team was hitting each other quite a few times. They're trying to save each other or accidentally, and either Snowy or Zen was there to capitalize as much as possible off these punishes. And I think red team's doing a great job getting as much as possible out of these punishes.
286 damage came from Marckiemoo in that game, which is, you know, when you get like under 300, that is considered extremely low.
Yeah, that's
when it comes to the 2v2 space. So Marckiemoo maybe struggling just a tiny bit to try and pick up the pace. We're gonna go back to Demon Island here for game number 2. So what adjustments do you think, Clown, Marckiemoo, and Future Bubble have to make up against, again, 2 world champions?
Yeah, I think their synergy is not on par compared to the red teams here. They were hitting each other quite a lot there, but also just not following up with a lot of hard-hitting follow-ups. There were some knockouts and damage build-ups there, but not a whole lot, and every time they messed up one of their follow-ups or engagements, red team capitalized greatly, so blue team definitely has to clean all that up.
Right now, it is blue team with a little bit of a damage lead, so it is a matter of synergy, as we had said earlier before the set even begun. So, Snowy trying to get the KO, but he actually ends up catching Zen, and that's going to be a crossfire. Snowy trying to make his way back onto the stage. It's if they can get these KOs onto blue team, try and make up for lost time.
Yep, that was nice. Snowy was really hunting for the knockout onto Future Bubble there, and Marckiemoo kind of came in at the right time to help divert attention, and that was nice. But they're in the dark red here. Snowy and Marckiemoo should be knocked out by now, considering, there we go, how hard all these legends hit.
Yeah, so Zen accidentally does hit his teammate and KOs his own teammate there with that spear recovery, but, does get an opponent in the process. So it is even Stevens here in terms of stock. Zen a little bit more damage than the others, considering how early he did get KO'd. So maybe he has to hang back a little, just a tiny bit more and try and just deal with the stocks that he's been dealt with.
Incredibly close when it comes to damage. Oh, okay, there we go. A lot more damage coming onto Zen right now. See if they can stay alive with Shang not having a whole lot of defense. Ooh, that's side air. Really sending them in a bad spot, but it's okay. Snowy can handle their own on stage and force both the blue team off stage.
Whoa,
Nice
whoa.
ground pound.
Beautiful play there from Red Team. Snowy just had Future Bubble there by the ropes. Marckiemoo went for the downlight neutral air instead of that downlight down air.
He's not
Potentially
afraid.
thinking that the Nair would have KO'd off the top there. But a Future Bubble was ready and waiting. Snowy KOing his own teammate again. So 3 out of the 4 stocks that Red Team have lost have come by their own hand.
It's okay, it's okay. They can clean this up. If they take out Future Bubble right now, ooh, which it looks very possible. Future Bubble very afraid to come off stage after that.
So now Future Bubble, he is on his last stock, and he is the most damaged out of the lot. Marckiemoo deep into that red, that spear Nair not going to KO just yet. Future Bubble hanging off the balance, but then chase dodge doesn't manage to touch the wall. He tried to go straight horizontal, and he barely missed the wall from that, and now it's a 1v1 here between Marckiemoo and Snowy and Zen. Marckiemoo, he's finally on his last stock here. Snowy and Zen, though, they are quite damaged on their last stocks here, so
Yeah,
Marckiemoo, he does have a bigger chance than probably what he would have had, but it's still very dangerous. All it takes is, you know, Snowy or Zen to hit a neutral light, and then the team combo to happen, and then all of a
They're
sudden
not able
damage
to
is
get
even.
anything started right now.
Snowy
Oh, that
trying to-
dare sends Snowy in a really bad spot, though. Barely able to get the touch here. Thankfully, Zen's right there to apply a lot of pressure into Marckiemoo. Very close here.
Yeah,
Uh-oh,
here we go.
there we go.
Use
The
that
start of a
team
team
combo.
combo. Oh, nice read, but that dare sends in a weird spot, and Zen's not ready to follow up off it. Uh-oh,
Oh.
Marckiemoo. Oh, gets hit by the edge of the break dance. Not expecting that to connect. Beautiful play by the red team. Looked very close at the end there, but they were able to close it out, thankfully. And now they're up 2-0 against the team that, again, were the last hope for us at BCX this year.
Yeah, 770 damage coming out from Snowy in that set. So we were talking about his high strength, and that just proves it, really. So
Just taking out every player on the block, really. The opposing team and his own.
Alright, so no legend swaps here from Marckiemoo and Future Bumble. They're comfortable in their picks. It really is just a matter of how much they can really do. Snowy and Zen, they are proving why they have been world champions right now in this set.
We might be looking at the next BCX team here. They're looking quite like a well-oiled machine right now, and I'm enjoying it. Ooh.
Right now, damage across the board, relatively even. Zen and Snowy here. All it takes is one more game to get that 3-0 against Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. Both of them getting hit by that spear neutral signature from Future, though. Zen trying to get that KO, that neutral signature is not going to do it, but the recovery does. Can they try and clean up Marckiemoo's stock here?
Whoa.
That neutral signature on the cannon doesn't KO. Barely.
If that would have been KO, that would have been criminal, but that was a nice follow-up off that improvised weapon throw. And blue team currently has a stock lead. Hopefully they can keep it and maybe take a game this set. Ooh, but Martin was quite hurt on this last stock.
Won't take much for him to get KO'd, and then that can lead into a 1v2 situation with Future Bubble here, who's doing really well to avoid the pressure from Zen and Snowy. But again, all of a sudden, that damage is cleaning up, and now Future Bubble is potentially on tournament stop.
Zen was just following up with so many nairs and recoveries. That was very nice, and just waited for the right moment to throw that neutral signature and take that stock. Now red team has quite the lead here. And blue team is having trouble getting back onto the stage as well. This is not looking good for Marckiemoo in Future Bubble. Oh. Uh-oh. That ground pound. Okay. Team's still alive, but just barely right now.
Yeah, at the moment, Zen trying to get that KO onto Future Bubble, not Future Bubble, onto Marckiemoo, who's deep into that red on their second stock. That gauntlet, neutral air, still not going to do it. Both Snowy and Zen on, oh, they're heavily damaged. Snowy can't make it back. The weapon throw into trying to get that unarmed down air to try and touch the side of the stage, but he just can't make it. So now Snowy is on his last stock of the game. He's either going to hang back or he's going to go full force in order to try and get these KOs here. That side air from okay, no side air.
Side
Snowy.
sig.
Yes, Snowy, he's on his last stock. Zen is still very much damaged on this second one. Future Bubble on the orange in potentially tournament stock here.
Yeah, Zen is so deeply red right now. It is insane. Any side air really right now would take Zen out, but they're just... Blue team's catching so much damage right now. They have to be very, very careful. Finally, Marckiemoo's entering the red right now.
Oh my goodness, the weapon
not looking good. Nice
saved
weapon
Zen. The survivability from this team is insane. Snowy ends
Nice
up
recovery.
KOing his own teammate there with the cannon recovery. Snowy is...
Uh-oh.
Oh, that doesn't KO.
Barely survives.
They
Oh, that
get Future Bubble, so now
Just
he's
about-
gone. Marckiemoo has to survive. He's got to try and get Snowy and then miraculously get the KO onto
My
Zen.
lord,
Is that
Marckiemoo
weapon
gets
throw
it,
going to
that
do
weapon
it?
throw's
It
gonna be
is.
enough.
It is a clean 3-0 from Zen
Sorry
and
for anybody's
Snowy
ears.
to move on into the loser's side of the bracket. GG's, unfortunately, for Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. They are out of the tournament at 7th place. But man, what a game.
Yeah, no. So red team just played really well right there. Snowy and Zen, they might be the next BCX champs. It's looking like playing quite well. But we have an insane bracket right now. That was we're on loser's side again. They're about to go against Experience and Hideaway next, later on today. But that was our last set today.
Yeah, that will be an insane set to watch. But unfortunately, that is mine and Clown's time done here for this evening. We're going to be taking a very short break before we get into the rest of the tournament for you guys at home watching. My name's been that Jerry Boy or Jerry Clown. Do you have any final words for me, my man?
I'm excited. I'm just excited for how this tournament's going to end and the rest of esports this year. Other than that, y'all have a wonderful rest of your year. I'll see y'all here tomorrow if you're here for the 1v1s. But yeah.
All right, we will see you guys just shortly. We'll be right back.
running through my mind. Daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound. Embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I smile. 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 So I smile. Smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Moose Wars Snowfall, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm casting with Hackle, and we are now getting into the top 6 of this event. We have players ready. They're ready to go and to have some fun. And when it comes down to it, Hackle, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm excited because, I mean, this is one of our first few chances to see players like competing at a higher level in the off season, because right now is really when we're going to see which players are hot and ready going into the start of next year and the new esports year, and those who are sort of taking a bit of a break. And so far, I've been very impressed with some of the. I mean, right now, our winners final is a number of names we didn't really necessarily expect to see this far up on the winners side, and we have some other players on the lower side as well who are possibly expected to be doing better. So maybe that's that sort of off-season magic doing its work.
Well, we already have Seed 4 and Seed 3 out of the event, which was Raydish, Megdeem, Marckiemoo, and Future Bubble. And now we're getting into the matchup of Bunny and Raid going against Guichibu and Hexo. I believe Guichibu representing Meow, and then I believe Hexo representing Legion. So now we're getting into this game number 1. We're on Fortress Alliance, and we've been seeing a lot of really good gameplay coming out of Raid. I'm surprised to see them playing Ulgrim again, because we did see Hattori on the winner's side work very, very well, but now they're on the elimination side kind of trying to mix things up a little bit, just kind of see if the old reliable works. But
that's
accidentally
a
knocked out
scary
Bunny.
spot.
Oh no, and Bunny's already out that first stock, and Guichibu and Hexo are doing pretty stinking good right now.
Honestly, blue team should be happy that they managed to salvage one stock out of the situation. So many things ended up in a really rough spot right there. That there is going to be enough to get rid of that first stock. Now the red team looking relatively comfortable. Nothing too crazy, but that clash is pretty dangerous as Bunny could lose it right here. The GCN sig is diabolical. And Bunny just now coming to life.
The GC neutral lands from Raid, and then Bunny comes in to follow up Gauntlet side here to go ahead and make things 2 stocks all. And now we're kind of seeing blue team do pretty well at bouncing back and forth, but we're seeing, you know, we're actually seeing Hexo kind of step in there and now make it it's like more like a 1v1 situation where Guichibu kind of thrives just because of how he is as a 1v1 player, which is why I think the blue team is kind of get smacked around just a tad bit, just because Guichibu is kind of to himself. You're seeing Hexo trying to separate them a little bit. Blue team did get a team combo, but does go ahead and get punished for it. Bunny goes down into that final stock. Well, we have Raid also almost getting knocked out there, but the Axe Dare comes in clutch. And we probably have a second one. No, we don't, because the GC neutral signature comes out. Now red team has a 2v1 opportunity. And we'll kind of see how they take it about. Ray trying to step in a little bit too to kind of fix things up.
There was a moment there where the blue team really started to equalize things up relatively well. Things close,
Absolutely.
and then it's these closing out hits. They're really struggling to find the KOs. Oh my goodness, Raid is just gone.
Oh
Doing a
my
bit of cleanup
god!
themselves, but still the red team so much room to breathe here. That end stick may just be the nail on the coffin, and the weapon throw certainly will be.
What? Okay, we just had 3 clips within it. You had a double dare ground pound, then you had the double knockout on the blue team, and then you had the weapon throw finish. All within a period of 20 to 30 seconds. So, red team definitely maximizing on the opportunities they've been given. And we're going into game number 2, still with Raid on that Algrim, not swapping back to that Hattori more as like a pocket pick. But we're really seeing the red team do pretty decently well of adapting to how the blue team's really playing. I mean, they're 2 stocks. They were up 2 stocks going against the blue team last round. But we're going on to Apocalypse. And I brought this up earlier in the beginning of this stream where Apocalypse is the map that a lot of players don't like because it's hard to knock on the ceiling and the walls.
Yeah, and I mean Reno as well. Just to mention, I'm really enjoying seeing a bit of an unorthodox team comp coming out of the red team here. But Reno is also a character who can struggle with those KOs, even with the recent like blasters and buffs. That character does have a bit of a difficulty, and right now we're seeing a very scrappy opening to the second game right here as Raid getting cut up by these guitars. Bunny, the healthiest player on the board right now.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing Bunny kind of get focused by Guichibu just because of a 1v1 situation. We are seeing a lot of neutral signature spam coming out of Guichibu, but the main reason for that is because if it lands, it has so much power behind it. So they're willing to risk the recovery frame opportunities that they might lose to the blue team to go ahead and see if that lands. But unfortunately, Guichibu hitting a little bit of an attack there on Hexo. Hexo gets launched in the air. The weapon throw actually saves him a little bit. Actually does not. It launches Raid right up into the way of being able to get that recovery. Silent in the side air from Bunny comes in onto Guichibu. But then we see Hexo get the knockout onto Raid as well.
Yeah, much more trade heavy on this second game so far. I'm liking the fact that this Queen Knight defense is coming in pretty clutch here for Guichibu. We've had issues before where Guichibu plays characters in 2s that are a bit more unorthodox, and while Queen Knight still, you know, isn't the most popular pick, she definitely has the stats going for her in this game mode, and right now we're seeing kind of the payoff as Raid just getting this damage built up so quick. Bunny not able to relieve too much pressure here as now Guichibu chasing for that second stock. Isn't able to find it though. Blue team looking to try and now collapse onto Hexo.
Yeah, they're kind of realizing how low Hexo is. They want to maximize on it the best they can, but they're also trying to keep Hexo to the side to allow for more of a 2v1 against Guichibu to kind of get his stock down there. So when there's that low, you can launch him to the side. It allows for a lot more 2v1 base combos, and when it comes down to that, that's what they kind of need. And then now we're seeing Hexo get knocked out by their teammate, unfortunately. And they tried saving him again, but unfortunately the Cider just came out and smacked him, which now makes things a little more even. Not a whole lot more even. Oh, it's even more even now with Guichibu going in the red. But now we're seeing blue team, though, Hackle, having a lot more center control over the red team.
I'm liking how these blasters are shaping up here for Hexo. We'll see Bunny fall off the top there, off the back of that spear, and now Raydish to play a very comfortable game, very safe game. Finds the side air. Can they collapse onto the combo? Can't find the stock yet, but the side air all the way out, and now Guichibu has his work cut out for him. Not the most unwinnable 1v2 ever seen, but definitely a tough one, especially with how slow and clunky Queen Knight can be.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really approach 2v1, especially with the speed of Nai, and you're going to be seeing that a little bit here. Guichibu's trying to find options like neutral airs or different options. They're willing to go in unarmed against Bunny, even with compared to guitars, because the side lanes are just slow. There's a lot of recovery frames there. They're willing to go in for the unarmed gameplay to mix things up, but that side air from Bunny comes in clutch, and blue team gets a point to their name.
Yeah, I'm glad they're keeping things close. I mean, the pacing of that first game was definitely just sort of the red team being in control for the majority. But it does definitely seem like sort of Buddy and Raid cleaned up the game a little bit, managed to sort of fix a couple of little issues. I think they were a lot better on like picking up off each other and finding the smaller follow-ups that sort of aren't massively flashy in the one sense, but they will make or break a game, like finding those 2 or 3 hit combos, maximizing your damage.
Well, even the 3 or 4 hit combo that they hit, and then Ray came with a side air, which made, I believe, one of the red team members just be completely out. That was the abiding win that got them that, or that was the abiding combo that made him get that win. Right, so when you're going in his next game, red team's going to be a little bit more cautious about that. They're also going to try to do a couple more different things. But now we're seeing blue team kind of get smacked around a tad bit. Or also Ray getting smacked around a tad bit too there by Marckiemoo. But you're seeing a lot of exchanges, a lot of back and forth. Sidelight side air coming in, which is true. A downlight recovery from Marckiemoo, which I believe is also true at that level of stock. And getting that knockout. But overall, players going for the reliables, the combos that are true combos or close to being true combos. We're seeing Bunny going down into that second stock though. So it's definitely helping out the red team. If you're blue team, no, you gotta do team combos. They're separating both red team members and it's been messing with them. Like that's where they all got their damage last time was team combos.
We're seeing something that I think is very characteristic of Marckiemoo in 2v2s, which is like, Marckiemoo loves to separate the 1v1s. And is forced into one right now. Does manage to make it back, but as a player who is so talented on the guitars, Marckiemoo sometimes just does his own thing. He isn't going to be like playing for those conversions. And at this level of play, you're expecting your opponents to be focusing on those conversions, focusing on that team play. So having a player that is so volatile and so good at punishing every option you can put out with guitars really shakes up what you're expecting to go against. I think that's like a very big factor of Marckiemoo just like punishing players who don't know what to expect out of his team.
Oh, Raid almost just missed that ledge too. But no, I definitely agree. But they didn't dodge that one though, because we got a team combo coming from Hexo and Marckiemoo. Just a 2-piece, but the GC neutral signature
the clash!
perfectly.
Wait, what is going on?
All right, there we go. We have Marckiemoo losing that second stock. We have Ray going and losing their final stock. And we now have Bunny dealing with a 2v1. But he gets knocked out in the process of that as well. Trying to beat Hexo off the ledge. Did it well, but couldn't come back in time.
I need replays of what happened in the bottom left right there.
Yeah,
like
let's check
3
it out.
separate clashes on different players.
It was like such a weird mix. Okay, so we have the zoom in, side air from Hexa, side air from Bunny. Okay, there we go. Got the down. Try to go for the downlight option.
A
I
bit
think it's a
earlier,
different
on
clip.
32nd,
Yeah, I think it's this one right here. Yeah. All right, there's a
That's the team
2-piece,
combo beforehand.
and then there. Yeah, that's a team combo beforehand. So that nice little 2-piece signature combo, and then it leads into some weird clash. The dare.
Raid
Okay,
fell there.
sidelight dare. Okay, tries to go in for dare. Oh, the recovery. And then into, Hexa's ground pound. And then Bunny's attack leads Raid down there. Marckiemoo is already dead. And then they both come up and it leads to Hexa's side air. Okay, so that makes sense. It's a lot more, it was a mixture between the ground pounds and like the ground pound coming in, I believe, from Hexo. And then it also led to the issue of Raid's attack as well. That's interesting. That was a very interesting split off coming in there, but now we're going into game number 4. Yeah, we don't, so no character swap for Raid. I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
so
just that-
far, no, that could just be it.
God.
Okay,
He touched.
yeah, really well-timed dodge roll to make it
Barely.
back there.
Barely, dude. And we're on APOC, so that doesn't notch.
Okay. To the side there as well. Hexo really putting in good work with these blasters. As I say that, though, does drop the D-Lights there. Bunny trying to do the most to cover for their teammate, but D-Light recovery comes through. Raid falls relatively early as well here as now Bunny forces up the fight. Except for the weapon throw.
Oh, Bunny! Oh, the
GC
touch with that!
That is such.
Oh, I didn't even know that I could touch from that angle. Marckiemoo says, never mind, you're still out. I have a 2v1 against Raid. I'm going to try to do a couple different options. They both threw weapons away. What was the point of that? They were just trying to weapon starve, but now we have Hexo with no weapon, picks up blasters, and now we're going to kind of see a side air coming in from Raid. Were they just expecting to lose that stock?
These matchups are
Oh,
so
no.
strange. Like every time they go off stage, just absolute shenanigans are happening, and I'm absolutely here for it. As now, Bunny, Raid trying to get something going, can't find the Gauntlet's down there, but still big chunk of damage there onto Hexo, and Wishibu's still clinging to life.
Yeah, now we're seeing an issue of Hexo, which we saw in the beginning of the sets that they've had on stream, where they're not being passive enough, they're kind of being over aggressive, and they're getting punished for it. Now we see Guichibu lose that first stock, then we see Hexo lose their second, and then we also see Bunny losing that second as well. But if Hexo can kind of sit back and let Guichibu use that defensive Nai and the stocks that they currently have, I think they could definitely win that. But if you're blue team, you want to go ahead and knock out Hexo. You have that opportunity. You're in a half stock disadvantage. That's the only way I could see them really coming back from that. Now we're seeing Bunny knock out their teammate by mistake. You see red team with the focus on the Bunny. Bunny tries to do a down recovery.
That's just
but gets punished by Hexo. And it's now a 2v1 situation for the red team.
You may be facing the curtain call here for the red team as the team combo comes in, and it's just not enough. That's APOC combined with the higher defensive Olgrim, but I think pretty much anywhere else on anyone else that would have been enough. Wishibu did actually touch there.
He touched twice?
What are we doing?
We're seeing Ray deal with a 2v1 between Guichibu and Hexo. Knocks out Hexo, gets the neutral on the Guichibu. Now it's a 1v1, but we also know how Guichibu is on the Nai. Gets a double unarmed neutral light, and is probably going to lead into some sort of knockout option here. Helicopter ground pound. And the weapon throw. There we go.
I mean, that was again, like a pure offstage scramble happened right at the end, and Raid managed to capitalize really well and close out the stocks. But then, I mean, you're then up against Guichibu in a losing battle, like health-wise and stock-wise, and Guichibu is just a terrifying player to begin with. We said already in the 1v1. So, very, very strong performance coming out of Raid and Bunny. Very good showing. Not quite, obviously, able to push forward, but still very impressed. And actually, I liked. There were moments of greatness from that team where they were finding some really nice improvised combos at the side. So I think keep my eyes open for that one.
I have to ask Raid a little bit later, because it's still bugging me that we had, we had Bunny on the Rayman, but they also had that Hattori backup pick, and that spear that they had was phenomenal going into matchups that we saw on the winner side, but they went full force into the Olgrim on the elimination side. I think the whole playstyle kind of changed for that team. We see the Olgrim, you see the going with the Lance, it was landing a little bit better, but it wasn't landing like it needed to, and the red team was punishing it. And, when it comes down to Guichibu and Hexo, they did very well. I think they definitely do well separated. But I think when we go into these future matches, we might see the issue again where we saw in this one. We might see Hexo come up where he has got a low stock, he doesn't realize it until last minute and gets punished for it. But these guys are crazy. Guichibu and Hexo went ahead and killed it. Very nice job. But we got to go ahead and get into our next match of their Hackle, which is going to be dun dun. Was it going to be Hackle?
It's a good one. Experience on Hideaway versus Snowy and Zen. So we're sort of bouncing from our previous match that was a pair of sort of more unorthodox teams, for sort of stranger playstyles maybe, to two teams that are going to be our sort of bread and butter expectations for North America. I mean, comprised of all gold medalists in 2v2s, including world champions on one team. So some very big names, and this is just to compete for top 4. One of these teams will be getting 5th.
Yeah, and we have 3 world champions in this bracket, or in this set, right? You have Experience, you have Zen, you have Snowy. Snowy's a world champion too of 22. So it's definitely gonna be very interesting to kind of see how it really turns out going forward. But we're going into this next game, and we have,
I saw as well Experience and Hardaway are playing a very interesting team comp.
They are. It's like throw me off a little bit because Experience we know for defense, but they've been killing it with Thor. They still have that defense though that they need. Because I think with how they aggress, like I think you and me have known for years watching him play, that when he goes aggressive with Onyx, he does get hit a little bit, but he provides that power to match it up, which makes him such a powerful player. Usually he would have to be with someone like Hideaway, with someone like Fakey, with someone like Zen to really show that power and support them where they need it in a couple different spots there. But these guys have been killing it. However, they are in the elimination side going against Snowy and Zen, which, by the way, also was a last-minute decision for a team. And at the moment, we're kind of seeing a lot of exchanges back and forth, but we're seeing a little bit more of a longer range battle, which I think is pretty cool. I think it allows for a lot more opportunity. But now originally we saw the red team had neutral control. Blue team started to take that back a little bit. Now
So
it's like
far,
a 2v1.
opening up, the blue team are really controlling the pace of this first game. Like, they are all over it. And, by the way, going deep, Snowy's just gone!
What is going on? Double knockout from Zen! And then we see also Snowy losing their second stock, which is huge for the blue team because it gives them a 1-stock lead.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I was going to comment on the fact that I'm happy to see the Zol back for Snowy. I mean, a really interesting choice in the current situation in twos. Zen, very good side-take experience, may just be out of here, and there it is. Can the red team capitalize?
Oh!
Get rid of Hideaway and Zen!
Zen!
Turning things right back around.
He got a double knockout twice again. So he comes in with a double knockout, comes in and does another one, and lands it with a double ground pound finisher. That's the way you do it, because Zen's popping off right now. Snowy's coming in and kind of being an aggressor, while Zen's kind of taking advantage of the openings and the opportunities that the blue team's really throwing out at them.
I like seeing Zen having the spear in hand right here because of the weapons of Wushang. I think spear is definitely a lot better for the purpose of relieving pressure off your teammate Snowy. Just clinging to life right now. Zen forced onto the gauntlet. Combo could be coming in for the blue team. Snowy tries to get in to interrupt. Does manage to do a little bit, but still the blue team sitting pretty comfortable here. Snowy still just barely surviving that side air, and now Zen has to do it all. Can't find it. 2 says out of experience, and the red team crumble.
Yeah, so we had a double knockout coming out of experience towards the end. And I don't know, like, I'm thrown off a little bit by this too, just because we had Zen doing very, very well, but then I guess we had Snowy go very low in that final stock too early, and usually he's the one that aggresses, and you have Zen aggressing because he has the most stock, and you're seeing the blue team just get a lot of his team combos. Then you see Snowy in a couple of different instances try to step in that combo, but just missing it by like a couple frames for a couple of the different hits. And we saw blue team go ahead and win that. But going into the next game, we still have Snowy on that Amethyst, but he may have been too aggressive because I think the blue team was really punishing him very well.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I've been kind of out of the loop for a little bit. I assumed that Experience and Zen were sticking together even after not managing to take home the gold at BCX. I mean, I didn't see anything sort of arguing the contrary on Twitter or anything like that.
Well, keep in mind, like, it's the position that they were kind of into is you're thinking about Worlds. You're not really thinking about North America. So you're seeing a lot of these, like, NA players, while they still got very high in doubles, they didn't really want to. They have it as a back end, but now you're seeing Experience do this well with Hideaway, this double side air knockout coming in. They're exploring it during the off season. That way, when the World Championship comes around, you're going to see these guys have the best opportunity they have to winning. They explore the options that they could during the off season. And now we're seeing, Hideaway get knocked out by Zen. You're seeing Experience deal with a 2v1 opportunity, but GC Silate into recovery lands, allowing Zen to get another double knockout. Dude, Zen is feeling himself this set.
Yeah, well, I can tell you who is as well. Experience. I mean, I was gonna say, like, it's always gonna be weird seeing XP off the Onyx, but this hammer is absolutely disgusting. Snowy does find the down air, keeping Zen alive for the time being with this onslaught from the blue team. They just, again, they're controlling the pace. Even when the red team are finding their openings, it always feels like it's because of a slip up from the blue team.
Hideaway did the wrong
Offset.
signature, but either way, Experience does get that punish. We see a weapon throw.
Dude!
He's doing that to his prior teammate. Why would you do that to the homie?
That was a sub 2 minute game, AJ. That was
1
1 minute and 40 seconds.
What's going on? We got double knockouts from both teams. One from Experience, another from Zen, and then we see that type of gameplay off the ledge.
You are doing this to 2 world champions for TV2s.
Oh,
keep in mind. I mean, I can't help but think of that one tweet that Skeldra made, like, during BCX, that was just said, like, something along the lines of, I thought Hammer was supposed to be a heavy weapon, because XP is piloting that thing like it is just the fastest weapon in the game. And, I mean, I'm really enjoying seeing the Thor. We haven't seen Thor in 2s that much, besides the likes of Jeff Wilder, since, like, Boomy Sandstorm, circa, was it 2022 or 2021? So...
Look at Snowy.
We are seeing the Snowy Rayman, another level 100 character, as far as I'm aware.
Level? Ooh, okay. This is interesting though, because we got gauntlets, and we have the axe. So maybe the axe for range. Maybe it's the range thing. No, because then why would he go to? I think gauntlets he may be a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing a lot coming out of the axe on the Zol, to be specific, but the cannon wasn't quite... I mean, if you're playing cannon in 2v2s, quite frequently you need to be able to have that explosive momentum and to be able to, like, control the pace the way the blue team is. And if you can't find those openings, often you're going to be doing better off with something like Gauntlets, where you have that better sort of neutral situation. But still, that being said, the blue team's still sort of just controlling how everything is going throughout this entire set. The red team fighting to not go out 3-0 right now. And Zen trying to do his best with that spear to make that happen, but Snowy is able to find the side save, take out one. Can they close out the stock? Unfortunately not. The blue team's still holding a lead here.
Yeah, they're definitely holding a lead right now, and now we're kind of seeing the red team realize that, try to really maximize onto Hideaway with trying to get a knockout. You're seeing Snowy trying to aggress with the axe. The axe isn't currently working. They're going armed. They're going back over to the gauntlets to see if they can do some team combos, because they're kind of being separated a bit. And red team, as soon as they pick up the gauntlets, go in with a double gauntlet combo onto Hideaway. Snowy's coming off and popping off with those gauntlets. As we say that though, blue team's going to try to get their own team combo in, because they realize what the red team is really doing is rushing into these combos. And now we're seeing Hideaway with a knockout option. Experience now off the ledge to get Snowy. They both come back, and we're seeing Zen come back, try to save their teammate, but blue team's just overall controlling this. Look at this.
That is a really good breakup of the cluster there by Snowy. But there's that explosive potential of the cannon. But what a cover by Snowy!
That's what Snowy needed. He needed that pressure that he's done previously. He's popping off right now. He's kind of having to be the aggressor of the team. There's like no ends or buts around it. You're seeing Zen doing really well on maximizing on different options, but now we're kind of seeing Snowy be that aggressor, and it's working so far. But also, blue team has a decent lead over the red team, so the red team's got to still pull something up their sleeve there to kind of make that happen again.
I think it may be too little too late, but the red team really does seem like they're starting to figure out the pacing the blue team is trying to force. They're noticing when XP is going to sit back and when he's going to try and commit to these over-aggressive options to find these team combos. So the red team, right now, if they can get rid of Hideaway, this is looking very doable. Sidelight Nair, can't find the recovery XP. Both blue team members even, not long for this world, the recovery will do it. Can they close out the game? Zen finds the second recovery.
Oh my
the
gosh.
red team are still in it. 700 damage out of Snowy.
700. In the previous games, we saw Zen have the knockout options. I think Zen kind of realized the pace is kind of slowing down, willing to get hit a little bit and take some damage, while Snowy is given more opportunities to knock out with the axe and the gauntlets. I think with Snowy, with how he's doing now with these gauntlets, he's a lot more comfortable. He's able to get a lot more damage build up with those gauntlets and then finish off with the axe. So these guys are going crazy. You got experience with the hammer as well. I think Truth Seeker hammer as well. And then we got, was it Hideaway with that new crossover saber as well?
The Dark Saber, yeah.
Look at the Dark
some
Saber.
Very good like skin choices coming in from the blue team.
So
I
we
wish I had
have
that hammer.
we have Aang, SpongeBob SquarePants going against Thor and the Arbiter. Where else are we going to see that? But
Oh wait,
we're going...
I think I saw earlier. Didn't someone say this isn't actually right? Okay, oh, I get it. I understand why Experience has access to that hammer.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, for sure. But definitely cool hammer. But we're going into this next game here. We're on Small Fortress of Lions. The Derek comes in. Downlight comes in. Oh, blue team. Get a team combo on the red as well. And now we're seeing blue team get a massive damage lead. However, with the signature that Hideaway used, it didn't provide enough damage buildup because the red team was starting to come back a little bit, but then they take advantage of the edge to go ahead and knock out Snowy, then knock out Zen with that sword Silite and a Neutralite. And now the blue team has the opportunity of doing that once again, but they need to kind of throw the red team in the center again. But you're seeing Snowy and Zen kind of sit back because they realized that was a situation already this round. Oh, as I say that.
Also noticing the blue team definitely are not pushing the pace as hard as they were in those first few games. They realize the red team is starting to figure things out, not gonna, like, they need to change up what they're doing, and as a result, it seems to be working out pretty well here. The red team struggling to find these opening hits to find the KOs. Zen in trouble with the side, has to avoid that hammer recovery, is able to do so, but Hideaway's there to cover with the D-stick as well. Zen finds the side in, not quite going to be enough. Snowy trying to find these big axe swings. The recovery comes through, that will get the first stop of Hideaway, and Experience is still comfortable on this first.
Nice.
What a weapon throw!
There we go. Nice dare coming in. Gets the recovery. Very nice job. Gets the knockout there onto Experience. Now we're kind of seeing Zen pop off with these gauntlets there. There we go. We're seeing them try to really approach Experience. Then we see Hideaway, though, go ahead and get that knockout option. And now we're seeing the blue team try to do 2v1 Snowy, kind of mix things up a little bit. But now we're seeing still red team with the overall platform control, which might actually help them a little bit. But as I say that, blue team takes that back and is trying to do a team combo. Oh, nice job by Zen knocking him out of that.
It's not looking good for Snowy here as the end light comes through. It's actually going to be enough for Snowy's in the sweat bead. Zen can't find a save and goes too deep for it anyway. That's a heartbreaker. That is a heartbreaker.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But Experience and Hideaway advancing further into the bracket. We saw them do very, very well at controlling, the situation at hand. They have phenomenal team synergy that allowed them to go ahead and get these knockout options that we saw. And then when it came down to their opponents were fantastic. The issue came down to really finding an aggressor in that team to really push in. Both of them kind of wanted to play back and get these different openings that might be available. But Experience and Hideaway, man, they took full advantage and showed what they were made of, and showed that Thor and Sidra are a valuable team comp going into the doubles as well. Mixing up that, that kind of double gauntlet or double axe system that we had for years in Brawlhalla. So, but with that being said, though, we are now going into the winners final. We just did the 2 elimination quarterfinal matches, and we're now going into the winners finals, where we have 2 players remaining on the winners side. Or 4 players, technically, 2 teams. And we have Hybrid and Fakey going against Rise and Soul. Rise and Soul are the upcoming team in this event, where they're beating some very big teams, but this is going to be kind of the breaker of, okay, how is this team synergy going to do against Fakey and Hybrid? And Hybrid's been putting up a storm with that Ulgrim pick.
Yeah, I mean, Fakey and Hybrid are a genuinely just very scary team to have formed here. Because, I mean, Fakey is a player who, when Fakey is like, locked in, for lack of a better term, when Fakey is active, that player will consistently put out like over 600, sometimes as much as 800 damage, and piloting the weapons that he does. He's so good at both controlling space and being able to be there for his teammate. It becomes such a wall for the team to overcome. I mean, a player like Hybrid, who has experience playing with the same characters, that is a very scary team. But Rise and Soul, I mean, they have that up and comer buff.
Yeah. And I think they do, but they also have experience playing as a team together in multiple events already. When we have Hybrid and Fakey, they do have a disadvantage there. And that was one of the things I brought up, I believe, in the beginning of the event when they were on stream. And, you know, I was kind of surprised by the first set together. I felt like Fakey was going to have to be that aggressor, and you're going to see Hybrid be more of that support player. But it's completely flipped. You're having Hybrid be that aggressor, and he knows, you know, his different attacks very well. But they're also going against, I think, when it comes down to it, solo skill and doubles doesn't compare to like doing team combos and stuff. And I think we might see Rise and Soul do very well with that going into this set.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
so
you were talking about sort of that team dynamic with Fakey and Hybrid. We can't forget about the fact that like when Fakey was teaming with Java, we saw some of the best support play out of a player, at least for the time, especially in North America, that we've ever seen. Like there were people who were saying that like, dude, Fakey's just the best twos player. And it's also a surprise that this player hasn't been able to get quite as many big achievements besides seasonals. So I'm curious to see how Fakey will be doing at the start of this upcoming season as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be interesting to kind of see how these players do. And, you know, with that being said, we're not going to the break. We're going to be going straight into this matchup. These players have been waiting. They're ready to go. And we are now going into the winners finals of the Snowfall event. And, you know, bringing that, we talked a lot about these players already. They're ready to go. I want to see how this duo of Hybrid and Fakey also do against the old meta Brawlhalla, the Onyx and the Wushang. Are we going to see a little bit of a mix-up going forward into next year? So
yeah, I mean,
pretty cool as well.
No surprises. Unlike the previous sets, no surprises with the characters we're seeing brought into this set, right? Like, I mean, Onyx, Wushang, daring today, aren't we? And then, I mean, Ogum Kaya, also a very frequently used team these days, so I'm curious to see how the blue team manages to handle sort of the more experienced side of the red team. So far, doing pretty good as they collapse onto Hybrid.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing, you know, a lot of focus on Hybrid because when it came down to previous matches they had on stream, we also saw a situation of Hybrid getting knocked out early and having a rough time really dealing with the different levels of pressure and landing those attacks when they were under a certain level of pressure. As we say that though, we do see, a knockout option almost on the Fakey, but we're seeing a lot of back and forth at the moment, exchanging pretty well back and forth. And we also have to consider we are on Demon Island, so we might see combos like that off the side of the map from Rise and Soul. So what that's neutral signature. But we are currently seeing blue team try to take that neutral control again. Hybrid sticks in there a little bit, allowing for Fakey to kind of push through, get that down light, neutral light. And I mean, they're just swapping positions of who has control and who doesn't.
And Hybrid actually kind of in the roughest spot so far, struggling to stay alive. Fakey weapon throw down, doesn't catch. Both red team members really going in deep to try and find that KO. Aren't able to find it, but still Hybrid now trying to get stuff going with this Lance. Fakey has that spear in hand. Both red team players, one of the biggest strengths of this team comp that they're playing is the fact that they can control space with these wide sweeping attacks so well. And we're seeing it come into play right here. The NSIG does catch. The trade does come through as Hybrid falls.
Yeah, Hybrid kind of, or Fakey kind of hit Hybrid into that a little bit too, which allowed for the blue team to maximize on it. But now we're seeing blue team kind of keeping Fakey low enough where they can kind of do 2v1s against Hybrid. Very nice little Derek coming in. You're seeing kind of red team trying to separate them a little bit as well. And we're also seeing a little bit of team damage from Rise on the Soul.
And now, as this game continues to go on, we are seeing kind of a smaller lead take place. Hybrid really trying to find this. Okay, honestly, I respect the balls on Fakey to go for that GC right there. Could have been really dangerous though if that didn't go through.
Nice job from Hybrid, but doesn't knock out because the ceiling of Demon Island prevents them from being knocked out that far up. That we do go ahead and see Fakey get the knockout option on to Rise, and you're seeing Soul off that ledge, trying to deal with Hybrid first, trying to knock him out, keep Fakey away. See him kind of going for it. Nice side air option. Fakey gets neutral light. Hybrid missing the ground pound. He did go too far in, but Fakey coming in with that neutral air to save his stock and prevent Fakey from dealing with the 1v1.
Oh,
Ooh, nice bait.
coverage with the end lights.
Okay. I think if you're Fakey, you want to try to do that signature again, kind of get him in a grasp, allowing for Hybrid to get this knockout, but Fakey just gets the side air.
I mean,
There we go.
one thing I want to pick up on, dude, I wish we had like an analyst portion for these tournaments, because there was something the red team was doing so well that game, which was quite frequently. I mean, especially on a stage like Demon, you're in a kind of an offstage scuffle because the walls are so short. You're spending a lot of time trying to figure out how you get back to the stage, and the red team were doing such a good job of covering each other. There was one specific moment towards the end where Hybrid was in a pretty rough spot, sent below a blue team member, and Fakey goes straight out there, drops what he's doing, and says, okay, I'm getting above my teammate, I'm going to throw out a recovery, put out a hitbox wall between my teammate and the enemy, and just try and keep them alive as best I can. And that is the hallmark of a really conscious two-square.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are very conscious of what's happening in a matchup. You know, we're not seeing more focus on one player. They're more worried about where my teammates at, where can I do follow-ups, how can we get this team damage build up, especially in Brawlhalla too. You want to make sure it's one of those games where you can do a lot of team damage build up throughout the matchup if you can kind of separate them into like a 1v2. I mean, you could even do 2v2 style combos as well, but we haven't seen a whole lot of the players really fall into that rhythm just yet. But nice neutral light coming in there from Soul. Gets two-piece by Hybrid. Fakey misses the recovery, but does get that side air. Allows for a three-piece combo there onto Rise.
Well, that
and then we
KOs.
see Fakey with the side air knockout also onto Soul, but then Soul comes in with that knockout option on the Hybrid. We see Fakey now dealing with the blue team, but then it looks like actually Rise's weapon throw saved them for a little bit, but does get knocked out. Blue team with an amazing four-piece combo on the Hybrid. These guys are just going back and forth with damage buildup, but red team's starting to pop off a little bit. Oh, as I say that.
Still, Hybrid being the player who's taking a bit more damage here than Fakey. Both players sort of doing their best to try and mitigate that bleeding, and now Fakey getting all of these vertical hits going with the bow, that neutral air, that neutral light as well. Red team actually split apart here as Fakey does commit a bit too far onto the left side. Trying to find a way back to the right now. The side sig isn't quite enough. Now Fakey is going to be forced to try and put on more aggression as the player who's a bit healthier on this team isn't actually able to get over to Hybrid right now, in the blue team trying to capitalize. Aren't able to find a stock though. Both teams really struggling to close them out there. We finally see that first stock through off the second. Kind of a mincing of words there.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing both blue team members now down into their final stocks. You're seeing Hybrid using the range of the lands to kind of put that pressure on the blue team, and it's working well, but they aren't landing a lot of attacks. I think they're just going in to put pressure. But now where everything's at, you're going to see Hybrid get knocked out with that gauntlet recovery. You're going to see Fakey try to pick up bow. But I think they want that spear going to the next stock, so they're going to do as much damage as they possibly can on that bow. But as we say that, gets the ground pound, almost knocks out one of the blue team members.
Honestly, I like Fakey going in deep for that ground pound there, knowing that he's the only player left on 2 stocks. He's to try and get extra value out of this stock, but not let it run on too long. You don't want to be forcing your teammate into a situation like this, where you're still respawning and your teammate's having to deal with that on V2. But a lovely combo coming through. Can't find the side sig, but the D sig will be enough, and the red team close out game 2.
Dude, the combo with Axe coming in from Hybrid. Then we see Fakey come in with the unarmed neutral layers to lead into combos with Hybrid with the Axe recovery was phenomenal from the red team. Then it kind of led the opposing member of the blue team like, okay, what do I do here? Smack. You know, so red team doing very, very well. controlling it towards the end. Blue team did really well in the middle of the set with the team synergy and combos and stuff, but it just wasn't enough with how the red team was playing to really bring things back. And you know, I think that comes down to that's an advantage for the red team. Blue team really needs to find a way for those team combos to come in a lot more clutch, or to kind of find more damage build up in the 1v1s if they can.
Absolutely,
but man,
sure. And
2-0.
we're not seeing any swaps coming in either. I mean, when you have a team comp like the Wushang and the Onyx, you kind of want to just stick with that bread and butter and figure out adaptations more specific to your gameplay. But what I'm curious is whether they're going to try and put the pain more onto Fakie here, because we've been seeing the blue team sort of do the most to Hybrid, and on paper that's fine until you realize how good Fakie has been doing at surviving for so long and forcing the aggression off his teammate.
Nice down signature coming in from Hybrid. He did get that 3-piece combo there on the rise, which allows for
What
more
a
damage.
punish!
Then we got team combo coming in as well. Down signature coming in clutch as well. And the signature coming in. What's going on? Look at them go, red team doing phenomenal down to the framework onto the blue team to keep this lead.
That was just absolutely disgusting. Fakie tries to go for that falling side to interrupt that light combo. Isn't able to find it, but still doesn't kill. Now Fakie forces up the side. Hybrid will fall, and Fakie follows suit. The blue team cleaning up pretty well there, all things considered.
Yeah, red team had a very big momentum, but they had a really rough time really rebuttaling that and make sure it continued going into the next stocks. Blue team using the gauntlets and the ground pound, or the helicopter ground pound from Wushang pretty well, but now we're seeing red team landing these team combos, the team synergy that we weren't really expecting Fakie and Hybrid to really pull out this game. We thought the blue team was going to be really pulling that out, but look at the combos. Mitch Light into signature.
Okay, just keep them coming, keep them coming.
Just
one after another.
Back and forth. Red team's willing to lose those stocks again if they can land it a third time in a row. So look at this.
We see him trying to fight back here. Those gauntlets putting in some work. Fakie now just on the front line in the trenches with this spear. Team combo does come in. Ensig not quite going to be enough. That's that higher defense coming into play as now Hybrid trying to just get some chunk damage going with his axe. 3 hits is actually a surprising amount of damage, but we will see that final stock fall. Now can the blue team stem the bleeding?
Dude, that was such a big opportunity. The blue team were just not able to punish. Now you have both blue team members into the orange, into the red of their final stocks. Hybrid trying to do something with that lance. Fakie also just clean stock, having an opportunity here. Gets team combo, but then Hybrid comes in very clutch to go ahead and get them out of that combo. Blue team really needed that option, but the signature from Hybrid land. It is a 2v1 for the red team. It looks like we have Rise trying to get the knockout option with cannon. Silent Dare comes in clutch. But these are all down into the red. It might be a knockout here.
Team damage coming in from the red team. Neutral air is going to disarm. Now both players getting armed on the red team here. Can't find these KO options though. Really good 1v2 Ethica coming in. These just very safe moves, not committing to anything. But the Enlight will come through, and that's actually going to be enough.
That was such a... I respect the red team that they didn't have that momentum. You know, they held back the momentum when they were that low. They realized that situation so quickly, because if they rushed, we were going to see the blue team really get a maximization on that opportunity. But man, Hybrid and Fakie going into the grand finals of Snowfall on the winner's side, beating Rise and Soul 3-0 and showing their team synergy. I definitely didn't expect to see that type of synergy from these guys tonight.
Dude, that was just scary. Like, obviously ups and downs, but when Hybrid and Fakie were playing together consistently, they looked untouchable. In the sense that you couldn't commit to anything on one player without the other getting in there and finding a perfect interrupt or being able to punish you with a signature that's just placed so well. There were so many individual punishes from red team members on the enemy team when they're hitting their teammate that were just so precise.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of crazy to kind of see a lot of the synergy coming in from Hybrid and from Fakey. Now, we do see Fakey do a lot of that synergy with Java, but I think with how Hybrid has practiced his consistency with attacks under that level of pressure, I think he was able to adapt to where he could send the different players into Fakey to get that knockout option. Because keep in mind, I mean, we brought it up a couple times tonight, but Hybrid had so many games this season in doubles, it's mind-boggling.
It's kind of
Like,
showing. We can't forget as well, just to mention, that Hybrid and Fakey do not have a recorded tournament together ever.
No.
This is their first
they
performance.
don't. I mean, I think they teamed maybe once in the past, if I recall. Nothing like that shows up recently. You know, usually it's Fakey and Java, and then Hybrid's kind of bouncing around trying to find a teammate at the moment, which is a huge opportunity for a lot of you guys in chat. But besides that, though, Hybrid has 4,800 games in doubles.
That's stupid.
That's the season.
Ridiculous. And how many of those are wins? How many of those are wins? That's
wins 3,296.
Bro has more wins this season than I probably have games in the past like 5 or 6 seasons.
He has more wins than his peak elo. But besides that, though, we are going to go and get into our next matchup, the elimination semifinals. We have seed 1 of Experience and Hideaway going against Guichibu and Hexo, who have been doing very, very well this evening in this bracket, and have had probably we have had some really, really good moments with these guys on the stream, but now facing each other in the semifinals, which is crazy to kind of think of. Is this a seed 1 going against seed 8?
Ooh, that's
I don't know.
A pretty big gap.
Yeah. It also means my seating was probably garbage, but besides that, though, these guys are crazy. I can't wait to see the new team comp of Experience in Hideaway with the Thor and the Sidra against, the Reno and the Nai. The Reno and Nai is so different for me. Like, we're so used to seeing Guichibu play the Nai because of ones, but then we're not used to seeing Reno in general, usually. We're used to only seeing,
where
Experience.
is XP headed? Oh,
no! He gets punished and gets knocked out. He attacks. Okay, there we go. He comes back a little bit. He might have ran into an issue, but GC downlight lands. Oh, tries to land that signature. Lots of back and forth. Sidelight. Oh, nice downlight from Guichibu there, trying to get the neutral air options as well. Sidelight Sire from Experience. That will go ahead and knock out the Reno of their first stock, Hexa of the first stock.
Oh, that's just it.
The Sire?
Really good clapback there by Guichibu, shutting down that extension. And now that side sig as well. Dude, I can't believe this is top level 2's play. Like, seeing this character pool in a top level match, this is the kind of characters you'd see picked in like a 1700 ranked game. And it's made it this deep into such a massive tournament. Such a treat to see.
Because we're so used to seeing the same weapons. We're not used to seeing a lot of uniqueness. And during this offseason, these guys are willing to try whatever they possibly can. And it's working out so far because we have Experience knocking out Guichibu of that first stock. And then you're kind of seeing the blue team trying to rebuttal and take that neutral control. But then you're seeing Hexo come in, allowing for the red team to really get that control of it and get this damage buildup. Especially with guitars, you need that neutral control to do a lot of damage buildup on platform. So now, there we go. Coming in from Hideaway, Cider for Guichibu knocking out. But keep in mind, red team's up almost an entire stock. If you're blue team, you don't want that to happen. But now Hideaway is dealing with a 2v1. He's not even going to risk it.
Don't want it. I mean, we want to keep in mind that if it weren't for that accidental SD right at the start by Experience, that game would have been a lot closer towards the end specifically. But still, it was still a whole stock advantage, or at the end 2 stock advantage for the red team. So they were definitely doing something right.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to, red team definitely did very well with, what they had advantage wise. Blue team was starting to come back a little bit, but that first stock knockout so early just kind of mixed things up a little bit. But now we're going to game number 2. We're back on Demon Island. You know, we got the cannon, we got the orb. Sidelight side air is true, so we're going to see that a lot from experience. And then we're going to see some cannon gameplay coming from the Sidra of Hideaway. You're kind of seeing Hideaway trying to be aggressive, but you're seeing the red team play so floaty, his side airs are not really landing. Like, he's so used to players sitting back on platform rather than them being so floaty. There we go. But it does allow for some team damage from the red team. Blue team's able to take back that neutral, but Queechpoo with this neutral signature has been throwing out left, right, and center. Experience does get the knockout. Hideaway, the very nice punish with the downlight and the side air. And that, almost that. Oh, nice weapon throw, saving his teammate away from a team combo. That was a huge save.
Catching that downer out of the side air is such good knowledge of the end lag on hammer moves on hit as well. That weapon can be so quick under those circumstances. Now XP just trying to get these sweeping neutralize the sidelight as well to give himself space. Maybe seeing Hexo, like you said before, is going to be the player who's taking the brunt of the damage of the red team, sort of falling a bit behind, getting too aggressive. Queechpoo able to stay a bit healthier, but still not too great, all things considered. Hideaway is going to take a chunk of damage here. D-Light Nair actually going to get rid of Hexo. Ensig will at least get rid of XP's first stock, but still much different tune to what we saw last game, but never mind. The Ensig will clean things up.
I was about to say that he's been throwing out the neutral signature so much, but I think it's because a good portion of them have been landing. I think the issue though is when he's landing them so early, it doesn't knock him back a whole lot to the point where the blue team can't hit him, and he's been getting punished for it. So now we're kind of seeing him try to do those different type of combos. But as we say that though, we're now seeing Hideaway Experience try to really focus on the Hexo, and we saw that in the past too with Hexo being knocked out so early. We had issues where the red team weren't really advancing because of how low Hexo was and with how Queechpoo was doing these 2v1 situations.
Now Queechpoo maybe put in a situation once again as Hexo does fall, and now pin it shall be. Queechpoo already caught in a combo. DI does come in, keeping Queechpoo safe a bit for the time being, but still is looking bleak. 3 stocks to the 1, and the player who's on 1 is even healthier than Queechpoo. And we know XP likes to get out there, go deep for those edge guards. Hammer is a weapon that can really make that scary. The recovery comes through, weapon throw down as well. Queechpoo could just be done here. GC down heavy. Queechpoo has the options to just make it back. XP, I think, didn't realize the Hideaway will find that recovery, and there it is.
I mean, he was confident, I think, with how the stocks were and him being on second, but I mean, definitely a very risky thing that kind of do in general, but worked out for him. So perfect job coming in from the blue team, getting that round to their name. And I don't know, when it comes down to Queechpoo and Hexo, man, Hexo's having a rough time staying alive. I think with how blue team is playing, they're not really focusing on one player. They're kind of focusing on both, which is kind of a mix-up from what we've seen. Usually most teams do like a 2v1, and I think Hexo and Queechpoo's playstyle counters that because it allows for Queechpoo to get hit while Hexo gets extra damage build up. But now with how blue team is playing, they're kind of mixing it up where they're separating them, but you know, doing very well at adjusting to both players rather than just one.
I'm gonna see the stage change, but Hideaway already trying to get something started with the cannon. Hexo taking pretty big damage at the start of this game. XP is on the orb, not the weapon he's been trying to do the most with on this character so far. Has mostly been the hammer, but still both red team members on the side.
Hexo!
He's gonna be forced up the side. Hexo tries to find the stock. XP turns it around, can't save his teammate, does realize, and he close up the stock of Queechpoo. Good interrupt with that side light out of Hexo.
Yeah, if this was any other character, Queechpoo would be dead on that first stock. And, you know, with that high defense, it's beneficial, but this might lead to an opportunity where Experience gets a some side air, they get the 2v1 combo on the Hexo. But Hexo doing very well at keeping the range with blasters. As I say that, we get
blasters are just like a wall sometimes. Like, he got so much unanswered damage there.
I just think it comes down to how far he is away from his opponent. When we're seeing Hideaway really push close, they're having a rough time because of how blasters are natively, you know, structured as a mechanic. Get the space in between them, etc. But when it comes down to the Raydish, he's been doing very well. Down signature comes in clutch. Silent side air from Hexo lands in as well. And now the red team has both two stocks have knocked Hideaway down to his final, but both red team members are very low in their second. We see a knockout there on the Hexo. We see Gooey.
Oh, no!
Keep it! Go! It is now one stock all. Red team getting really risky off that ledge. Hideaway's feeling that pressure. It's all even at the moment.
That is what the red team needed. I was going to say the biggest factor was the fact that even though the red team had a minor stock advantage or like a stock equalization, XP was so much more healthy than everyone else. And now all of a sudden XP is the most damaged player on the blue team.
Yeah, now that's a big deal, but now
There he
Hexo's
goes.
got to be careful. Does get a knockout.
And there it is again.
Oh my god! I don't know what it is with these players tonight and going unarmed neutralites into combos. We saw Axe from Hybrid, and then we see Guichibu come in and spam that neutral signature, which is somehow working in top 4 of a online event, which is crazy to me.
Dude, I need a SIG tracker for Guichibu on this character. It's getting kind of egregious.
It is, and he's throwing them out because it works.
It's just
yeah, I
like,
want to see. Yeah.
the jokes write themselves, man. Like, you have Golds complaining about Queen Nai 6 spam. It's like, don't worry. They do the same thing at pro level, apparently.
Well, we're at a point where we don't have weapons that have so many true combos as much. I mean, some of them do have true combos, but not like anything crazy. Like a lot of true combos have been nerfed away from the weapons. As they say that, we see Cannon go crazy, but now we're seeing a situation where the defense is really coming in clutch for Nai, and Hex is already down to second. Oh,
Whoa,
no.
okay. XP hit that hammer and like
Nice.
almost the same frame that he picked up the weapon. That was such a tight input. Blue team now holding a small lead to the fact that Hexo once again is that more damaged player. They will be able to close out these stocks on Guichibu. We may be seeing a rare game 5, which we've only seen one of in top 8 as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, when it comes down to how Guichibu plays, I mean, we saw 9 signature counts last game. He only landed like what, like 40-ish% of them too, so. He's throwing them out, but he's not getting the full maximization. He definitely did there. Look at that fantastic combo coming in from the red team with a finishing attack of the side signature with guitars. And now we see, I mean, blue team still has a lead with Hideaway, but I mean, red team's definitely having a good amount of work there. But as I say that, blue team knocking out Hexo. Guichibu's gonna be careful. He's gotta make sure his teammate's okay. He's able to push in.
I'm noticing the red team seem to be trying to like disallow experience, the chance to go super crazy, but then again, maybe if you let both blue team members go crazy, things get a bit more scary, as Hexo had so much damage built up so quickly. That down air could be a good start though, can't find the end sig. But Hideaway still looking for this offstage and now XP, getting some room to breathe, getting some pressure done onto Guichibu as well. Both red team members now looking in dire straits, and we could be face to face with our first game 5 of this block.
Dude, and the Experience hitting his teammate by mistake, gets a stomp sider though, instead gets a neutral signature as well. I see a knockout from Experience. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it wasn't Experience, but it was definitely Hideaway, with blue team making us go into game number 5 in the elimination semifinals.
I don't know if those stats speak to the survivability of the red team or the inefficiency of the blue team, because the blue team did 1.2 thousand damage, which is a lot in 2v2s generally. Like, you don't often see teams putting up that much, especially when you're like, the game wasn't super close, but it was relatively close. And in comparison, the red team did like half as much damage.
Well, I think the force with Nye
Yeah,
is definitely a bit. I
they're
think
getting some real good efficiency going because of those stats.
yeah, I think with how Nye is currently set up, it's one of those things where it definitely benefits Nye, but also usually Nye is the character that's extremely slow, but you also have one of the best guitar players in the world playing guitars on Nye, and is very fast and efficient with that new dashing feature. So that Nye pick is starting to work out a little bit, but I also have to say the accuracy of the signatures really matters. It also matters on where everyone else is, because you know, if you miss a neutral signature, there's so many recovery frames on neutral sig when you miss with Nye. So if you miss it, you can get punished really hard. A lot of players just don't usually go for it. They kind of try to go for their opponent or the other opponent there. But either way, though, I mean, I think it comes down a little bit to Hexo for the red team. I would assume so, because how he's been playing more on a 1v1 basis off the ledge.
What we've been seeing a lot is Hexo has been enabling situations where Guichibu can get away with those big NSIGs a lot less punished. Like, Guichibu is throwing out a lot of SIGs for sure, but I think the times where Guichibu is throwing out the NSIG is a bit more calculated than the others. It's usually times where we're seeing Hexo give Guichibu these handoffs, or where Guichibu is 100% certain that SIG is just going to cover exactly where he needs it to cover. By comparison, the blue team are being, I wouldn't say super conservative with their SIGs, especially like the Thor we're seeing out of experience, but they're definitely being a bit more careful with their use cases. I think that's part of why they're finding a bit less efficiency in terms of damage.
Yeah, for sure. I know. I don't know. I think also these players are really considering their map choice this game. It is game 5, so I know that they're. I think who is it? I think Guichibu and Hexo are trying to leave Terminus open. Oh, all platforms. Ooh, okay. That's interesting though. So they're trying to take the platforms to kind of mix things up, which might work actually for guitars, and I would assume maybe Orb, but I don't know how that's going to affect Hexo, because I think Hexo is the one that has to survive the longest. I don't know how it's going to work. We'll kind of see though.
Yeah, I mean, both teams really have been having one player who's falling a lot earlier, but the difference is that in previous sets, it's been Hideaway who's been struggling to survive as much, and this set, it's Experience! Oh! What a pickup on that recovery, the positioning, pixel perfect, and now the red team having a very explosive start to this game as Guichibu is so healthy. You know, Hideaway.
Oh, Hideaway!
Too bad himself, can
there
find
we
that
go.
NSIG in the side air will close it out. Blue team immediately keeping things close.
Yeah, they were able to rebuttal with their own style combo too, which I don't think the red team was really kind of expecting. And now we see Guichibu knocked out of that second stock. Now we're seeing Hexo kind of feeling the pressure of those platforms as well. Now getting knocked into the orange, trying to use them to their advantage, but blue team has been going through his platforms and smacking him in a couple different instances they don't really expect. Guichibu landing at neutral signature, knocking out Hideaway, hoping to allow for a 2v1 situation, but looks like Gooey's main thought process is weapon starve Hideaway.
What's crazy to me is right now the blue team are actually in the lead. Like, even after losing that first experience so quickly, and they're trying to push that advantage right here. Obviously, the target is going to be Hexo, as these SIGs are now coming through, being a bit less conservative than mentioned prior. And the scuffle off the left side there, off the stage, is Hideaway getting a bit trigger happy with this sword. The team trying to close out these stocks, trying to minimize that inefficiency they had in the previous game, but again, they are kind of struggling to find these stock closes, and the longer they take, the more time the red team has to turn things around, as they seem to be doing damage-wise.
Yeah, Hexo kind of trying to push it a little bit, trying to make sure Guichibu doesn't get knocked out, but no, Hexo getting knocked out due to not touching that ledge. Guichibu got knocked out on the ceiling, not really allowing for, Hexo to really realize what's going on that ledge because of how the camera zoom looks. Oh, he's trying to get that neutral signature. Blue team knows that as well. Red team's just trying to get that, or just some sort of true combos. Oh, that's gonna be a knockout. No, he misses it. He misses the opportunity. Gucci tries to follow up afterwards. But this might be a good opportunity to focus on to Hideaway for the red team.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the case, but now we can't help but ignore the fact, or can't help but notice the fact, rather, that Hexo is getting pretty low here. The red team, Sun could be setting. The NSYNC is actually going to be enough, even on the Queen 9. Now Hexo has to play this a perfect 1-2 as the blue team has the tools in hand to end this run as possible. Eventual recovery, and that's actually going to be enough.
Yep, down late into neutral layer, or neutral late into recovery there. Very nice job coming in from the blue team, going ahead and winning that set over Guichibu and Hexo, and proved why they're there, and you know, showed their worth. I mean, we saw some very fantastic gameplay from them. I think even with the platforms, I think they took very good advantage of the situation at hand. It kind of made the red team a little bit more floaty than usual. And I think blue team just wanted to stick together and get these combos, and experience kind of popped off midway through that match, and all was history. So very nice job.
I mean, really well done by the red team towards the middle of the game to capitalize on the blue team struggling to sort of close out those stocks. And I mean, they had a very good start as well, but the blue team managed to answer back so well. And I think what was especially scary is they were managing to catch both members of the red team in some combos that was really just like, I mean, it's doubling the value you get for that combo. It's so much more efficiency.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think with how they were going about it, I mean, that was pristine there. Very nice job. I mean, I can't say more what I've already said. And I think when it comes down to these guys, they're definitely adapting very well. Experience in their opponent, or with Hideaway as well. For it being a newer team, and their synergy, man, that has just been diabolical tonight. But what we will do, though, is we are going to be going to a couple-minute break, but we're going to be seeing the synergy of Experience and Hideaway go against the Experience in Rise and Soul when we come back. The Rise and Soul's team synergy has been one of the best I've seen tonight, and they're going to be able to go in the elimination final and face Experience and Hideaway to see who goes back up into grand finals, and see if Experience Hideaway have the elimination side run to grands, or if Rise or Soul will be able to go ahead and prevent that. But is there anything you want to say before we go ahead and head to break there real quick there, Hackle?
Nothing more than just stay on the edges of your seats, because we have some fantastic games coming up.
Yeah, for sure, man. And with that being said, do not go away. We will be right back after this short break. Don't go away. We'll see you in a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose War Snowfall, powered by Pro Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. I'm casting with Hackle. We have casted some phenomenal sets tonight, and we are now down to the final 3 teams of this event. And we are going to go ahead and head down into the elimination final of this event. We have Rise and Soul coming in from the winner's final, going against Experience and Hideaway in this elimination final here, making their way through teams like Snowy and Zen, Queechabu and Hexo, and now they are here at the final part of the loser side of the bracket. How are you feeling tonight for the matchups we got there, Hackle?
This is going to be a tough one because I feel like the longer that Experience and Hideaway have been making their run through this bracket, the more they've been getting comfortable with the flow chart of the team comp they're playing, and they've become, because I mean, they've been playing good. Like before they dropped into the lower bracket, they had a tough loss against Hybrid and Fakey, but then since that point, they have been looking pretty terrifying. They had a pretty close set against Gui and Hexo, but the good moments for this team were really good. So Rise and Soul, I mean, also Rise and Soul are playing a team comp that Experience and Hideaway are both very familiar with. So there's not going to be any special tricks they have up their sleeves that the XP and Hideaway won't know about.
Yeah, for sure. And I think now we're kind of getting into the situation. You know, Rise and Soul are, phenomenal players, and we've seen them do really well, especially with team combos, and that's what ultimately got them into the winner's final. But I think we have a lot of synergy from Experience and Hideaway that might overpower that to a degree. But it also depends on how Rise does against Experience, because Rise has been playing Onyx. Experience is known for playing very heavy set style characters, like, for example, the Zal, going in for the Onyx every so often. They have a lot of defense. And I think Rise is playing the same thing, and Experience might have a small mental advantage against it. But then we've also seen Soul step in to kind of fill that gap in the past. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to kind of see how these players really do. I think right now we're just waiting, I believe, on Hideaway. But, okay. We might see like character swaps too from either team, just due to the fact of how well usually the main aggressors know each other's like weapons as well. We might see like a random pocket pick going forward.
I think it's unlikely we'll see any changes out of. I mean, both teams have been down to like their last game in a set, and have had like last set we saw XP and Hideaway go into that game 5 and didn't switch. That, I mean, going into a game 5 and not switching isn't as big of a deal because you've got that far already. If you're down 0-2, switching is a bit more common, but we saw Rise and Soul down 0-2 against Hybrid and Fakey, and they committed to their team comp. I think it'd be very unlikely to see a swap from Rise and Soul. I think the situation where I may see a team a comp swap for XP and Hideaway is going to be if they go down 0-2, because I think we haven't seen that from them this entire tournament. They've been at bare minimum keeping everything close.
That's true, and I think with how they've been playing, I don't, with how the character pick that Hideaway has with the Sidra has been working really, really well. The only person I can really see is Experience, but Experience is very confident with that hammer. But we do see a change, actually.
Absolutely.
From Rise of Soul.
Locking in that Kaya for this first game, which I mean, we know Kaya can. I mean, there's a Kaya on the winner's side in grand finals right now, arguably the best player in North America. And this character is someone that we do actually see quite frequently substituting Wushang. We see Future Bubble and Marckiemoo pick the Kaya in opposition to Wushang as well. I think that one of the biggest things Kaya has, obviously besides having that different weapon comp, is having more defense as well, especially in the current meta we're seeing in 2v2s, is really valuable.
Well, and I think the Kaya pick also allows for, you know, for Seoul to really be a lot more aggressive, but still be able to support their teammate with that bow. And I think with how, you know, Rise is playing, he's playing a lot more aggressive, while you have Seoul kind of sitting in the back trying to do something. But then you have stuff like this from Hideaway, which launches Rise out of the first stock, and you're seeing Seoul kind of dealing with a 2v1. But we do see Seoul get knocked out. Oh, we're actually, yeah, Rise get knocked out. There we go. A lot of back and forth. Do you see down light recovery? It does land, but does not knock out. Do you see neutral light into the down light sider lands? It is now 2-stock all between both these teams.
Yeah, it's a pretty good job of the blue team keeping things relatively close. Haven't taken too much damage here as well. We do see Seoul creeping into that deep yellow, early orange. Now XP hand on that orb, sword in hand for Hideaway as well. So very bread and butter weapons here, very safe options. The recovery at the top is going to be the stock. Now the red team looking to press that momentum even further. Can't find the stock just yet. Rise comes back in and relieves that pressure for a moment.
You see downlight almost gets a recovery, but then we see the knockout option from Hideaway onto Seoul there as well. Seeing Rise get that cannon side air and launches Hideaway a little bit. Now blue team dealing with experience, knocks them out of that second stock. Blue team will then go ahead and try to do a team combo knockout on the Hideaway, but then we see experience come in with that orb, and it might be enough to make things a little bit better. But now we're seeing experience try to do something. Hideaway's too far away with the cannon player, and the cannon player might go burn and go in for a knockout option just like that.
I like the attempt to extend there. The blue team really could have capitalized, and if they found that stock of XP, that really would have changed the game there. Well, XP is still hurting pretty hard on this final stock. Most damaged player on the board right now. The blue team have managed to bring things back pretty comfortably.
Yeah, but they keep bringing things back. They're not really being that aggressor to go ahead and get the knockout. You know, they're just going back and forth. And realistically, that's what the red team wants. They want to be those aggressors at the beginning, because no matter what, they're 1-stock all. If they aggress here and they get the 2-stock knockout, they win the round. So if you're the blue team, you need to have that aggressor that steps in at the appropriate times, just like Rise onto Hideaway. And then you have the support player that comes in and does damage build-up. But as we say that, though, experience is also very good at 2v1s and gets the knockout option on to Seoul. Now Rise with the gauntlets, and then going in for trying to go for knockout option, but experience has that range of the hammer. Neutrally comes in clutch, and it knocks out blue team, taking a point to their name. And, you know, Rise put some stuff in clutch there. I mean, he really put a lot of damage build up. His cannon was catching a Hideaway a little bit off guard, and a 2v1s, he was popping in clutch as well. So I know blue team's starting to show some wear that I didn't expect to see going into game number 1.
Yeah, I kind of expected, at least with how that game started, for the red team to really just put their hands on and take their first game, and the blue team would have to sort of like claw their way back. But it was almost pretty dire, as XP was, you know, one good stomp star away from winning that 1v2 clutch. But still, props to especially Rise for being able to put in the work. 650 damage that last game as well, so definitely putting up some good numbers. That's some good synergy there with picking up that combo as well. I'll pick up immediately Hideaway, taking a decent chunk of damage here.
Okay, a little bit back and forth. Blue team just really showing a lot of damage build up onto the red team. You're seeing red team try to rebuild up, but they have no neutral control. Blue team took that away from them not too long ago. But as we say that, oh, look at Seoul come in, launching Hideaway in the air, but neither player knocks out on the ceiling.
Ground pound and weapon throw as well. There is the cleanup, and that is the efficiency you want to see. 40 seconds needed. Both red team members fall And unlike last game, the blue team actually taking a pretty big initiative here at the start.
They do definitely.
Oh,
and they're definitely
that's
showing
scary.
that work. Oh, it was, but Experience does get that punish. Oh, but it almost, I thought it was not going to be enough, but it wasn't able to be enough to come back to that ledge. Soul was going off with that bow. But now we're kind of seeing, with blue team having that control of the map, especially on the platforms there, we're seeing a lot more, bow attacks that are doing damage buildup and signatures as well, because they're catching them off guard. Look at him, he's just spammed them.
Dude, honestly, I am really impressed. The blue team are making this look pretty comfortable. They had that sort of bit of a shakier first game, but so far, touch on wood, game 2 is going a lot better. Red team tries to go for the combo, and the weapon though will interrupt as well. As now Soul, pretty early on this second stock, taking a decent bit of damage here, but still, keep in mind that XP is on that final. The blue team are not only going to forget it, as they are already putting some damage onto him, letting Hideaway sort of take a bit of a breather as they focus down of the player who was earlier on to that final stock. Side air will not be enough to get rid of that tough Kaya defense, and the cannon string now coming in. Red team scrambling to try and find a foothold here.
Oh, they are a little bit there, and now we're seeing a neutral air coming in. Tries to get that dare option as well. Weapon throw. Nice side out from Experience. Launching Soul into the final stock. Same thing with Rise, but it's one stock all. Both red team members are in the orange of their final
so
stocks.
Unlucky. Red team had a good team combo set up there as well, getting that vertical combo going, but then the sword recovery dropped at the worst possible time. And now they have done a decent bit of damage here onto Soul. Rise trying to relieve the pressure. Side take not quite going to be enough. One more of those may do it, but XP finds the stomp there. Red team's trying to claw things back. Finds the down air. The ground pound will clash though. XP could be in trouble. And Rise isn't relieving enough pressure. His teammate so low. Delaying to recovery. Rise wasn't there to protect his teammate for anywhere near long enough. And the D signal comes through. The red team could just clutch this up.
They could. Even the unarmed recovery doesn't knock out on that ceiling, but now they got the cannon, but it wasn't enough yet because the ground pound comes in from Experience. It threw Rise off the ledge far enough so they can come back, regroup, and get that ground pound knockout. And red team will go ahead and get a point to their name. But man, what a rebuttal they had. I mean, they were down quite a bit. And towards the end, just really showed what they were made of. And the blue team just had a rough time getting damage buildup leading into knockouts.
They got too comfortable, honestly, is what
Yeah.
happened. Like, especially Soul towards the end was going way too deep and getting pretty trigger happy with some of those SIGs towards the end of the game. Rise wasn't able to sort of pick up the slack and get in and protect his teammate. And it led to XP and Hideaway sort of figuring out how the blue team were trying to shape up their approaches and how they were trying to rush towards the end of the game. And when you give a team like this, that sort of one of those, a tell like that tells you like, oh, okay, they're getting way too comfortable. They have the contingencies to punish that kind of gameplay. And now going into this third game, a much more scrappy start.
Well, I bet without a doubt, they're just trying to, they're trying to get a lead, but I think now they're playing a little bit more unique where the red team's like, hey, see ya. They're trying to knock him out right away. They're trying to make sure they can take a little bit of a lead in the beginning. Kind of what like the blue team had previously in the past round. Here we go.
Overzealous GC their recovery not quite going to be enough. Sending to that top corner. Nice end sig will take out Hideaway, but XP cleans up the blue team on his own, and now immediately trying to swing onto Soul, but now the team combo coming in. Goes for a second end light? Well, then you have D-Light ground pound.
Oh, okay. Nice ground pound coming from Experience, but that allows for Rise to do some build up, remove Experience's jumps, but Experience is able to come back to that ledge. They're trying to remove like the option and really be able to get that punish. But nice. Nice team combo coming in. Dare comes in there as well. Cider as well. Nice downlight, missing the signature. Nice Cider coming in. And backwards signature comes in from Soul. And Experience is down to his final stock already.
Yeah, and we're seeing once again the blue team taking kind of the initiative here, but we know now that they cannot afford to get too comfortable. I mean, if they get too trigger happy, the red team will just punish them the same way, and Rise falling off the left side, Soul left alone.
It was a mind game. Experience just kind of put pressure, and Soul was kind of trying to come back a little bit, and he just miscounted his jumps. Blue team's definitely feeling the pressure. I respect what Rise is doing. He's trying to make it one stocks all so that his teammates not left in a 2v1 situation like we saw from Hideaway. But now Blue team realized what they were doing. They did the same thing. But now we're just seeing exchanges left, right, and center. Cider coming in from Rise. Oh, into a team combo neutral signature as well. It's going to lead to a Neutralite. Blue team now with neutral control, having the opportunity with Spear. Cider comes in, Silent misses the signature. Oh, it's the recovery. Doesn't knock out, but double knockout. 2v1 situation for the Blue team gets Hideaway. The Darlight.
Oh, shout out Fozy. Shout out Fozy, bro.
Fozy indeed, but the Gauntlet Neutralite will land, and Blue team will take a point to their name.
What a incredible ending to that game. We also do have a confirmation that we've been getting it twisted, and it is Soul on the Onyx and Rise on the on the
they
Kaya.
swap? Oh, you know what? It must have been for the scoreboard from the beginning. I got you. That makes more sense.
Would be it wouldn't have that issue if the players use their actual names, but it is what it is.
True. But we are going into this next game now. We got Soul. Oh, that makes a lot more sense now. We got Soul on the Onyx. And we have Rise on the... Okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
Because I was thinking to myself, I was like, isn't Soul the Onyx player usually? But I looked at the graphic and I was like, oh.
But we are going to this next game now. We do have the Blue team going absolutely crazy. Nice little unarmed gameplay combo. We've been seeing so much of that tonight. And I think it's catching these players off guard because they don't usually see that unarmed gameplay.
Okay,
but there we go.
Two swaps. We're seeing XP on the Onyx once again, that is the pick that he is known for. And unsurprisingly, Hideaway is usually the Onyx player in the teams that he plays in that have that character. So unsurprisingly, he has to find something else. He's going to carry over the sword from the Arbiter, going to go onto that Val. The Blue team still on phase, going to ignore the character swap, but actually go too deep on that ground pounder. Now Soul left alone on this first stock. Nice desig out of Rise. Blue team trying to just say, swap your characters, man. Do it, whatever. We're just going to stay winning.
Yeah, for sure. And right now we're kind of seeing, side air missing the ground pound option. The ground pound coming in. From Hideaway.
Soul, your teammate, buddy. Your teammate's down in the depths, brother. Help him out.
I don't know if you can really help him out with the level of cannon coming in from experience off that ledge. I don't know, man. That was rough. We're seeing some picks come back out from old reliables. Oh, and Blue team's actually rebuttaling very well at the moment. They just gotta get the knockout options though, and they'll have the lead.
I need Rise to chill. This man is going so deep every time on a character that you don't usually see people go too crazy with off stage, and he's doing it right now on one stock. His teammate will fall, the try and trade out a stock, but now just be careful as the clash comes through and he's just gone.
Oh, what?
I think he just said go next, to be honest.
Weren't they up like...
They were never up.
Okay. Maybe my brain was like, all right. Whew. All right, well, red team goes ahead and takes that. Very nice job. It just threw me off because I saw two low red second stocks. Then I see Blue team have a 2 and a 1 stock. And I'm like, okay. They have the lead. They're clean. And then bye. But now we're going this next round, man. Oh, yeah, double Onyx pick. With experience choosing Onyx as well, him being that aggressive as much as he is, that's definitely been a cool thing there.
And now the question really is going to be like, I don't think that was a character change thing. I think that was just the Blue team being like, dude, we can do this. Like, they were up 2-1. Their previous game was pretty comfortable, and dude, Rise needs to learn fear, my brother. Like, you are playing against a very accomplished team with players that are, I mean, especially XP is known for really strong offstage. You are playing with fire by going off like that. You're going to see XP left alone, but he is much healthier than both of these members.
Hell yeah. Oh, there we go. Silent recovery. Great shot coming from experience. Den's going to get the Silent. Oh, he tried going for that dare option, but we did see Rise kind of sit back there a little bit. Didn't want to really get knocked out right away. Red team was kind of relying on that. But then we see blue team just come in, get this damage build up. They're doing a lot better this round, especially with the amount of pressure that they have. Helicopter grab it misses, but the grab it
he's
lands
just done.
with the weapon throw.
Oh,
Cider
can't
misses.
find
The dare
Bogo
lands
does
though,
come
he's gone.
I'm
Blue team is up
noticing,
a huge amount.
I'm noticing something really interesting. It's that Soul is one of the best players I've seen at following up off Spear Nair. Like, that move is so volatile with the angles it can send at, because obviously it being a circle, it has really different dude experience. I'm trying to explain mechanics. Please stop cooking!
No, the whole hideaway hits experience a little bit though, which allows for the blue team to kind of focus on him a little bit longer. But, as we say that, blue team's trying to rebuttal. Experience has his gauntlets though. I see a Rise getting knocked out because their teammate launched him into a combo. Experience comes in with a gauntlet. He's trying to do something, but he's just not landing his gauntlet stuff.
Just why are we scrapping experience off stage with Spear? Why are we doing this?
Cider lands. Oh, no Cider as well. Trying to respect each other's boundaries a lot. They kind of know where they're all kind of sitting at. We do see, I believe, Soul get knocked out, but it's one stock off of the blue team. If you're a blue team, you gotta knock out Hideaway.
And the red team knows that. They're going to be playing experience up front as much as possible. Side take comes through with the team damage. They find the down air though. Weapon throw doesn't connect. Looking for the ground pound, but what an interrupt!
Experience saving their team of getting knocked out with that one save hit.
And it's very likely that that interaction can and will make or break the game as the side sig, raw side sig ripped in neutral, gonna connect on to Rise, and now Soul trapped in the 1v2. XP, the healthier player, even if Hideaway falls.
Indeed, but I don't know. Soul has had an opportunity to make himself known here, but at the moment, does get that recovery, gets the Cider option. He needs to get the knockout somewhere. He's pushing the wrong person. He gets punished for it as well. Now doesn't have a weapon. Nice sidelight. But nice neutral light to finish that up. He did not touch. And the red team going ahead, grabbing that game and going into the the elimination side of Grand Finals based off of one small interaction in Game 5 last night. It was that close between both these guys. Props to Soul, props to their teammate as well, and really showing what they're made of. And, Soul and Rise has killed it tonight too, but just weren't able to beat Experience and Hideaway's Onyx and Valpic that they made him throw out. But Experience did 686 damage there, by the way. Good grief.
Sounds about right. Does sound about right. Now I'm just curious, because we have our grands. It is
we do
set up. Didn't just drop anything, but what I'm curious about is XP and Hideaway. They were backed into a corner and they went to more familiar picks. XP on the Onyx, no questions asked. That's fine. I'm just wondering now if they're going to try and stick with that, or if they're going to go back to their more unorthodox comp they were playing earlier, specifically to play up against their next match.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have... It depends. I mean, Fakey and Hybrid are a totally different team style, though. Because we have Fakey with the spear. I mean, we have Fakey with the bow. Tends to play a little bit more supportive. And then we have Hybrid, who tends to be that aggressor with the axe and the lance. I do wonder, I think the synergy might mess with Fakie and Hybrid, but I can't be 100% certain because we also saw Hybrid and Fakie also 3-1 experience in Hideaway winner semis. So based off of that, I mean, we could definitely see Hybrid and Fakie winning, but also think it comes down to Hybrid's mental that game. Because if he's able to be that aggressor and be able to land those attacks, if as long as he's able to kind of get used to the momentum, they win. But if Experience and Hideaway come in and say, hey, we're going to mix that momentum up, we're going to confuse you a little bit, do a couple different things, maybe pull out a couple different characters like this, almost that, which was almost Rayman, but kind of mix things up. I think that's where the real opportunity lands for Experience and for Hideaway. But I don't know. They're going to have to try a couple things in the beginning because keep in mind, they're on the elimination side as well, Hackle. And, you know, this is Grands.
Yeah, and we are actually, see, the Rayman is actually being brought in. And that is interesting because that means that, like, Hideaway's been playing Cannon all day, Cannon and Sword all day, and then they swap onto a different pick, and Hideaway's like, I'm going to keep the Sword from the Arbiter, and I'm gonna go over to Val. And then he starts playing Val, he's like, why am I not playing Gauntlets? So he goes to Rayman, and instead of going to Onyx, who carries over more weapons he's been playing, and a character he's been known for playing, he's gonna lock in the Rayman for the first time all day in Grand Finals. On loser's side, like, if you're on winner's side, sure, experiment, be a little silly, like, you have the room to do that, but, okay, maybe, I'm gonna stop yapping, bro, like, well, immediately is doing so much with this axe.
Well, I think it's a smart choice because you don't want to try, like, your really, like, good picks that you've been practicing in pools. You don't want people knowing that tech right away, and you don't want people adapting to it quick enough.
What
so
a
I think
call-out.
it might be an option to do it now, especially in round one. If there was a place they want to try this, it would be now, and that's why they're kind of throwing that out, I think. But now we're kind of seeing a little bit of back and forth here. Oh, Experience pretty low, though. Might get knocked out. Almost gets knocked out by the Spirit Recovery, but just a little bit too low. But you're just kind of seeing momentum changes. You're seeing a side up from Fakie. You're seeing Hybrid kind of sitting back and letting Fakie be that aggressor for some reason here. But not really helping his teammate. There he goes. Does it there. Knocks the opponent out. And then comes in. Oh, almost gets knocked out by Hideaway. And then Experience comes back and gets the Hellmaker side signature.
We also can't forget about the fabled and beloved lower side buff where Experience and Hideaway have been playing for hours straight now. And Fakie and Hybrid, we haven't seen them for a little bit. They've been, you know, waiting to play, and that is both a blessing and a curse. They get time to recoup, get some water, get some food, but then also they're not going to be as hot going into this! But maybe if you're... Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Maybe if you're Fakie, it just doesn't matter.
Absolute cinema coming out of Fakie, being that aggressor. And we've seen this level of Fakie before, but is it going to be coming out again? Because Hybrid
Get out there, Fakie. Get him. There it is.
Of this round. But due to APOC, will APOC be the red team's benefit? Oh.
It's looking like it might, as now both teams have one player into that red, although team combo coming in. The NSIG isn't quite gonna be enough. And the red team, oh no, the accidental interrupt by Hideaway. XP wasn't able to secure that KO, now the red team scrambling, still staying alive.
Help your
These
teammate.
APOC walls. Wait, the down air, the ground pound! Okay.
Oh my god! That would have been so clean if Hideaway didn't get that GC down sig, but that GC down sig saves it for the blue team. Oh, good grief. Dude, that was scary for both sides of that game. Goodness gracious.
What a roller coaster of a game one.
Jeez. All right, we're going to game two. Okay, so we still have the Rayman pick. It looks like Rayman's working perfect for Hideaway, though. That makes a lot of sense. But I think Hybrid is just not clicking into gear. Fakie's having to put that step forward, and it's working to a degree, but Hybrid's just having a rough time. Like that last round, all I saw was Fakey dealing with a 2v1 and Hybrid trying to not to fully get knocked out, which I understand. But his teammate was getting messed up and allowed for that blue team to do what they needed to do.
You can't forget it's still early days. Like, again,
Oh, yeah.
the red team. Oh, okay, good interrupt from that recovery. But yeah, the red team again are not as hot going into this as the blue team are. And they're gonna need that time to sort of readjust, get back into the swing of things. Even if they were just like playing ranked or something, you're never gonna get the same like level of focus required and attention as you're gonna need in the grand finals of a massive tournament. And so Fakey and Hybrid took a pretty good job going into this second game here. Need to try and find the stock off of Hideaway. Recovery isn't quite going to be enough as XP goes all the way in for that ground pound to just make sure for certain that Fakey falls, but now Hybrid trying to get something started on XP isn't able to find it. Both teams, one player still on their first stocks, but Fakey could be in trouble here. Hybrid needs to do something. Can't find the interrupt. Both teams lose their damaged player. And now it's just scrapping through.
There we go. Nice neutral air. Oh, there we go. There it comes in. Cider, neutral air misses. Oh, nice Cider from experience. Having that neutral control, keeping Hybrid and Fakey off that ledge. But Fakey comes back to the platform, gets that signature onto experience. And then Hideaway comes in with that axe, mixes things up. Keeps Hybrid off the ledge, allowing for experience to focus on the Hybrid. Oh, and gets the knockout. Oh, doesn't get a knockout option. Experience is dead. And now down to his final stock. Oh,
good ground pound.
Helicopter ground pound. Dude,
Stopping
Fakey's popping off.
Yeah, stopping it just in time as well. Red team, I think they're super close. Trying to get some extra credit on these second stocks before they fall. Any stray hits will be good. The side air will clear out Fakey, and now Hybrid is going to get clashed. Side air is going to come through. Hybrid actually going to try and fight to stay alive on this stock. Is an interesting choice. It means that if Hybrid falls later and leaves Fakey in the 1v2, that could be really sketchy.
Well, that might... I mean, yeah, this is definitely a good option. He does get good damage buildup, but Fakey's got to deal with a 2v1 in between.
This is what we're talking about!
Fakey is...
Okay, but Hybrid comes in swinging! He's done! Hybrid!
Hybrid with the double knockout option on the both blue team members to take a game number 2 to their name. And what a way to do it, but what a risky way to do it as well. Oh my god!
Dude, I mean, we said it like... it could be dangerous, a Hybrid disjointing the stocks, leaving Fakey in a 1v2 for a minute, and it almost came into perfect fruition, but then Hybrid came in, guns blazing, like Rambo, Akimbo AK is just actually dismantled. I mean, look, there it is, ground pound down there, dodge caught with the side sig, and just realizes like, I can just let him fall. No more options.
Dude, if Hideaway did a backward sider except a neutral air, he would have won that. Oh no, I just thought about it. But we're going next game. They can't think about it now. They gotta think about the current matchup at hand. It's 101 in grands. You know, an experience in Hideaway, they really want to go and have that reset against these guys.
Down it comes through. I mean, dude, XP is so healthy and Hideaway is so damaged. Red team trying to save each other.
God.
Wait, XP? Oh, the ground pound falls through. That would have been so valuable. That could have been XP just gone in one hit off white. And now the red team actually in a tough spot here. Need to at least get rid of Hideaway, who took a lot of damage at the start, but is now trying to stabilize and Hideaway still holding on. Hybrid can't emulate the magic of last game quite yet. Looking to try and stem the bleeding.
Well, and Hideaway is really good at, not Hideaway, I'm sorry, when it comes down to Hybrid, he's very good at dealing with the 2v1 situations against their opponents. I mean, he's able to space them out well enough. Usually that's kind of, I think, why he's been sitting back and letting Fakey do the damage, because he can then deal with that 2v1, not have to deal with his team getting the damage buildup. And now we're seeing both blue team members down into their second stocks, and I think if you're hybrid, you're gonna sit back, let them push a little bit, but gets knocked out first instead. That's gonna allow for Experience to go for a signature knockout there onto Fakey, and Experience gets a double knockout, and blue team's up 2 entire stocks.
Yeah, and speaking of anything double, the red team's going to play doubly efficient here to try and have a hope of winning this game. Is they're going to take 2 stocks for the price of 1. Find the recovery onto Hideaway, not going to be able to take KO. They really need to get at least 1 off the board to find that 2-1 opportunity, but still the blue team not letting up on the gas. Bit of a team KO going to come through there. Team combo actually is going to be enough, and now the red team could bring this into fruition. Find something magical onto one of these 2 players on the blue team. This could be it. Have the offstage interaction against Hideaway, who's still in sweat beads. Caught by the recovery as well. XP trying to get in there. Hybrid is clinging onto life here as well.
Yeah, they're trying to find something magically delicious here. I mean, Silent Cider comes in clutch for Experience. It leads to a 2v1, and that's what you call absolute chaos from the blue team, taking that game to make them now have the lead in the grand finals. And it just came down to Experience knocking out the opponent on the left side, and then having Hideaway in the top part of the map and getting that orb recovery. Dude, what is going on?
All 6 KOs for the blue team last game were done by Experience, and that is something that Thor can really claim, is that character is very good at closing out stocks in that situation. And I mean, I don't think the issue is a character thing for Fakey and Hybrid at all. I think it's just the main thing is they got to play more neutral. I think that they're often going off and they're getting called. I mean, like Rayman Thor is a scary team off stage for sure. You have the hammer and those orb down airs on the side of Thor, and then I mean the D-Sigs on both weapons, and just the entire aerial kit of Rayman's weapons in general is very, very terrifying. Also, these opening scuffles tend to be a bit more in the favor of the blue team. If the red team can, as we see right now, try and slow things down a bit earlier, try and bring things to their pace, they can try and turn things around, but that big axe swing is going to take Hybrid out so early.
Yeah, I think they needed to do it right off the bat, because I think once the blue team's in their momentum, it's kind of hard to knock them out of it, unless it's like a double stock knockout type thing. I think that's what they're trying to do right now, but we're kind of seeing Hybrid did the silent neutral layer, gets the jump ground pound, gets the neutral layer, does hit their own teammate, which allows for a little bit more damage buildup, but this is relatively even. Hybrid tries to go for something risky. Fakey with the dare. Oh, but it looks like Experience saves their teammate, but knocks out their first stock, which is actually a better option anyways, because we do have Hideaway low on their second.
Yeah, bit of a rough interaction there for the blue team. They did have a good situation going, and Hybrid started to flow a little bit on the axe, got a little bit of trigger happy. The teammate was there. XP off the wall combo. Now both teams, one player a lot lower than the other, and that recovery is actually going to be enough to get rid of Hybrid that early. That orb recovery can be deceptively strong.
Yeah, well, he didn't have any more jumps. He had a fast fall, and he didn't have a dodge. He used his dodge early, so blue team took full advantage of that. But we also have this, which is a Fakey in the yellow, and both blue team members in the dark red. And we can just have one knockout option like that, knockout Experience, but doesn't knock out Experience because of Fortress Alliance ceiling. And this might be a huge thing for the blue team to bring things back. This can knock Experience out.
Experience needs to fall now if you're the red team, and Hybrid needs to get some pressure off him. They didn't over the other side to get an Experience, but still this hammer is swinging and Hybrid is eating those big hits. Fakey can't get in.
There you go. He does get in just barely though. But Hybrid trying to find follow-ups against Fakey while also trying not to lose his final stock. He's kind of playing a little bit more floaty, more back end side there, letting Fakey rush. But then you're seeing Experience realizing that situation, pushing Hybrid, hitting that orb side air. Gets the weapon throw. Oh, but there you have it. Hideaway with the axe recovery. Fakey's got to deal with a 2v1.
Oh no. Oh no, not like that, dude.
Oh, but it's a 1v1 between Fakey and Experience to see if we're going to gain number 5 or if we're going straight into a reset.
Well, this is tough. Experience really hasn't been touching wands as a game mode recently at all, and Fakey, while hasn't been the most successful player, has been holding his own, especially in the North American region. So the question's going to be who is feeling more hot on the ones right now. So far, double N-Light, good showing from this orb. Fakey can't seem to answer back, does manage to get back. Immediate D-Lights there. Going to go in deep for this edge guard here. Catches the D-Sig and closes out the stock.
Dude, I thought Experience was going to be able to win that with that Thor, but, you know, he had the beginning of it. He had to keep him off ledge, but as soon as Fakey came back to that ledge, he landed that signature and got those follow-ups and had that overall control, man. And red team going ahead and making sure we go into a game number 5 of this grand finals. And then even looking back at these replays, Cider from Fakey does it very well. And then you have Hideaway going, I think, too far down. And if Fake getting knocked down, then you have this lovely 1v1 and it leads straight into that down sig. And Experience gets knocked from it.
Now we're going to be going into our game 5 to determine if we're going to have Hybrid and Fakey as our champions. If we're going to a reset instead, XP and Hideaway not choosing to swap anything just yet. I don't blame them. It's been working out really well. None of these games have really been too much of a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of have to really see. I mean, I think also the last game, Fakey and Hybrid did stay a lot more to the platform more compared, like especially in the beginning, and that leads to combos like that on Experience. Oh, Fakey trying to get a knockout option. But I think now Experience is staying a little bit more back. He doesn't want to get into more 1v1s. He wants to sit back with his teammate. That might be the advantage the red team really needs to go ahead and win. Nice neutral leg from Hybrid. Gets a silent neutral leg. Nice recovery from Fakey. Nice side air from Hybrid. And now the red team has a little bit of a lead.
It was looking a little bit bleak there for a second. The red team got a lot of damage at the start, weren't able to close out the stocks early enough, and then were able to find it just in time. A little bit longer, and it would have been a lot more scary, but now Hybrid starting to activate here. Nice neutral heavy by Hideaway. But once Hideaway being the player who's actually surviving better than XP. That's, I mean, when you've been playing with your team dynamic being the same for such a long set, having that change up in a game 5 is a really scary prospect. And now, as the red team does fall, they have a pretty good amount of damage racked up here.
Yeah, we definitely do. And nice signature coming out of Hybrid.
Oh, and the dodge read, that's just a stock.
Oh my god! Hybrid coming in with a double knockout with Fakey on the blue team. They are down. Currently, the blue team is down too. They have to change something quickly if they want to go ahead and win. I think Experience is going to have to pop off here and make sure his teammate doesn't get knocked out. But he should Fakey! What is he doing? Stomp Cider comes in clutch. But now you're seeing, okay, Experience tries to control the platform a little bit. But Hideaway was just in the air getting hit. Oh, but that signature actually, I think, knocks out Hideaway. Oh, it does knocks out Hybrid. Uh-oh. All right, this is huge for the blue team, though.
What's happening? What was that lag, or did XP and Fakey both just sit on the wall together for a second? What on earth is going on to the red team? Like,
I don't even know at this rate.
So far up. What are we doing?
I don't know, but it's still in red team's favor no matter.
Oh, that's actually
Fakey.
pretty scary.
Uh-oh, Fakey might just...
Dude, Fakey's getting desperate.
He is, but he needs to be, because he doesn't need Hybrid getting knocked out. The 2v1 against these guys is going to be difficult as fudge. Oh, I see it, they're coming in from Hybrid. 2v1
Recovery.
for the red team. Cider wins. There you have it. Fakey and Hybrid are your Moose Wars Snowfall champions, beating the names of Experience, beating the names of Hideaway, when other also world champions as well in this event. And that is the way you win a flippin' event.
Dude, my heart and blood pressure can't take this. What on earth was that game 5? Like, from the get-go, Hybrid and Fakey way out in front, and then stuff just got weird on those final stocks. Like, some really weird misplays, some kind of sloppy execution, I think, just maybe from nerves or just desperation to close out stocks. They were able to clean it up towards the end, but I mean, there was a moment there where XP and Hideaway were pushing that last stock clutch, and it almost got bleak, but Hybrid and Fakey do take it home.
Yeah, very nice job coming in from Hybrid and Fakey. I mean, doing very, very well controlling. but also got to give props there to Hideaway and to Experience. Experience, I think, after that solo one-on-one against Fakey, kind of got a little bit mixed up. And I think kind of sat back, at least in the beginning he did. I don't think he did towards the end, but gave him a little bit of an advantage, and it kind of led into something. And I think Fakey and Hybrid realized that and maximized on it. It's like, okay, we're going to go for this. And then he had a 2-stock lead, which is one of the hardest things to come back from, especially in doubles. And, you know, red team held through and kicked butt tonight. So very nice job coming out of Fakey and Hybrid. Congrats on getting first. Congrats to Experience and Hideaway on getting second. And congrats to Rise and Soul on getting third.
Absolutely, yeah. With that, there isn't much else to be said. Fantastic performance by all these players. Really interesting seeing how North America is shaping up in the offseason, to be honest.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think, you know, today was doubles. You know, we had seen a bunch of new teams in doubles that we never expected to see. But we also are going into singles tomorrow, which, by the way, you guys can sign up for at moosewars.com/snowfall. And we have over 800 plus people right now. I think we're at 868. So if you want to have an opportunity of playing in a singles event that has a lot of flipping people, definitely register for that. But, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, this event has been fantastic. Appreciate all the doubles teams that showed up, that played, and got their job done and had a lot of fun, man. This was one of my favorite, definitely. We've had some of my favorite matches I've ever watched ever in this event. I honestly think that. So, but yeah, anything to say before we sign off there, Mr. Hackle?
Stay tuned tomorrow for 1v1s because that is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be. I'm expecting some very big upsets tomorrow. I feel like, so I'll be very excited to cast that tomorrow.
Yeah, so many players are swapping to the new legends during the offseason, trying a couple different things out. We even see Guichibu today on Queen Eye that we've been seeing a little bit of, so we might see more of that tomorrow, and a bunch of bigger notable names as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to go ahead and do is we are going to go ahead and raid, I believe Marckiemoo just went live, so we're going to go ahead and raid him on Twitch. And make sure that you guys can have some more Brawlhalla content. Marckiemoo is one of the players in Moose Wars that has been doing very well. Won the Plat Fight event. That Lamb has also placed very, very high in Moose Wars, and we'll actually be playing tomorrow. So we're gonna raid Marckiemoo tonight. We appreciate everybody stopping by, having some fun, and hope you guys can have some more fun over with Marckiemoo tonight. And with that being said, come back tomorrow night at 4 p.m. Eastern for some 1v1 Brawlhalla gameplay. Have a wonderful rest of your night, guys.